Chapter 1025. The direct descendants of the eight desolate tribe would leave behind a lamp of life after being baptized by the beast god Alter. The lamp of life symbolized the birth and death of the eight desolate tribesmen. The death of a person was like the extinguishing of a lamp. Just now, Chi-Bai's lamp of life suddenly extinguished. What? How did Bai die? Wasn't she always in the latter Qin? Chi Yuan was shocked when he heard this. Chi-Bai was one of his many children. As he had many children, other than his eldest son, Chi Muguan, Chi Yuan did not care about the other children. However, Chi-Bai had a mother who was very good at scheming. Her mother was very shrewd and good at scheming. When Chi-Bai was still a child, the beast god Alter selected the direct descendants of the eight great tribes to hide in the boundless world. Chi-Bai's mother volunteered to send her biological daughter, who was only 3 or 4 years old, to the boundless world. Chi-Bai was gone for close to 10 years. In these 10 years, not only did Chi-Bai get close to He Yao's son, she also obtained many spies from the boundless world and made many contributions to the Bashi tribe. Just as the eight desolate tribe was about to counterattack, Chi-Bai suddenly died. Could it be that someone discovered her identity, or did something happen in the boundless world again? Chi Yuan hesitated. Father, could it be Dugu Xiao? That brat was bewitched by a human woman all these years and was much colder to his sister. This time, could it be that he was instigated by that human woman and killed Chi-Bai? Chi Muguan did not have a good impression of Dugu Xiao. No, He Yao's son would definitely not do such a thing and delay important matters. Someone must have discovered Chi-Bai's identity. Chi Yuan was a little regretful. Chi-Bai was a very useful chess piece. He had asked Chi-Bai to keep an eye on Dugu Xiao and report every move of Dugu Xiao and the Black Qilin tribe to the tribe. Her death was equivalent to one less spy. Father, no matter who killed Chi-Bai, I must avenge my sister. This time, Father, please send me as the vanguard to counterattack the boundless world. Chi Muguan was in his old age, and his teeth were chattering. Among so many siblings, only Chi-Bai's wife had the best relationship with him. No matter who killed Chi-Bai, he would not let them off. Madame Chi-Bai did not return the entire night. Until the next day, there was still no sign of her. Along with her, there was also a whole empty ship from the later Qin. After receiving the news, Dugu Xiao contacted Peng Lai of Gojoseon and requested a search for the whereabouts of the later Qin spaceship in the inner and outer seas. Before Madame Chi-Bai left, she told Dugu Xiao that she had received a letter from Prime Minister Zhou asking for help. She would go to the area bordering Peng Lai and later Qin to help Prime Minister Zhou. Chi-Bai was very familiar with this kind of operation. She had already done it many times on her own. Good as Xiao didn't think that there would be any danger this time, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Who would have thought that something would go wrong this time? After searching for a while, a part of the wreckage of the spaceship was found in the sea more than 3,000 miles away from Peng Lai Island. It was confirmed that the wreckage was left behind after the spaceship of the later Qin was attacked by a hurricane. Peng Lai of Gojoseon. Do you mean to say that the spaceship of the later Qin was destroyed by a hurricane? Dugu Xiao looked at the scene, his eyes full of anger. Your Majesty Dugu, according to the situation at the scene, there is no trace of a struggle. Coincidentally, a hurricane happened in this area yesterday. This is the most likely reason. Peng Lai of Gojoseon's face was calm. His words were very peaceful, but there was an unquestionable majesty in his eyes. Peng Lai of Gojoseon's attitude had already explained everything. He did not intend to investigate this matter thoroughly. In fact, there were no clues that could be traced. After a night, the corpses on the spaceship had already been washed away by the sea. As for the wreckage of the spaceship, only a part of it could be salvaged. These could not prove what had happened last night. There was no survivor on the spaceship of the later Qin. Do you really think that I am a 3-year-old child? A hurricane is nothing. The spaceship was destroyed on the Peng Lai Sea. After the Dutian meeting, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Dugu Xiao's face was cold. Dugu Xiao didn't care about the deaths of Madame Chi-Bai and Minister Zhou. He didn't have much affection for Madame Chi-Bai. However, he was sure that the spaceship of the later Qin was not an ordinary accident. What a joke. His spaceship was built by the ferry master Ma Yin when he was in later Qin. How could a hurricane of the natural world sink a spaceship? Unless it encountered a super magic with terrifying destructive power. In Penglai, there were not many people who had the ability to use super magic, but there were still quite a few. As far as Dugu Xiao knew, there were several people who had such ability. They were the Emperor Zhao in red, the first summoner of the Zhao state, Penglai of Gojoseon, the king of Holy Wind from the Immortal Residence, Lan from the Mainland Magic Elite Camp, and Yunsheng from the Zhou state. Among these people, the Emperor Zhao in red and Penglai of Gojoseon did not need to kill Qi Bai. As for the first summoner of the Zhao state, Dugu Xiao happened to know that he would not kill Qi Bai. Among the other three, although the king of Holy Wind from the Immortal Residence had unfathomable strength, he was from the fairy tribe. The fairies were a proud race and disdained to kill people who were weaker than them. As for the remaining two, Lan from the Mainland Magic Elite Camp had a cold personality and had no interaction with Qi Bai. As for Yunsheng from the Zhou state, after thinking about it, it could only be Yunsheng. Was it her? If it was really her, how should he deal with Yunsheng? The death of Madame Qi Bai was a bit tricky. She was from the Bashi tribe, and her brother, Qi Muguan, was the next successor of the Bashi tribe. He should have already known about Qi Bai's death by now. Dugu Xiao's mind was spinning. Penglai of Gojoseon, who was beside him, was staring at the wreckage of the later Qin dynasty's empty ships on the surface of the sea. It was a hurricane. In this season, there had never been such a large-scale hurricane in the waters of Penglai. Penglai of Gojoseon did not tell Dugu Xiao that there was not only a part of the hurricane's power left on the wreckage of the empty ships, but there was also a power that was even more mysterious than the hurricane's power. If Penglai of Gojoseon was not wrong, that power came from a mysterious magical artifact from thousands of years ago. The 8 wilderness divine artifacts had finally all appeared. Penglai of Gojoseon recalled that 2 uninvited guests had appeared on Penglai this morning. It was Dongwang Ling, the eldest princess of the Dongwang dynasty, and the light magician, Gufeng. The 2 of them were travel-worn and looked like they had been on the road for a few days. At this time, they should be on their way to the Great Zhou Embassy. What was to come would come in the end. The blood feud between the later Qin dynasty and the Dongwang dynasty, and the hatred between the 8 wilderness continent and the boundless continent for thousands of years, had finally come to an end. Penglai of Gojoseon looked at the horizon. His amber eyes flashed with an indescribable feeling. On the other side of the sea, there was also a pair of eyes. A pair of golden eyes was looking at the rising and falling tides of the sea. Dollar stood at the estuary of Penglai. Chapter 10:26. Another day had passed, counting the previous 3 days and 3 nights. Yunsheng had been missing for 4 days and 3 nights. In the past few days, Dollar had been alone in an empty bed. He couldn't eat or sleep well. He couldn't get used to it. It was annoyed and roared in the direction of the estuary. A few sand gulls hovering on the sea were scared and flew far away. Dollar could no longer suppress the restlessness and worry in his heart. He complained in his heart that Wildcat was too reckless this time. No one knew Yunsheng better than Yi Baiming. He was not worried that something would happen to Yunsheng. With Wildcat's character, she would not be taken advantage of anywhere. It was good enough that others were not taken advantage of. Yunsheng's disappearance for no reason had happened several times in the past 3 years. At first, Dollar didn't pay much attention to it. According to the usual practice, Yunsheng would appear in a few days. Generally speaking, Yunsheng's disappearance was nothing more than a few situations. A new pill was developed, a new patient appeared, or a new magic was learned. But even in the above situations, Yunsheng's record was that she disappeared for 1 day and 1 night. But this time, she disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights. In the past day, Dollar had almost run to several main islands of Penglai, including medical centers, summoning centers, and other places, but he couldn't find the whereabouts of Yunsheng. The sunset was all over the sky. The whole sea turned into a golden color. It was beautiful, but at this moment, Dollar was not in the mood to enjoy all this. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, if there was no one to accompany it, what could it do? The tide was lapping on the beach. Dollar's ears moved slightly. It seemed to hear a different sound in the tide. That was the sound of a guqin. Although the tide covered most of the sound, Dollar still heard it. The sound came from an island in Penglai. Tut, I almost missed it. Wildcat has never liked to play by the rules. If she's going to retreat, she will definitely choose a secluded island. In Dollar's eyes, the flame of hope was ignited again. Apart from the main island of Ice Island and Fire Island, about 40 of the remaining 60 or so islands were inhabited. As for the remaining 20 islands, they were either uninhabited or undeveloped. The source of the zither music was an island that was the furthest away from the main island of Penglai. That island was a nameless island that was inhabited by a large number of magical beasts all year round. Due to the large number of magical beasts and the lack of resources on the island, even the people of the Zao state had no time to take care of the island. Dollar's heart jumped. He had a feeling that Yun Sheng was on that island. Dollar leaped into the air. Under his feet, there were 4 green clouds of wind. The golden figure was flying towards the island. As they approached the island, the sound of the zither became clearer. However, this zither music was obviously different from what Yun Sheng usually played. It was no longer a zither music that made people calm down or make their blood boil. Instead, it was murderous, like a war drum, full of provocation. Just listening to it made one's blood boil. When Dollar approached the island, he was shocked by what he saw. How could it be? It was a remote and almost desolate island. There was very little vegetation on the island. There were only bare bluish-gray rocks everywhere. At this time, it was evening. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the rocks red. This hour was also the time when all kinds of magical beasts that lived near Penglai returned to their nests. The sonorous and powerful zither music caused a commotion among the magical beasts. On the sea, in the sky, and on the land, there were a large number of magical beasts that were crawling, flying, and swimming. Among them, there were the rock jade turtle with amazing defensive abilities, the overlord golden sword condor in the sky, the amphibious thorn crocodile, and a large number of colorful poisonous insects. They were all living on the wild islands of Penglai. They were also the overlords of this area. The magical beast's sense of territory was stronger than that of the human race. This island was their territory. That ignorant human who had rashly intruded dared to provoke them with the zither music. These magical beasts on Penglai, some of them knew combat skills, some of them knew magic, and some of them had all kinds of attributes. At this time, their eyes were red from being provoked by the zither music. They wanted to tear Yun Sheng apart. Dollar could not hold back anymore. But he suddenly noticed that Yun Sheng was sitting quietly. She lowered her eyelashes and bathed in the setting sun. Her black eyes were full of calmness. Her lips were raised in a beautiful arc. Yi Biming was very familiar with Yun Sheng like that. In that smile, there was eagerness to give it a try, and also confidence that victory was within his grasp. As if realizing something, Dollar decided to observe for a while to see what the wildcat wanted to buy. The first to attack was the rock jade turtle. There was the sound of rolling rocks. Around Yun Sheng, rocks of different sizes rolled. The ground shook violently. A rock that needed 2 people to hug together was thrown at Yun Sheng. Dollar could not help but hold his breath. His limbs were slightly bent, ready to attack at any time. Clang! Like a golden spear hitting, Yun Sheng, who had not moved at all, suddenly condensed a magic power under her fingers and suddenly plucked. On the strings, the sound of the zither had been perfectly integrated with the magic power. The sound of the zither was shaped like a crescent moon and accurately hit the huge rock. The rock cracked and dust and gravel filled the sky. The sound of the zither hit the rock jade turtle's chest. The rock jade turtle, which weighed more than 200 kilograms, was actually split in half by the sound of the zither. It could not be more dead. After smashing the rock, Yun Sheng did not stop. Under her fingers, a series of zither music was played. In an instant, the crescent-shaped zither music was like raindrops, fusing various magic attributes. The sound of the zither was like countless swords. Nearly 100 magical beasts attacked one after another, but Yun Sheng was still dealing with them methodically. from being surrounded at the beginning to being calm. The blood of the magical beasts quickly dyed the beach red. Yunsheng's fingers did not stop. The sun slowly set. Above the pitch-black night sky, the stars were like fireflies. However, this battle did not have the slightest intention of stopping. It was magic, but it was also not magic. Yunsheng sat by the beach and was already in a state of selflessness, killing people with zither music against hundreds and thousands of magical beasts. Even Dollar couldn't help but sigh as he watched. Under the influence of the zither music, the magic attack effect was at least doubled. It was endless, and after combining magic, not only could the zither music attack from afar, but could also be used in close combat. This was the result of Yunsheng's 3 days and 3 nights of seclusion, a new type of profound magic that had never appeared in the Boundless Land. There was a surge of pride in Dollar's eyes. This woman was Yunsheng, the woman he had his eyes on. When the last magical beast was killed, Yunsheng's fingers pressed the strings of the zither. Only then did she slowly heave a sigh of relief. She was still sitting on the same spot and did not even move an inch. When the sound of the zither ended, Yunsheng's entire body collapsed as if she had collapsed. However, what was waiting for her was not sand, but a warm body. Chapter 10:27. Yunsheng could feel his sturdy back under the thin magician's robe. A familiar scent wafted into her nose. That scent had always appeared beside Yunsheng in the past 3 years. It was the scent of Dollar. Even though he was a magical beast, Dollar was surprisingly clean. He had never smelled like other magical beasts. On the contrary, he always had a scent that was similar to the scent of sunlight. After smelling that scent, Yunsheng felt every nerve in her body relax. "Dollar, you're here. I've learned my second arcane spell," Yunsheng said. Her voice was weak and feeble. After killing nearly 100 magical beasts, Yunsheng realized that she was exhausted both physically and magically. She had been sitting on the beach for 3 days and 3 nights. She had played the guqin with all her might without taking a sip of water. The moment she learned the new spell, she was completely exhausted. Now, she couldn't even lift a finger. Even though it was a little miserable, Yunsheng didn't regret this special retreat. However, with this new profound magic, her strength had increased a lot. In the future, even if she were to fight against the Emperor Zhao in red, she would have a better chance of winning. Dollar, why aren't you saying anything? Why do I feel like you're angry?" Yunsheng didn't even bother to move her eyelids. However, she could still feel that Dollar was glaring at her with eyes that were about to explode at any moment. TSK, this guy, does he have any awareness of being a magical beast? Look at other magical beasts. Every time they saw their masters, they would wag their tails and stick out their tongues. How could they be like Dollar, who was so arrogant? She had to teach Dollar a good lesson next time. But then again, Dollar's feeling was strangely similar to that of a certain someone. Sigh, she must be too tired. She was starting to let her imagination run wild again. Dollar couldn't be beiming. Looking at Yunsheng's haggard appearance, Dollar was so angry that his teeth were itching. If Yi Beiming was in his human form, he would definitely give this woman a good scolding and then spank her. This stupid woman, she was driving him to death. Did she know how dangerous it was to overdraw both one's magic power and physical strength on a foreign island? The smell of blood from the magical beasts she killed would attract more magical beasts at any time. Although he was angry, when he saw Yunsheng's weak face and her rare feminine side, Dollar's golden eyes were filled with an indescribable tenderness. He snorted heavily, held Yunsheng's collar in his mouth, and gently put her on his back. It rolled in its throat and let out a low roar. Its 4 powerful legs suddenly kicked, and Yunsheng felt as if she had fallen into a cloud. Her entire body was light as a feather. She was extremely tired and sleepy. Dollar caught her steadily. Yunsheng felt relaxed. She closed her eyes, put her hands around Dollar's neck, and let Dollar carry her back to the Great Zhou Embassy. When Yunsheng regained consciousness, she was already in the Great Zhou Embassy. What woke her up was a woman's high-pitched scream. That voice made Yunsheng's bones hurt, but at the same time, Yin Sheng felt that the voice was very familiar. It seemed to be the voice of her good friend, Dong Wang Linger. It turned out that after Dong Wang Linger arrived at Penglai, the first thing she did was to look for her good friend, Yin Sheng. However, when she arrived, she heard that Yun Sheng was missing. When she got the news that Yun Sheng had returned, she immediately went to see Yun Sheng, who knew that when she pushed open the door of Yun Sheng's room, she saw a shocking scene. A tall and sturdy demonic beast was lying on Yun Sheng's bed. Her good friend, Yun Sheng, had a pale face and was dying. Dong Wang Linger's first reaction was that the demonic beast wanted to murder Yun Sheng. Linger, it's a misunderstanding. Dollar is my demonic beast. Yun Sheng's eyes were drowsy, and she hurriedly stopped Dong Wang Linger. Demonic beast? What demonic beast is so close to you that you actually let it directly on your bed? Dong Wang Linger didn't hide anything in front of Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng, on the other hand, was blushing from her words. Dollar, who was at the side, had a calm face and was still lying on the bed lazily. In the eyes of Dong Wang Linger and the others, they only felt that Dollar was very arrogant. By the way, Linger, why are you here? Are you also here to participate in the Duqian meeting? Yin Sheng noticed that Gufeng was also following behind Dong Wang Linger. Gufeng opened his mouth, and just when he was about to say something, Dong Wang Linger interrupted him. Let's not talk about us first. Yin Sheng, what's wrong with you? I heard that you almost lost your life. After Dong Wang Linger heard the whole story, she unrestrainedly scolded Yin Sheng. After scolding, Linger fiercely fed Yin Sheng 2 big bowls of medicinal porridge. Only then did Yin Sheng have the strength to get out of bed. Until Yin Sheng recovered some strength, Dong Wang Linger was still nagging beside Yin Sheng's ears. Great aunt, please let me go. I promise that next time, I won't not eat or drink for 3 days and 3 nights for no reason. Yin Sheng's ears were about to get calluses from Linger's nagging. You almost scared me to death. Last time, Dong Wang Linger's eyes were somewhat red. In her heart, Yin Sheng had always been the strongest. Last time, after Yi Baiming went missing, Dong Wang Linger still remembered what Yin Sheng looked like. This time, Dong Wang Linger came as a representative of the Dong Wang dynasty. When she heard that Yin Sheng was also in Penglai and that the two hadn't seen each other for 3 years, she excitedly rushed over. Who knew that when she arrived at the embassy, she would hear that Yin Sheng had fainted. Dong Wang Linger was so scared that she almost died. Yin Sheng felt warm in her heart. She knew that Linger was just worried about her. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Sister Lan is also here. A few of us haven't seen each other for a long time. This time, we can get together. Yin Sheng smiled and took a glance at Gufeng. Gufeng, that brat, was talking to Yun Sheng intermittently. However, he would secretly glance at Yun Sheng from time to time. However, when his gaze met with Yun Sheng's, he would immediately timidly look away. With Yun Sheng's understanding of Gufeng, this brat was definitely hiding something from her. Although she faintly felt that something was wrong, Yin Sheng didn't rush to ask. She planned to privately look for Gufeng to confirm it. That night, the few people from the mainland's magic elite camp gathered together again after so many years. Everyone had a good chat. During the banquet, Yin Sheng told Dong Wang Linger about the news regarding Hu Sheng. We must think of a way to save Hu Sheng. However, it's definitely not easy to save someone in the Zhao state. Moreover, we still don't know Hu Sheng's whereabouts. Dong Wang Linger also agreed to save Hu Sheng. For this matter, we need to think about it at length. During the Duqian conference, we might need your cooperation. I want to start searching from the Zhao state's water prison. Yin Sheng told the few of them about her plan. The reason why Yun Sheng suspected the water prison was because of the letter that her father, Yin Songhai, sent to her a few days ago. Regardless of whether Hu Sheng was imprisoned in the water prison or not, even if she wanted to meet her father, Yin Sheng still had to go to the water prison to take a look. The weather is cold and the ground is frozen. The southern lady is frozen like a dog. Her fingers are stiff. Happy weekend, a new month, roll around, play dead, and beg for monthly votes. Chapter 1028. In the water dungeon, Hu Sheng was suspended. Her legs were soaked in water, and the prolonged soaking had caused her limbs to become swollen and rotten. After nearly 3 years of imprisonment, Hu Sheng had lost track of time and night. But in the past few days, she was suddenly released. The prison guards even sent her clean food and water. Hu Sheng knew that these vicious Zhao state summoners would not be so kind. She did not eat or drink. If I tell you to eat, just eat. Once the metropolis meeting ends, you'll die. Being a full ghost is better than being a hungry ghost. 2 jailers walked over, and one of them spat on the ground before walking away while cursing. So that's how it was. She was finally going to die. Hu Sheng was numb. She did not look at the food. For her, death might be a relief. You should at least eat a little. The one of the 2 prison guards who had stayed behind suddenly spoke up. Hu Sheng felt that the other person's voice was strange, but that was not important. This person was not the jailer who looked after her on a daily basis. It seemed that he was temporarily transferred here. Someone will get you out of here, the jailer said in a low voice. Hu Sheng's body trembled. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the jailer. He was wearing a mask. In the Zhao state, many summoners wore masks. Perhaps it was the concern in his voice that moved Hu Sheng. She asked softly, "Who are you? Are you from the Celestial Fox tribe?" Hu Sheng regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. She was so naive. How could someone from the Celestial Fox tribe come to save her? Her father had long stopped caring about her. Her timid mother would never be able to find someone to save her. "I'm sorry that you have suffered these past few years. I was selfish before. I am Yun Sheng's father." After hesitating for a moment, Yun Songhai still announced his identity. Ever since that day when he sneaked into the Great Zhou embassy and left a message for Yun Sheng, Yun Songhai had been paying close attention to the situation in the water dungeon. In the past few days, one of the jailers in the water dungeon had fallen ill. Yun Songhai found an opportunity to replace him. He believed that Sheng should have received his message. In another day, the Dutian conference would begin. At that time, Sheng would definitely sneak into the water dungeon. As long as he and his daughter worked together, they would be able to save the woman in the water dungeon. Yun Sheng's father? Hu Sheng was surprised. At the same time, her heart felt bitter. Her own father did not appear when she was in danger. Instead, Yun Sheng's father came to save her. "It's very dangerous here. Why did you save me? You should also know why I was caught. If I die, Yun Sheng will be safe." Hu Sheng believed that the man in front of her should also know that she was caught as a scapegoat. He should also know that she would soon be used as a blood sacrifice to strengthen the Dutian blood seal. Weren't all parents selfish? Could it be that Yun Sheng's father was not afraid that Yun Sheng would be implicated? But if Sheng knew that you died in her place, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. She's a doctor. In her heart, there is no distinction between the noble and the cheap. Your parents should also hope that you can go back. Take these. In a few days, we will be able to get you out. Yun Songhai sighed. He took out some pills and placed them beside Hu Sheng. Although his daughter, Hu Sheng, was not a good person, she had a clear distinction between good and evil. Hu Sheng's death would only bring a temporary peace. No one will hope for me to go back. Although I look like Yun Sheng, I am not her. I am a good-for-nothing. Hu Sheng shook her head. She hugged her legs and curled up in the cell with her head lowered. Yun Songhai sighed and left. On the day of the Dutian conference, Yun Sheng received an invitation from Peng Lai of Gojoseon and the Zhao state. She learned that the Dutian conference would be held in the Peng Lai Pavilion. The representatives of the major countries and forces that had already arrived in Peng Lai included the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming, later Qin Duguxiu, the immortal residence God Wind King, Tang Yuan Li Cheng, the vice president of the Hunters Guild, the mainland elite Camp Lan, Dongwang Linger of the Dongwang dynasty, and Si Ming of the temple. Because the Dutian conference did not allow magical beasts or magical pets to enter, Yun Sheng went to the Peng Lai Pavilion alone today. When she arrived at the entrance of the Peng Lai Pavilion, she happened to meet Tang Yuan and Li Cheng. "Prince Regent, nice to meet you." Yun Sheng met Tang Yuan's crown prince, Li Cheng, head-on. She couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Li Cheng respected the regent of Great Zhou very much. Back then, he was just a crown prince that Tang Yuan didn't think highly of. Later on, it was because of Yi Baiming's support that he managed to squeeze out Tang Yuan's second prince, Li Xiao. Not to mention, the second prince, Li Xiao, was later killed in Grand Emperor City. It was said that it was the Prince Regent who killed him. It could be said that he had helped Crown Prince Li get rid of a big problem. But speaking of which, although Li Cheng had formed an alliance with the Regent of Great Zhou, he had never had the chance to meet Yi Baiming in person. So this time, he naturally had to curry favor with him. Yun Sheng smiled awkwardly. She didn't want to talk too much with Li Cheng, so as to avoid giving herself away. However, Li Cheng, that brat, didn't know about it all. He even held onto Yun Sheng's hand with a very intimate look. Prince Regent, I have met the Prince Regent's consort once in the past. I heard that the consort has been infected with a strange illness for the past few years. You seem to have gotten better recently. Do you need me to send Tang Yuan's famous doctor to take a look at the consort? Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're such a busybody. The Prince Regent's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. When did it become the turn of Tang Yuan's quack doctor to take a look at her? Dong Wang Ling walked in and glared at Li Cheng. Only then did Li Cheng let go of his hand embarrassedly. How could he have forgotten that his mother was cured by the Prince Regent's consort? A doctor doesn't cure himself. This saying was probably referring to the situation of the Prince Regent's consort. Only then did Yun Sheng let out a breath of relief. She nodded her head at Ling gratefully. Sir Regent of Great Zhou? Behind her, a suspicious voice sounded, causing Yun Sheng's eyebrows to twitch. Yun Sheng cursed in her heart. The person standing behind her was the head of the Law Temple, Si Ming. Li Cheng and Yi Baiming had never met each other before. Thus, it was still easy for her to beat around the bush. However, Yi Baiming had met the head of the Law Temple, Si Ming, once before. This time, she couldn't hide the truth anymore. Just when Yun Sheng was hesitating about whether she should turn around and meet the head of the Law Temple, everyone, please enter the Penglai Pavilion. Lord Head of the Law Temple, Rumo has something to discuss with you. Please go to the side and have a chat first. Ji Rumo walked over at the right time and helped Yun Sheng resolve the crisis. After Ji Rumo left, Dong Wang Ling was still a little surprised. She tugged at Yun Sheng and said, Peng Lai of Gojoseon seemed to be helping you. Did the two of you know each other? I don't know him. However, he gives me a familiar feeling. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go in first. After a while, we'll act according to the situation and think of a way to find out more about Hu Sheng. Yun Sheng shook her head. She also felt that Peng Lai of Gojoseon was helping her just now. Who exactly was he? Thank you, everyone, for your monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Since it's the weekend, let's work hard to get more tickets. Chapter 1029. When Elder Si Ming came back and saw the Regent of Great Zhou, his expression had already changed. She didn't know what Peng Lai of Gojoseon had said to him. When he saw Yun Sheng, he didn't look surprised at all. It was as if he had already forgotten what Yi Baiming looked like. The Penglai Pavilion was located on Ice Island. It was different from the Fire Island that Yun Sheng had been to earlier. This place was covered in ice and snow all year round. Even the Penglai Pavilion was built with special glazed ice tiles. There were a total of 4 floors in the pavilion. They were red, green, blue, and yellow. These 4 colors represented the 4 elements of magic. The Duqin Conference was held on the first floor of the Fire Pavilion. Compared to the other places, the Fire Pavilion was like a furnace. It was much warmer. Although the invitation letter was sent by Peng Lai of Gojoseon, Yunxing only found out after arriving at Peng Lai that the invitation letter was actually sent by the Emperor Zhao in red in the name of Peng Lai of Gojoseon. Because of this, Peng Lai of Gojoseon and the Emperor Zhao in red were still in a cold war. Yunsheng had heard of the Emperor Zhao in red of the Zhao state for a long time, but she had never had the chance to meet him. The Emperor Zhao in red had been famous for many years. He was of the same generation as Elder Si Ming of the Dharma Temple. Yunsheng originally thought that the Emperor Zhao in red was at least an old man in his twilight years. However, when the Emperor Zhao in red appeared, Yunsheng realized that Emperor Zhao in red looked like he was only in his 30s. He was much younger than Elder Siming. However, his eyebrows were clear and his face was as beautiful as jade. He was a handsome man that was hard to come by. Presumably, he had also practiced some kind of special maintenance secret technique. At the thought that this person was the culprit who had separated her family of 3 for more than 10 years, Yin Sheng could not help but feel resentful. The Empress in red was also sizing up the guests from various countries. Although he had been famous for a long time, he had rarely walked around the continent in recent years. It had only been 10 years, but the power, structure, and forces of the continent had completely changed. Apart from Arbiter of the Dharma Temple, the rest of the people present were all young geniuses. Not only were they powerful, but they also controlled the power of their respective countries. The Emperor Zhao, in red, glanced at a few of them. Later Qin's Dugu Xiao, Immortal Abode's Holy Wind King, and Zhou State's Yi Baiming, especially Yi Baiming. The Emperor Zhao, in red, subtly glanced at the Prince Regent of Zhou State. The Emperor Zhao, in red, paid attention to Yi Baiming because he was the most famous person of the younger generation in the continent in recent years. In addition, the Emperor Zhao, in red, also knew that the person imprisoned in the water prison was Zhou State's Prince Regent's consort. Yi Baiming was rumored to be extremely handsome. Seeing him today, the rumors were true. His skin was slightly dark, but his eyebrows were thick and his eyes were handsome. He had an imposing appearance. Even Ji Rumo, before his disfigurement, was comparable to him when he stood next to him. Among the people present, Elder Si Ming was the oldest. He coughed softly and said, "The Emperor Zhao, since everyone is here, you should tell everyone what the purpose of this Dutian meeting is. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. This Dutian meeting was initiated by Peng Lai of Gojoseon. I'm only participating in the meeting. The person in charge of hosting it is still Peng Lai of Gojoseon." The Emperor Zhao, in red, smiled and walked to the left side of Peng Lai of Gojoseon and sat down. The rest of the people also took their seats. I'm sure everyone still remembers that 3 years ago, part of the Dutian blood seal was damaged. The power of the blood seal weakened day by day. These days, the Dutian blood seal is even more unstable. Peng Lai of Gojoseon and Ji Rumo summoned a few of the Peng Lai summoners who were responsible for guarding the Dutian blood seal. Everyone started to discuss among themselves. Elder Si Ming nodded and said, "I've already predicted that if the blood seal collapses, the millions of people on the mainland will be in deep trouble. Then what should we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait?" Li Cheng panicked. Tang Yuan was very close to the Dutian blood realm. If the Dutian blood seal collapses, the first to suffer would be Tang Yuan. Among the big countries, Tang Yuan was the weakest. When Li Cheng heard this, his expression changed, and he looked around with a pleading look. "The only thing we can do now is to find the 8 barren artifacts as soon as possible." To be honest, one of the 8 barren artifacts, the Heavenly Fate Mirror, has always been in the temple. Elder Si Ming thought for a while and decided to tell everyone the truth. The temple had always treated the Heavenly Fate Mirror as a secret. However, now that the mainland was facing an unprecedented crisis, Elder Si Ming did not dare to keep it a secret. Legend has it that the Heavenly Fate Mirror can predict the fate of the heavens. As long as there's one divine artifact, the rest of the divine artifacts will be attracted. The mainland is saved. The vice president of the Hunters Guild felt hopeful. Elder Si Ming shook his head and said bitterly, "However, the Heavenly Fate Mirror has been damaged. In the past few years, its divine power has disappeared." Elder Si Ming was also speechless. He had also found out that the Heavenly Fate Mirror had lost its ability to predict the fate of the heavens a few years ago. Strictly speaking, it was when the Heavenly Fate Mirror failed to predict that Yunba of Zhou State would fall that a crack appeared on the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Elder Si Ming had tried to repair it many times, but it was to no avail. The 8 barren artifacts were damaged. Yun Sheng, Dong Wang Ling, and Dugu Xiao looked calm on the surface, but their hearts were in turmoil. The 3 of them had at least one or a part of the 8 barren artifacts. However, just one or a few divine artifacts were not enough to stop the 8 Baron tribes' counterattack. Elder Si Ming, I wonder if you have the heavenly fate mirror with you? Among my entourage, there's a master blacksmith from the elf tribe. Perhaps he can help, the Holy Wind King said. This was related to the safety of the mainland. If the 8 Baron tribe invaded, the immortal abode would not be able to protect itself. Therefore, this time, the Holy Wind King was willing to help repair the heavenly fate mirror. Hearing that, Elder Si Ming took out the heavenly fate mirror from his storage ring. He also guessed that the Duqian meeting this time must be related to the Duqian blood seal. Therefore, he brought the heavenly fate mirror with him. The heavenly fate mirror, one of the 8 Baron artifacts, appeared in front of everyone. The moment the heavenly fate mirror appeared, Yunsheng's expression changed slightly. In her beast language ring, the 8 Baron artifacts were very quiet and did not have any strange movements. It was Popping Sheep who told Yunsheng that the appearance of one of the 8 Baron artifacts would cause the other divine artifacts to resonate. However, if the divine artifact was stored in a magic seal or a special storage medium, it could prevent the resonance. However, the heavenly fate mirror had already been taken out, but it did not resonate at all. Could it be that the heavenly fate mirror was damaged, so it could not resonate, or this heavenly fate mirror? Other than Yunsheng, the rest of the people had already surrounded it and were clicking their tongues in wonder at the Bahuang mirror. At first glance, there was nothing special about this mirror. It was oval-shaped and half the height of a person. It was the same as a normal bronze mirror. However, when a person stood in front of it, it would not reveal a person's reflection like other shadows. The damage that Elder Si Ming was talking about was a crack on the surface of the mirror. The master blacksmith from the elf tribe had already entered. After bowing to everyone, he walked forward and checked the crack on the heavenly fate mirror. Chapter 10:30. 15 minutes later, the fairy weapon forgery master finally came to a conclusion. I'm sorry, I can't fix the crack on this mirror. Hearing that, everyone's faces were filled with disappointment. According to Divine Wind, this Grandmaster Blacksmith was already one of the top blacksmiths in the Immortal Residence Nation. If even he couldn't repair it, then there was probably no one else in the continent who could. Yunsheng looked at the mirror. She understood what the fairy weapon forgery master meant. From her point of view, the material of this mirror wasn't special, but the fire that was used to make it was special. She was probably the only person in this world who could use the fairy fire to fix this mirror. Elder Si Ming, I have a question. Why do you think that this mirror is the heavenly fate mirror? Yunsheng wanted to ask this question. There are thousands of mirrors on this continent. Why did the Dharma Temple think that this mirror was the heavenly fate mirror? Because it can predict the future. The heavenly fate mirror can predict the future of the continent and the fate of people, Elder Si Ming said confidently. In this world, the only mirror that could predict the future was the heavenly fate mirror. Has anyone predicted it before? Yunsheng asked again. Prince Regent, are you doubting the authenticity of the heavenly fate mirror? Actually, the heavenly fate mirror is a sacred item in the Dharma Temple. Not many people can see its true appearance. All these years, the only people who have seen the heavenly fate mirror are me, Wen Su, and my other disciple, Ru Yi. Other than Wen Su, the heavenly fate mirror has always been able to predict what will happen to me and Ru Yi. However, I can't go against the will of the heavens. I won't use the heavenly fate mirror so easily. Elder Si Ming still believed that it was the real heavenly fate mirror. Elder Si Ming snorted and put the heavenly fate mirror away. Both of you, let's not hurt each other's feelings. Since the heavenly fate mirror can't be fixed, let's find another way. In fact, it doesn't matter whether we can find the 8 Baron Divine artifacts or not. The Zhao state has already found a way to strengthen the Duqian blood seal, and that is, the Emperor Zhao in red was about to announce. The Emperor Zhao, bad news. The first summoner has been found severely injured and unconscious at sea. A summoner rushed in. The first summoner was the Zhao state's second only to the Emperor Zhao in red. Could it be that a spy from the Bahuang tribe had snuck in? The Emperor Zhao in red and Peng Lai of Gojoseon looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The Dutian meeting was also interrupted because of this. The Emperor Zhao, in red, invited Elder Si Ming to go with him. Peng Lai of Gojoseon apologetically told everyone that they would stay at the Peng Lai Pavilion for half a day. He had already prepared a banquet for everyone. Half a day later, when the Emperor Zhao in red returned, they would meet again. After saying that, Peng Lai of Gojoseon also hurriedly left. Yun Sheng's lips curled up into an unnoticeable smile. Yun Sheng, Lan, Dongwang Ling, and the others were waiting for this moment. The three of them looked at each other. Earlier, they had already discussed that if there was a suitable opportunity during the Dutian meeting, Lan and Dongwang Ling would cover for Yun Sheng to find a way to go to the Zhao state. Right now, in the Zhao state, the Redcoat Summoner and the First Summoner weren't in the Zhao state. This was the best time to enter the Zhao state. Prince Regent, wait. I have something to ask you. Just when Yun Sheng was about to leave, Duguxiu walked up to them. His face was dark as he stared at Yun Sheng fiercely. Duguxiu, I don't think we have anything to talk about. Yun Sheng was on guard. You killed Qi Bai. Duguxiu opened his mouth and questioned Yun Sheng about Qi Bai's death. Madame Qi Bai is dead? Yun Sheng was surprised. She really didn't know about this. When did this happen? Yun Sheng already had some doubts in her heart. Just a few days ago, she and my soldiers went to the Peng Lai Sea to meet the left minister of the eastern capital. On the surface, it looked like they were hit by a hurricane. Don't pretend anymore. In the Peng Lai Sea, there are only a few people with that kind of strength, Duguxiu said coldly. Duguxiu also asked around. During the few days when Madame Qi Bai died, Yun Sheng disappeared. Even the people from the Great Zhou Embassy didn't see her. All the signs pointed to Yun Sheng killing Qi Bai. A few days ago, Yun Sheng was in seclusion. She didn't know anything about Madame Qi Bai's death. If it's related to the left minister of the eastern capital, could it be Yun Sheng secretly looked at Dongwang Ling? She saw that Dongwang Ling was staring at Duguxiu with a hateful gaze. That gaze made Yun Sheng shudder. Could it be Ling? With Ling, and Gu Feng's strength, logically speaking, they shouldn't be a match for Madame Qi Bai and the people from the later Qin. Could it be that there is something else going on? Recalling Gu Feng's expression, Yun Sheng understood. It seemed that she needed to have a chat with Ling. Yun Sheng still remembered that when she was in the mainland's magic elite camp, Dongwang Ling used extreme methods in order to become the disciple of a dark gold rank teacher. She was afraid that Dongwang Ling would go down the wrong path in order to take revenge. Calculating the time, the day Madame Qi Bai died was the day Gu Feng and Ling arrived. If Duguxiu knew that Madame Qi Bai was killed by Ling and Ling he would probably turn hostile on the spot. I was the one who killed her. Could it be that you want to take action here? Yun Sheng raised her eyebrows. You. Yun Sheng, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because I like you. Duguxiu originally thought that Yun Sheng would defend herself. Who would have thought that this woman didn't even bother to defend herself? Duguxiu, this prince will return those words to you. This is Peng Lai, not later Qin. What is your intention for pestering the regent of Great Zhou? Divine Wind walked forward and stood between Yun Sheng and Duguxiu. Get lost, Divine Wind. This is none of your business. Duguxiu's face darkened. Duguxiu, her business is my business. Didn't you always want to compete with this prince? Since everyone is here today, if you aren't weak, then let's compete. If you lose, you're not allowed to pester her in the future. Divine Wind also didn't give in. Let's compete. Duguxiu already didn't like Divine Wind. The three of them formed a triangle, and the atmosphere in the surroundings was strange. Hey, what's going on? Tang Yuan and Li Cheng were puzzled. Why did they feel that the atmosphere between the three men was strange? No matter how they looked at it, it was as if two men were fighting over a woman. However, the one standing in the middle was obviously Zhou State's Bai Mingwang. Could it be? Li Cheng shuddered. On the mainland, some men had special tastes. They didn't like men, but they liked women. Duguxiu refused to appoint an empress, and the Divine Wind King still hadn't married. Although the regent of Great Zhou was married, It was as if he hadn't. Could it be that these three people actually had that kind of relationship? He looked at the three of them. The regent of Great Zhou wasn't short, but compared to the tall divine wind and Duguxiu, he looked very petite. While Li Cheng was still fantasizing, the divine wind king and Duguxiu had already started fighting. Chapter 10:31. Oh no, they're really fighting. Shun Feng and Duguxiu were fighting in the sky above the Penglai Pavilion. Everyone's attention was attracted, and no one noticed that Yun Sheng had sneaked out. Looking at the sky, Yun Sheng saw divine wind nimbly using its movement technique to dodge Duguxiu's biting cold attack. She heaved a sigh of relief. Shun Feng and Duguxiu were equally matched in strength, so he was the best candidate to stall Duguxiu. Fortunately, she had the foresight to talk to Shun Feng. Otherwise, she would have been entangled with Duguxiu. The Emperor Zhao in red and the others had not returned yet. Needless to say, Yunsheng also knew what had happened. It seemed that the spy who had harassed the master of Molten Flame had revealed his true identity. Who would have thought that the Zhao state's first summoner was actually a spy from the Bahuang tribe? As soon as Yunsheng left the Penglai Pavilion, she used a disguise spell to change her appearance and became Yin Yun again. It was only a few miles from Ice Island to Fire Island. When Yun Sheng entered Fire Island, she showed the token that the seventh summoner had given her. The guards did not ask any questions and let her in. As she walked past, Yun Sheng heard the guards talking about the first summoner's injury. Yun Sheng had just walked a few steps when a person suddenly appeared in front of her. When that person saw Yun Sheng, he was very excited. "Master Yin Yun, you finally appeared. I've been looking for you so hard." The seventh summoner was pleasantly surprised. In the past few days, he had almost turned the entire Penglai Island upside down, but he still could not find Yin Yun. Just when he thought that Yin Yun had left Penglai, Yin Yun suddenly appeared. "What bad luck!" Yin Sheng forced a smile. "Seventh Lord, I'm really sorry. I had some urgent matters to attend to, so I left for a few days. I was just about to look for you." Yin Sheng could only find a random excuse. "It doesn't matter. As long as Master Yin Yun can come back, it's fine." "All right, I have something urgent to attend to right now, so I can't call Great Master. I'll go look for Great Master later." The seventh main caller was in a hurry. He had just received news that the first main caller was injured. At this moment, he was rushing to the area where the incident happened. Coincidentally, he bumped into Yun Sheng. "Then let's not delay Seventh Lord any longer. Seventh Lord, do you remember that I mentioned earlier that I have an acquaintance in the Zhao state? I only found out a few days ago that he's a jailer in the Zhao state's water prison. May I know where the water prison is?" Yin Sheng sneered in her heart. The first summoner was probably not far from death. Just let the Zhao state do whatever they want. The water prison is right below the Zhao state. However, it's an important place in the Zhao state. Normal people can't enter it. Here's my warrant. Great Master, use it as you wish. Return it to me when you see your acquaintance. The seventh main caller was bent on sucking up to Yin Yun. He didn't suspect Yun Sheng's motive and gave his warrant to Yun Sheng. It was really nothing. Yun Sheng expressed her gratitude a few more times before parting ways with the seventh summoner. The seventh main caller didn't stop and rushed to the area where the first main caller was injured. On the sea, there was already an empty ship anchored. On the empty ship, including Elder Si Ming, Penglai of Gojoseon, and the Emperor Zhao in red were all gathered around the first main caller. When Elder Si Ming arrived, he realized that the first main caller's condition was much worse than he thought. His forelimbs were all chopped off. The first summoner's life is not in danger, but I'm afraid his limbs are going to be crippled. After Elder Si Ming checked, he used some magic healing and some magic potions. The first summoner's eyelids twitched before he woke up. "First main caller, what happened?" The Emperor Zhao, in red, had worked with the first main caller for many years. He was very clear about the first main caller's strength. Judging from the first main caller's injuries, he must have been ambushed by the enemy. The first main caller didn't know what to say. He could only use a few words to describe his current mood. It was really fucking annoying. The first main caller was indeed a spy from the Bahuang tribe. However, he was different from Madame Chi Bai and the others. He came to the Bahuang continent as a spy many years before Madame Chi Bai and the others. He didn't belong to the Bahuang tribe. Instead, he came from the highest authority of the Bahuang tribe, the beast god Altar. The first main caller was a priest from the beast god Altar. As he was proficient in the art of summoning, he was sent to the Boundless Continent and infiltrated the Zao state. In the past few decades, he was cautious and cautious. Finally, he became a core figure in the Zao state. He also tried his best to find out the location of the volcano seal. After 10 years, he gained the trust of the guardian of the volcano seal, the master of molten flame. Finally, he found a way to destroy the volcano seal. In fact, the first main caller had the chance to completely destroy the volcano seal. However, he didn't find the right opportunity. This was a rare occasion when the Dutian conference was held in Penglai. The first main caller wanted to capture the leaders of the top forces in the continent in one fell swoop. Not long after the people from the top forces entered the Penglai pavilion, the first main caller couldn't wait to dive into the deep sea. Just like the previous few times, he repeated the same trick. He wanted to give the volcano seal the most fatal blow. The first main caller also expected that after decades of constant harassment and destruction, the master of molten flame and the seal were very weak. However, just as he was about to transform into a shark man and approach the volcano seal, a strange scene happened. His hands and feet were suddenly entangled by a large number of tentacles. A dark king anemone tentacle suddenly appeared in the water. At the same time, a thunderous roar came from the volcano seal. The master of molten flame, who was supposed to be powerless, appeared on the seal. The Fire Lord's figure was dozens of meters tall. He had recovered his strength when they first met. The first main caller panicked. He immediately understood that he had been ambushed. The Fire Lord's anger caused the entire sea to tumble. Under the pincer attack of the Fire Lord and the King Anemone Tentacle, the first main caller had no choice but to cut off his own limbs at the last moment. Then, he used the magic item on his body to barely save his life. In the face of the Emperor Zao, in Red's interrogation, the first main caller couldn't say a word. He could only nod his head vaguely. This is too much. The people of the Bahuang tribe must be trying to save the woman in the water prison. There's no time to lose. Let's return to the Zao state immediately. I will use the blood of that lowly celestial fox people woman to avenge the first main caller. The Emperor Zao, in red, was furious. These people from the Bahuang tribe were too much. They dared to break into Penglai and commit murder. Wait, first main caller, why did you enter the sea? Penglai of Gojoseon, who had been standing beside him, suddenly asked. The first main caller was shocked. He didn't know how to explain. Also, Rumo has some knowledge of medicine. Looking at the first main caller's injuries, it seems to have been caused by him severing his own 4 limbs in order to escape. G. Rumo's words made the first main caller's complexion turn even paler. Chapter 1032. When Penglai of Gojoseon and G. Rumo asked this question, the others on the ship also felt that it was a little strange. Especially the Emperor Zao in red. He was already looking at the first summoner's wound suspiciously. The first summoner's wound did not look like it could be cut by an external force. The Dutian meeting was a once-in-a-century event in Penglai. The Emperor Zao in red attached great importance to this meeting because of the gathering of the leaders of the major forces. He ordered a few summoners to be in charge of guarding various important positions in the Zao state. Thinking back, this Dutian meeting was also suggested by the first summoner, the Emperor Zao, in red. Today, before the meeting, the first summoner even requested to be in charge of guarding the Zao state. However, he left his post without permission and suddenly appeared in the Penglai Sea. The whole thing sounded very suspicious. First summoner, Penglai of Gojoseon is right. You shouldn't be here. Tell me, what is going on? The red-clothed summoner looked serious. Because he is a spy. He is trying to break the seal of the volcano. An unfamiliar, majestic voice came from the sea. When the voice came, the sea that was originally calm began to boil. It was as if it had turned into lava in an instant. Plop! The bottom of the sea churned as if a volcano was erupting. The whole ship started to shake. Flames soared into the sky. Within the flames, a fire venerable that was dozens of meters tall appeared. His entire body was composed of lava and black tortoise. He had a head and a face like a stone giant. He floated in the air above the airship. The master of molten flame stared at the first summoner angrily. In a muffled voice, he told the first summoner about all the good things he had done in the past few decades. This was the guardian beast of the volcano on the Fire Island. He did not expect it to be a fire lord in human form. The Emperor Zao in Red's expression changed. He did not expect the volcano seal on the Fire Island to be hidden in the deep sea. What was even more unexpected was that the number one summoner he had always trusted was actually a spy. The Emperor Zao in Red's eyes turned cold when he thought about how the volcano seal was almost destroyed, how the extinct volcano almost erupted, and how the Punlai Islands were almost annihilated. He snorted coldly, and a red light flashed across the unknown demon beast's soul stone on the Emperor Zao's ring on his right hand. As soon as the flame venerable appeared, the first summoner knew that he could no longer hide the matter. He decided not to quibble anymore. Since you've seen through it, I have nothing to say. Fire Supremacy, I only have one question for you. You were clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. So how did you recover so quickly? The first summoner did not panic. Dozens of years of hibernation, just when the great plan was about to succeed, it was destroyed in a single day. The first summoner looked calm, but the anger and unwillingness in his heart were like lava in the sea, churning endlessly. Right now, he only wanted to know who was the one who made things difficult for him and forced him to such a state. He thought that he had concealed it well. Even the shrewd Jirumo and the Emperor Zao in Red were kept in the dark by him. Cunning Murloc, do you think that I will fall for it again? I will never reveal the identity of my new master. The master of Molten Flame did not fall for it this time. However, he was implying that his recovery had something to do with his new master. With the help of the Vermilion Bird Totem, the master of Molten Flame had recovered 70 to 80% of his strength. His current strength was slightly stronger than that of the Dark Devil Plant King Anemone. His aura was enough to intimidate most of the mages and warriors. The other party was able to make a powerhouse like the master of Molten Flame bow down to him. One could only imagine his strength. The Emperor Zao, in Red's eyes lit up. The volcano seal was personally created by the Emperor Zao, in Red. It was rumored that only the person who had the summoning demon hand could repair the volcano seal. Could it be that the summoning demon hand that had been missing for a long time had appeared again? First summoner, on account of your many years of service to the Zao state, if you do not resist, I can spare your life. The Emperor Zao, in Red, glared at him angrily. The Emperor Zao in Red, let me tell you, don't even think about getting a single word out of me. The first summoner's severely injured body suddenly emitted an icy blue magic power. The Emperor Zao in Red and the others saw that the situation was not right and quickly retreated from the ship. Not good. Leave the ship immediately. Boom. A loud sound was heard. The first summoner's body exploded and turned into dust. The entire empty ship was destroyed in an instant. When the explosion was heard, the first summoner's voice was still ringing in everyone's ears. Just you wait, humans. When the 8 wilderness beast god returns to the boundless land, you will all pay with your blood. The beast god alters soul explosion spell. I didn't expect the first summoner to come from the core of the 8 wilderness tribe, the beast god alter. Elder Si Ming was speechless. Different from the distribution of power in the boundless land, the 8 wilderness tribe was located in the 8 wilderness continent. Other than the tribe leaders of the 8 wilderness tribes, there was another existence that was above the 8 wilderness tribe leaders. That was the 8 wilderness beast god altar. It was rumored that the 8 wilderness beast god altar was formed by 8 beast god priests. These 8 beast god priests were proficient in all kinds of ancient witchcraft spells. The soul explosion spell was one of the special spells of the beast god altar. It used a magician's magic soul or a warrior's martial soul to ignite and explode in an instant. The power of the explosion was shocking. The first summoner's hands and feet were crippled, so everyone let down their guard. If they did not dodge in time, they would have been severely injured even if they did not die. What happened? The Emperor Zao read. What kind of monster is that? The seventh summoner had just arrived with a few summoners. He did not see the first summoner explode. He only saw the master of molten flame, who was like a mirage. Don't be rude. This is the guardian of the volcano, the master of molten flame. The Emperor Zao, in red, reprimanded. The master of molten flame was the guardian of the volcano seal, which was equivalent to the guardian of Penglai. His status and identity were so high that even the redcoat summoners had to avoid him. Ignorant humans, I don't want to have anything to do with you. The master of molten flame had taken his revenge, so he could not be bothered with the people of the Zao state. A fiery figure dived into the sea. The lava on the surface of the sea disappeared, and the sea became calm again. A large number of wreckages of empty ships were floating on the surface of the sea. Seventh summoner, why are you here? I didn't ask you to replace the first summoner to guard the Zao state. The Emperor Zao in red was depressed. Other than the three of them, everyone on the empty ship had died in the explosion. The Emperor Zao, didn't you ask the guard to tell me to come find you? The seventh summoner was supposed to replace the first summoner to guard the Zao state. However, a guard suddenly told him that the Emperor Zao in red had ordered him to immediately bring people to support the first summoner. Chapter 1033. I did not order anyone to look for you. The Emperor Zao in red was fuming with anger. Needless to say, the seventh summoner had been lured away. I want to ask you something. Did you see anything unusual on your way here? The Emperor Zao in red wanted to kill the seventh summoner with one blow. Nothing unusual. If you want to talk about something, it's just that I met Yin on my way here. She's one of us, the seventh summoner said suspiciously. Who is Yin? The Emperor Zao in red asked. She is a husbandry summoner that this subordinate recently hired from the summoning center. Her abilities are outstanding, and she is a holy beast husbandry master. The seventh lord could no longer hide the fact that he had been summoned, so he had no choice but to reveal everything. The seventh summoner thought that the Emperor Zao would be happy that he had found a sacred beast tamer. Idiot, you don't even know that you've been tricked. That Yin is the accomplice of the person who lured us away. Her target must be the Zao state's water prison. The Emperor Zao in red was not happy at all. He even scolded the seventh summoner. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Furthermore, the Emperor Zao in red had never heard of a sacred beast tamer in this world. If he guessed correctly, the sacred beast tamer Yin must be the new master of the demon hand. The Emperor Zao, I didn't know anything about this, the seventh summoner said with a sad face. Oomph. Did they think that they could save someone just like that? The water prison is not that easy to break into. The Emperor Zao in red had a strange smile on his face. The Emperor Zao in red? Don't tell me you still have a trick up your sleeve? The seventh summoner's face lit up. If anything happened to the water prison because of his stupidity, the Emperor Zao would not let him off the hook. I knew that something would happen in the next few days, and I've already ordered the ninth overseer to stand guard there. If someone really wanted to break into the prison, what awaited them was a lesson worse than death. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Junior Brother, the Emperor Zao in red said and nodded at Elder Siming. Junior Brother? The seventh summoner felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Could it be that the Emperor Zao in red and Elder Siming of the temple were actually fellow disciples? Senior Martial Brother, you're exaggerating. I only divined that a disaster would befall the Zao state. At first, I thought it was just a groundless fear. But now, it seems like the first summoner has betrayed us, and the Zao state is being attacked. A disaster is imminent. Senior Brother, how do you plan to deal with it? Chang Si-Ming asked worriedly. The Dharma Temple and the Zao state were one and the same. There were countless connections between the two, but very few people knew about this secret. In the past, the Emperor Zhao in red and Elder Si Ming of the temple were both orphans adopted by the Zhao state. However, Elder Si Ming couldn't summon any beasts, so he was bullied in the Zhao state. Thanks to Ji Rumo's help, Elder Si Ming left the Zhao state and joined the Dharma Temple. He hid in the Dharma Temple for a few decades and finally became the Elder Si Ming of the Dharma Temple with his outstanding prediction ability. All these years, Elder Si Ming had been in contact with the Dharma Temple. A while ago, Elder Si Ming observed the sky at night and discovered that the world was about to change. The direction indicated that the change was in the Zhao state. He roughly guessed that the change would happen on the day of the Dutian conference, so he quickly informed the Emperor Zhao in red. That was why the Emperor Zhao in red had taken precautions. Follow the original plan. You and I will split into two groups. I will kill the invaders, and Junior Brother, please lead the people from the Dharma Temple to carry out the blood sacrifice earlier. The Emperor Zhao in red waved his hand, and everyone flew towards the Fire Island like a meteor. The Penglai of Gojoseon and Ji Rumo stood in the air above the sea. His expression was unreadable under his jade-like mask. The moment the first summoner's soul self-destructed, a man in a red cloak in the beast god altar of the Ba Huang tribe was alerted. He was hidden under the cloak, and his face was blurred. However, his body exuded a wild aura, and there was a sense of urgency in the air, as if a storm was coming. A woman in a similar cloak walked in. Big Brother, the 8th priest. Old 8 has fallen, damn humans. Under the cloak, only a pair of beastly eyes could be seen. The first summoner was the highest-ranked person sent out by the Ba Huang continent. Before he sneaked into the Boundless continent, he was the 8th priest of the beast god altar. His existence was unknown to the other tribes of the Ba Huang continent. The 8 priests of the beast god altar were as close as brothers. When the first summoner used the soul explosion technique, he was prepared to die together with the enemy. At the same time, he used the last of his strength to use his life as a signal to inform the other priests. We must avenge the 8th priest. Order the 8 main tribes to gather their forces and attack the Dutian blood seal. Yes, High Priest. The beast soul explosion technique was a suicidal technique, and, at the same time, a special technique to warn others. The death of the first main summoner had completely infuriated beast god altar. The 8 wastelands continent instantly became turbulent. The 8 great tribes gathered their people in half a day and charged towards Bloody Sky, Metropolis Jia. After a few thousand years, the conflict between the Boundless Continent and the Ba Huang continent erupted once again. This time, the crisis had an impact on Yin Sheng. She did not expect this. Before she planned to kill the first summoner, Yin Sheng did not know that the first summoner was from the beast god altar. She also did not know that the Dharma Temple and the Zhao state had formed an alliance. After receiving the 7th summoner's order, Yin Sheng went to the Zhao state's water prison. After showing the order token, she entered the water prison smoothly. After entering the water prison, Yin Sheng realized that the water prison was very big and was divided into many levels. For a moment, Yin Sheng did not know why her father wanted her to go to the water prison. Just as Yin Sheng was searching, a familiar voice called out to her. Yin Sheng was alerted and gripped the magic scepter in her hand tightly. Yin Sheng heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the familiar voice behind her. Father! Yin Sheng turned around. It was his daughter's voice, but why did she look like? Yin Songhai also took off his mask and revealed his face. The father and daughter had not seen each other for many years. Who would have thought that they would meet again in the Zhao state's water prison after parting at the Jade capital? Shinger, what happened to you? Where is Yi Baiming? Yin Songhai looked at his daughter from head to toe. Yin Sheng was still dressed as Yin Yin. Yin Songhai recognized Yin Sheng because of the tacit understanding between the father and daughter. Now that she was in the water prison, the Emperor Zhao in red and the others could come back at any time. Time was of the essence, so Yin Sheng could not explain more to Yin Songhai. Yin Sheng immediately thought, Father, I will tell you more about this another day. Have you heard of a woman named Hu Sheng in the past few years in Penglai? She is the saintess of the celestial fox people. She was captured by the Zhao state a long time ago. She looks like me and is easy to recognize. Chapter 1034. Yun Sheng saw that her father was wearing a prison guard's uniform. She guessed that after her father left Tianyi City, he must have been lurking in Penglai for the past few years. She just didn't know if he and her mother had met. Sheng-er, I asked you to come to the water dungeon to tell you that the woman named Hu Sheng is imprisoned in the water dungeon. Moreover, she was caught by your mother and the second lord. The person they wanted to catch was originally you, but because she looked like you, she was caught by mistake. I should have told you this long ago, but I was worried about your safety, so I didn't tell you. Yun Songhai looked remorseful. It's true. Hu Sheng was caught because of me. Father, you're too muddle-headed. After Yun Sheng learned the truth, she felt even more guilty for Hu Sheng. You'd better go and see that girl. She's very haggard these days and doesn't want to eat. No matter how I persuade her, it's useless. Yun Songhai looked at Hu Sheng's appearance and felt sad. Hu Sheng and Yun Sheng looked exactly the same, but Hu Sheng's temperament was very different from his daughter's. What kind of past did that child experience to make her look like she had nothing to live for? Father, I don't blame you. Take me to see her. Yun Sheng could understand her father's thoughts. As a parent, he would not hesitate to turn into an evil spirit for his children. However, Hu Jiuxing pretended not to know and made the best of it. She caught Hu Sheng to take the blame. Did this mean that in Hu Jiuxing's heart, she still cared about her biological relationship with her daughter? Yun Sheng and Yun Songhai immediately found the cell where Hu Sheng was. The conditions of the cell were very poor. The wounds on Hu Sheng's hands and feet were festering. Yun Sheng saw this and became even more resentful. What a Zhao state! How could they use such a heavy punishment on a weak woman? Hu Sheng, we're here to save you. Yun Sheng called out softly. In the cell, Hu Sheng did not move. Perhaps it was because she had not eaten for a long time. Hu Sheng seemed to have fainted. She lay on the ground motionlessly, her long black hair covering her face. There were streaks of blood on her prison clothes, and a rat scurried past her. Yun Sheng did not give him a chance to explain. Her magic scepter flashed, and a bolt of lightning struck the prison cell's chains. The chains broke, and Yun Sheng kicked open the cell door. She was just about to open the cell door, walk in, and help Hu Sheng up. The moment Yun Sheng leaned over, her eyebrows twitched as if she had sensed something. With an unprecedented sense of crisis, Yun Sheng subconsciously used her demon steps. Just as she took a step forward, the biting cold wind blade brushed past her face. There was a burning pain on her face, and a red scar appeared on her face. Sheng-er, be careful. Yun Songhai realized that the person in the cell was not Hu Sheng. The woman who had been crawling on the ground stood up and tore off the wig on her head and the prison clothes on her body. Because of the woman's appearance, the dim prison cell suddenly brightened up a little. It was a face so beautiful that it made people tremble. Even if there was no smile on the woman's face, she was still as beautiful as a blooming rose. Her beautiful eyes were dazzling, and there was a hint of beauty in her charm. The ninth lord of the Zhao state, summoner Hu Jiuxing. At the same time, many summoners suddenly barged into the originally empty prison cell. The real Hu Sheng's limbs were shackled. She was escorted out by 2 summoners. Yin Sheng, why are you here? You shouldn't have come. Hu Sheng was agitated and wanted to walk over, but he was restrained by the 2 summoners and couldn't move. The Hu Sheng in the cell was actually Hu Jiuxing in disguise. Yin Songhai, how can you do this to Sheng-er? She's our daughter. Yin Songhai was furious. He didn't expect that Hu Jiuxing would actually be hiding in the dark. Father, don't say anything more. Mother is a little strange. Yin Sheng was keenly aware that Hu Jiuxing was a little different from the last time she saw her. Today, her face was as cold as ice. Set off by her silver-white hair, her red lips were as red as blood, and her eyes were filled with bloodthirsty, murderous intent. It was as if she didn't recognize Yun Sheng and Yun Songhai at all. This Hu Jiuxing was not the Hu Jiuxing that Yun Sheng and Yun Songhai had met earlier. Her entire person was shrouded in a murderous aura, like a bloody Rakshasa from hell. Those who trespass into the water prison will be killed without mercy. Hu Jiuxing's lips burst out a sentence. These words caused the hearts of Yun Sheng and Yun Songhai to tremble. Her eyes were cold and emotionless as she looked at Yun Sheng and Yun Songhai. She was now like a killing machine. This morning, the Emperor Zhao in red called her over. After she came back, she couldn't remember anything. In her mind, only this sentence was repeated over and over again. Yun Sheng and Yun Songhai in front of her were strangers to her. Yun Songhai gritted his teeth and quickly scanned the surroundings. Sheng, I'll be in charge of delaying your mother. You take Hu Sheng and leave immediately. Yun Songhai knew that he had fallen into the Emperor Zhao in Red's trap. Time was tight. If he didn't let his daughter escape quickly, Yun Sheng and Hu Sheng would both be in danger once the Emperor Zhao in Red returned. Yun Songhai was well aware of Yun Sheng's strength. Other than Hu Jiuxing, the other summoners were no match for Yun Sheng. No, father. Take Hu Sheng and leave. Leave mother to me. Yun Sheng shook her head. Her mother, Hu Jiuxing, was a summoner. Yun Sheng had seen her strength a long time ago. Now that she had lost her humanity, she was too dangerous. Yun Sheng was afraid that she would do something that she would regret for the rest of her life. There's no need to refuse. Both of you have to stay. Hu Jiuxing sneered and raised her hand. Space-time prohibition. She chanted. Gray magical waves gushed out from the magic scepter in her hand. In an instant, Yun Sheng and Yun Songhai felt their bodies become sluggish. They couldn't move. Just as the space-time prohibition was about to take effect, a green fog suddenly filled the cell. The poisonous fog caught the summoners of the Zhao state off guard. It was Abandon's poisonous fog. Yun Sheng's hands and feet immediately regained their freedom. She took out a few elixirs that she had prepared beforehand and had her father, Hu Sheng, and the others take them immediately. Yun Sheng, we're here to help you. Just then, Abandon and Goofing rushed in. Before the Duqing conference, Yun Sheng had already discussed with Abandon and Gufeng. They had already sneaked into the Zhao state and hid in the water prison. When Hu Sheng saw Abandon, his eyes lit up. You too. Escort Hu Sheng out of here first. Father and I will meet up with him. Yun Sheng and her father looked at each other. They both knew that today was the best chance to take Hu Jiuxing away. If they missed this chance, they might not have another chance in the future. The next few chapters were the most difficult to write. It was very difficult to write. Let Big Fuzi sort it out first. Ta. Chapter 1035. She hesitated for a moment and looked at Yun Sheng worriedly. After receiving the latter's encouraging gaze, he gritted his teeth and rushed out of the cell, with Gu Feng supporting Hu Sheng. Leave him behind. Hu Jiuxing immediately took a pill. When the poisonous fog in the cell dissipated, she saw that Hu Sheng was long gone. She immediately flew into a rage. Her murderous aura was dense. She jumped a few times like a hungry wolf pouncing on a tiger, wanting to chase after Qi and Gu Feng. Father, I'll leave the others to you. I'll deal with mother. Yun Sheng said as she rushed towards Hu Jiuxing like a swift and fierce falcon. Yun Sheng had the night demon footwork and the blessing of the wind spirit. Her movement technique was very agile. She was extremely fast and rushed all the way. Suddenly, she blocked Hu Jiuxing. As she rushed, rows of dark thorns rose from the ground and formed a thorny barrier, blocking Hu Jiuxing's path. Do you think you could trap me with such petty tricks? Hu Jiuxing's gaze turned sharp. Break! Between her slender fingers, there was a whistling sound. It was as if a golden spear or an iron sword had slashed through the dark thorns. The dark brambles were instantly cut into several pieces as if they were rice being cut. But just as Hu Jiuxing broke the dark thorns attack, space-time prohibition, Yun Sheng had already cast her next spell. Yun Sheng had seen Hu Jiuxing's magic before. She knew that ordinary magic would not be able to stop Hu Jiuxing. Before Hu Jiuxing could react, her body was petrified and could not move. She did not expect that Yunsheng would also know space-time, forbidden magic. Unlike 3 or 4 years ago, Yunsheng was no longer a master magician who had just learned the forbidden magic. Now, her space-time prohibition could last for about 15 minutes. In this 15 minutes, Qi and Hu Sheng had enough time to escape from the Zhao state. At the same time, many summoners who were lying in ambush outside the water prison rushed in. Most of them had summoned beasts with them. The magic scepters in their hands flashed with dazzling magic light. Yin Songhai watched as Yun Sheng blocked Hu Jiuxing and faced the group of summoners. The summoners and beasts formed a circle inside and outside. Each of them looked fierce. After getting into an attacking formation, they rushed towards Yun Songhai. Yin Songhai raised his magic scepter high. On top of the scepter, 6 magic soul stones suddenly lit up. Yin Songhai's figure was tall and imposing. At this moment, the soul stone on the magic staff in his hand was like fresh blood. This scene was so familiar to Yunsheng. 18 years ago, when she transmigrated into the body of a newborn baby, her father, Yin Songhai, also used a similar magic. But this time, her father's cultivation, burning hell slash. In the dim dungeon, countless flames surged towards Yun Songhai. The twisting and churning flames quickly turned into a huge flaming sword. Yun Songhai brandished the raging inferno demonic blade in his hand. Wherever the blade passed, it drew out streaks of indestructible flames. When those summoners and magical beasts touched those flames, they let out miserable cries. There was a burnt smell in the air, like that of roasted meat. Screams and cries filled the air. In an instant, the dungeon seemed to have become a purgatory on earth. Yin Songhai's flames were powerful, but they were no threat to Yun Sheng, who had the hellfire of the elves. Yun Sheng's eyes lit up when she saw that her father was unstoppable. She could see clearly that her father's cultivation had improved a lot compared to when he was in the Jade Capital. 6 soul stones. Yin Sheng was overjoyed. She knew that her father, Yin Songhai, had also broken through in the past few years. Before Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming appeared, Yin Songhai was considered one of the few magical geniuses in Zhou State. If he had not been persecuted by the Zhou State, his achievements would not have stopped at where he was today. When Yun Sheng first came to the Boundless Land, Yin Songhai was a sky magician. He was only in his 20s at that time. But because of the strange poison in his body, Yin Songhai's magical cultivation had been declining for a long time. The stage from a sky magician to a sanctuary guardian king was a threshold for countless magicians in the mainland. Some people could not even break through in their lifetime. Yin Songhai originally thought that he had no hope of becoming a sanctuary guardian king in this lifetime. But he did not expect that his daughter, Yin Sheng, would actually be able to find the spring of life. After the spring of life removed the beast blood curse on Yin Songhai's body, not only did it remove the poison in Yin Songhai's body, but also directly evolved Yin Songhai's Dharma soul. 2 years ago, it even allowed Yin Songhai to break through from a sky magician to a sanctuary guardian king. Yin Songhai could be considered to have profited from a disaster. Jiuxing, no matter what you become, you are still my wife. Yin Songhai's gaze was extremely determined. He stared at Hu Jiuxing with a burning gaze as if he wanted to see through her. That's right, mother. Our family of 3 will always be together. Father, and I will never give up on you. Yin Sheng also said resolutely. Hu Jiuxing only felt a surge of heat in her throat. Something flashed in her mind. There was once a man who solemnly told her that he would take care of her for the rest of her life. Some images in her mind became clearer and clearer. Jiuxing, I, Yin Songhai, swear that I will take care of you and our child for the rest of my life. If you give birth to a son, call him Yun Sheng. If you give birth to a daughter, call her Yin Songhai. The man's handsome face was full of anticipation. Yin Songhai, Yun Sheng, they were his family. Father, mother seems to have thought of something. Yin Sheng saw that Hu Sheng's appearance was a little different. "Shenger, what are you going to do?" Yin Songhai was still a little wary. "Don't worry, father. I have a way to control mother." Yin Sheng had seen similar symptoms before. At this time, Hu Jiuxing was like a patient with schizophrenia. There should be two personalities in her heart now. One was the personality of Hu Jiuxing that had not yet disappeared, and the other was the personality that was controlled by the Emperor Zhao in Red's heart crystal. These two personalities were constantly mixing, making Hu Jiuxing unable to distinguish which one was the real her. On one hand, she wanted to reunite with Yun Sheng and Yin Songhai, but on the other hand, she was under the control of the Emperor Zhao in Red, and it was difficult for her to control herself. What Yin Sheng wanted to do now was to boldly give a try. Yin Sheng wanted to use the Celestial Fox clan's corpse puppet technique to try and control her mother, Hu Jiuxing. If she could make the power of the corpse puppet technique surpass that of the heart crystal, then her mother would be able to break free from the Emperor Zhao in Red's control. Yin Sheng removed the space-time restriction and walked step by step towards Hu Jiuxing. Hu Jiuxing, who was immersed in her memories, did not show any repulsion towards Yin Sheng's approach. "Mother, look at me." Yin Sheng's voice was like a feather, softly falling into Hu Jiuxing's ears. Hu Jiuxing was at a loss. She raised her head and looked at Yin Sheng. Chapter 1036. The corpse puppet technique was the witchcraft of the Celestial Fox people that Yin Sheng had learned after entering the Celestial Fox tomb. It was the witchcraft that the Celestial Fox people was most proficient in. At first glance, the corpse puppet technique didn't sound very powerful. It wasn't a magic spell or a battle technique. However, only those who had learned the corpse puppet technique would know how terrifying the corpse puppet technique was. The corpse puppet technique was divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages. They corresponded to the 3 stages of proficiency, and expertise. Proficiency allowed one to control ordinary people. The learning time was about 1 to 5 years. Proficiency allowed one to control people or magical beasts that were weaker than oneself. The learning time was about 5 to 20 years. Only proficiency allowed one to surpass one's level and control people that were equal to or stronger than oneself. To reach the level of expertise required at least 20 years of cultivation. According to the stone tablet in the Celestial Fox tomb, Hu Yin was proficient in the corpse puppet technique. She had even used the corpse puppet technique to instantly kill a martial emperor. Yin Sheng had only learned the corpse puppet technique for less than 5 years. However, when she was cultivating, she accidentally discovered that the corpse puppet technique was unexpectedly compatible with the Yin family Shinongai. Cultivating the two as one allowed her to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Therefore, even though Yin Sheng had only learned the corpse puppet technique for less than 5 years, she had already reached proficiency in it. However, even though she had reached proficiency, Yin Sheng could only use the corpse puppet technique to control warriors or magicians that were weaker than herself. Furthermore, she couldn't maintain the technique for more than 6 hours. Previously, Yin Sheng had indeed used the technique a few times and it was very effective. However, those targets were only average warriors or magicians. However, it was different this time. Yin Sheng was going to use the corpse puppet technique on her own mother. As the 9th summoner of the Zhao state, Hu Jiuxing was much stronger than the 7th summoner that Yin Sheng had previously fought. Her cultivation was also slightly higher than Yin Sheng's. Yin Sheng didn't know how effective the corpse puppet technique would be on her. Yin Sheng's ethereal voice fell into Hu Jiuxing's ears, giving her the illusion that she was in the clouds. "Mother, I'm Yin Sheng. Father and I are here to find you. Let's go home together," Yin Sheng whispered as if she was coaxing child. "No, my home is in the Zhao state." Hu Jiuxing shook her head. She was like a lost child. "The Zhao state is not your home. It was the Emperor Zhao in Red who used his heart to control you." Yin Sheng was not discouraged and continued to guide her patiently. Yin Songhai was also anxious as he stared at his wife. He wanted to go forward, but he was afraid that he would scare Hu Jiuxing, so he could only wait anxiously at the side. Jiu Sheng, what are you hesitating for? Kill these people. Just as Yun Sheng's corpse puppet technique was getting better, the Emperor Zhao, in red, suddenly appeared in the dungeon. Seeing Hu Jiuxing's appearance, the Emperor Zhao in red was terrified. He took out a heart crystal. Seeing the heart crystal, Hu Jiuxing, who had lost her ability to resist, suddenly had her eyes turn red. Mother, look at me. Don't worry about the heart crystal. I know you recognize me and Father. Wake up. For the past 10 years, Father and I have been waiting for you to come back. We have always been waiting for you. Yinsheng suddenly grabbed Hu Jiuxing's arms. Her black eyes had turned golden. Hu Jiuxing stared at the pair of golden eyes in front of her. She felt as if her head was being pierced by needles. It was painful. No, don't force me. Hu Jiuxing held her head in pain. Seeing Hu Jiuxing in pain, Yun Songhai and the Emperor Zhao in red couldn't help but step forward at the same time. Mother, come back. Yin Sheng's pupil shrank. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Hu Jiuxing's hands. The power of the Jade Marrow technique in her body was forced into Hu Jiuxing's body. Almost at the same time, there was a bang sound. The heart crystal in the Emperor Zhao in red's hand exploded. The sharp fragments of the heart crystal caused the Emperor Zhao in red's hand to bleed. The Emperor Zhao in red couldn't believe that the heart crystal had exploded. Hu Jiuxing, who had lost control of the heart crystal's power, blacked out and fainted in Yun Sheng's arms. Jiu Sheng. Seeing that Hu Jiuxing had fainted, the two men who were deeply in love with Hu Jiuxing looked worried. At the same time, they also noticed each other. Yin Songhai, you're still alive. If I had known earlier, I would have killed you myself 18 years ago. The Emperor Zhao in red regretted not killing Yun Songhai and his bastard child. If he hadn't been concerned about his identity as the Emperor Zhao, or if he hadn't believed in the effects of the beast blood curse, this wouldn't have happened today. The Emperor Zhao in red, you despicable and shameless person. You first cast the beast blood curse on me, then used the heart crystal to control Jiu Sheng. Today I, Yin Songhai, will take revenge even if I have to risk my life. The man in front of him was the main culprit who had caused his family of 3 to suffer for so many years. Haha, Yin Songhai, what right do you have to fight with me? In terms of character, appearance, power, and influence, you can't compare to me in any of them. The only thing I lost to you in is that I am Jiu Sheng's master. If Jiu Sheng hadn't been afraid of my master-disciple relationship, she would never have married you. The Emperor Zhao in red said disdainfully. He had always believed that Hu Jiuxing had only chosen Yin Songhai because she had been deceived by him. Back then, he had confessed his feelings to Hu Jiuxing, but Hu Jiuxing had rejected him on the grounds that they were master and disciple and that the world wouldn't tolerate it. You're wrong. My mother has never liked you. The Emperor Zhao in red, you don't have to lie to yourself. If my mother had even the slightest bit of love for you, you wouldn't have used the heart crystal to control her, the woman next to him sneered. Yin Sheng's words stung the Emperor Zhao in red. Yin Sheng was right. Back then, the Emperor Zhao in red had painstakingly captured Hu Jiuxing and brought her back to the Zhao state. He had tried to persuade her nicely, thinking that Hu Jiuxing would accept him. Who would have thought that Hu Jiuxing wouldn't even say a word to him? She only had hatred for the Zhao state and the Emperor Zhao in red. She hated the Zhao state and the Emperor Zhao in red for killing so many blood cloud beasts. She hated the Zhao state for killing her foster parents. You're that vile spawn. The Emperor Zhao in red stared at Yin Sheng. You're that shameless Emperor Zhao. Yin Sheng raised her eyebrows. Bah, what an old man. Although he had taken good care of himself, Yin Sheng had heard that the Emperor Zhao in red was of the same generation as the first summoner and Elder Siming. He was at least 60 or 70 years old. He was old enough to be her mother's father. How dare he have designs on her beautiful mother? How dare you insult I? The Emperor Zhao in red was one of the strongest people in both the Zhao state and the Wuji continent. No one had ever insulted him in such a tone. So what if I'm insulting you? You broke up a family and stole someone's wife. You shameless old man. You're not worthy of being Emperor Zhao. Yin Sheng's words were sharp. The Emperor Zhao in red was so angry that his face turned green and white. Chapter 1037. Just as the Emperor Zhao in red was about to explode with anger, many of the Zhao state's main summoners and summoners, including the seventh summoner, arrived at the scene. The Emperor Zhao in red was on his way back to the Zhao state with everyone. The Emperor Zhao in red suddenly felt that the heart crystal on his body was boiling hot. This heart crystal was what the Emperor Zhao in red usually used to control Hu Jiusheng. If the heart crystal was abnormal, it meant that something had happened to Hu Jiusheng. The Emperor Zhao in red was concerned about Hu Jiusheng's safety, so he left everyone behind and rushed over. Emperor Zhao, she's Yin Yun. The seventh summoner pointed at Yin Sheng. Idiot, her name isn't Yin Yun. She's Yin Songhai's bastard child, Yin Sheng. Seeing that the seventh summoner was still not enlightened, Emperor Zhao wanted to execute him immediately. Isn't that the traitor, Hu Jiusheng? Why is she here? The seventh summoner glanced at the unconscious woman in Yin Yun's arms. The seventh summoner wanted to swallow his own tongue. At the same time, he recognized the summoner's robe that Hu Jiusheng was wearing. It was the ninth summoner's robe. Hu Jiusheng was infamous in the Zhao state. She was originally the Emperor Zhao in red's most valued disciple. She was so powerful that the Emperor Zhao in red even wanted to make an exception for her and promote her to a main summoner. However, almost 20 years ago, Hu Jiusheng betrayed the Emperor Zhao in one night. She even killed a main summoner who was on a mission with her. Since then, the Zhao state had issued an order to kill her. It was rumored that after she was captured 18 years ago, she was executed by the Emperor Zhao in red. Who would have thought that not only did she not die, but she also stayed in the Zhao state as the ninth summoner all these years. Everyone in the Zhao state knew that the ninth summoner was favored by the Emperor Zhao in red. However, because of the Emperor Zhao in red's power, no one in the Zhao state dared to say anything. However, when they saw the ninth summoner's face, they realized that the ninth summoner was actually thinking about the past, the Emperor Zhao's love for Hu Jiusheng. Could it be that the Emperor Zhao? No one dared to think further. For a moment, everyone was silent. The Emperor Zhao, if the woman in front of us is the bastard child of Yin Songhai and Hu Jiusheng, then who is the woman in the water prison? Someone asked in a hoarse voice. It doesn't matter who it is. The only path left for that woman is death. The red-robed Zhao Huang suddenly chuckled. His words made Yin Sheng feel uneasy. Why did the Emperor Zhao, in red, look so confident? Logically speaking, Hu Sheng should have safely left Penglai under the cover of goofing and abandoned. Yin Sheng, bad news. Hu Sheng has been captured. Sister Lan appeared in front of Yin Sheng with wounds all over her body. Didn't I ask Gu Feng and abandon to send Hu Sheng away? When Yin Sheng heard this, her mind went blank. It turned out that after Yin Sheng stalled Hu Jiusheng, Gu Feng and abandoned took Hu Sheng and escaped from the Zhao state. Along the way, Lan and Dong Wang Ling who were already prepared, were also in charge of providing support. Just as the five of them reached the estuary of Penglai, something unexpected happened. We encountered Elder Si Ming from the Temple of Law. He and a group of sorcerers from the Temple of Law attacked us. Both abandoned and I were injured. Gu Feng and Ling were slightly better, but they were also lightly injured. Hu Sheng was also taken away. Gu Feng and Ling chased after them. I rushed over to report the news. Yin Sheng and Sister Lan had known each other for a long time. Other than that time in the Dutian blood realm, she had never seen her sister suffer such serious injuries. Haha, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You definitely didn't expect that Elder Si Ming from the Temple of Law is Ai's junior brother. I have already investigated the identity of the woman called Hu Sheng that you mentioned. She should be the celestial fox people from the 8 Desolation tribe. The celestial fox saintess from the Boundless Continent. The Emperor Zhao in red was not completely unsuspicious of the identity of Yin Sheng in the water prison. This was because he had long heard that Yun Sheng from the Zhou state was not a kind person. After all, this woman had inherited the blood of Hu Jiuxing and Yun Songhai. Back then, this woman had single-handedly uprooted the continent's #1 medical center, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. She was also the deputy commander of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. When she was in Skywing City, she had even received the title of Combat King. On the other hand, the woman in the water prison had no redeeming qualities other than her stubbornness. Therefore, the Emperor Zhao, in red, ordered people to investigate her identity. Combining the information sent by the spies from the 8 Desolation tribe, the Emperor Zhao, in red, deduced that the Yun Sheng in the water prison was the saintess of the Celestial Fox people. Although she was not Yun Sheng, she was a pure descendant of the Celestial Fox. Compared to the mixed-blood Yun Sheng, she was more suitable for the blood sacrifice. The Emperor Zhao in red had not killed Hu Sheng in the past 3 years partly because he was waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for the real Yun Sheng to walk into his trap. He was also waiting for the Duqian blood seal to collapse and for the Zhao state to appear in front of the world as the savior of the continent. Although there was an interlude with the first summoning, at least things were not completely out of his expectations. Yun Sheng and her father finally appeared. What do you want to do to Hu Sheng? Yun Sheng was burning with anxiety. She did not expect that her rescue this time would put her good friend and Hu Sheng in danger. Even Sister Lan could not stop Chang Si-ming. Even if Ling and Goofing caught up with Chang Si-ming, they would not have a chance to rescue Hu Sheng. Of course, we will use them for the blood sacrifice to redraw the Dutian blood seal. However, before you care about the safety of others, shouldn't you care about your own life? I heard that you are an outstanding sacred beast tamer. I will give you a choice. You and your mother will submit to the Zhao state. If you do, I will spare your lives. The Emperor Zhao in red held 2 heart crystals in his hand. The Emperor Zhao in red was very sharp. He noticed that Yun Sheng was the main reason why Hu Jiuxing lost control. As long as he subdued Yun Sheng, it would not be difficult to control Hu Jiuxing again. Moreover, after the Duqian conference, the Zhao state had lost a lot of people. If he could recruit a sacred beast tamer to the Zhao state, it would be very beneficial for the Zhao state's recovery. Dream on, Jifeng. As long as I, Yun Songhai, am around, you will not be able to touch a single strand of their hair. Yun Songhai shielded his wife and daughter, hiding them behind him. 18 years ago, he was almost ruined by Jifeng. This time, he would absolutely not allow history to repeat itself. When the Emperor Zhao in red noticed the soul stone on Yun Songhai's magic scepter, he could not help but be stunned. He did not expect that Yun Songhai would be able to break through after being inflicted with the beast blood curse. Your courage is commendable, but you have no brains. You are just a mere magician. You are not strong enough to fight against me, Emperor Zhao. The Emperor Zhao in red rubbed the Emperor Zhao ring on his hand. Then, do you dare to fight with me? Yun Sheng's cold and arrogant voice rang in the Emperor Zhao in red's ears. Everyone has a monthly vote. Remember to vote. Chapter 1038. You dare. You still don't dare. Yun Sheng's words were loud and clear. Yun Sheng wanted to fight, and she wanted to end it as soon as possible. Hu Sheng had been captured and could be used as a blood sacrifice at any time. She was in a very dangerous situation. Yun Sheng did not have time to waste. If she was forced into a corner, she would not hesitate to summon the demon hand and fight the Emperor Zhao in red. As long as she defeated the Emperor Zhao in red, the Zhao state would be leaderless and it would be easy to break through. However, Yun Sheng's words were like a slap to the Emperor Zhao in red's ears. The red-robed Summoner King's expression changed. The gazes of the other summoners beside him also changed as they looked at Yun Sheng. Other than the 7th main summoner, the rest of the main summoners looked at Yun Sheng as if they were looking at a corpse. This woman actually dared to challenge the Emperor Zhao in red. For decades, ever since the Emperor Zhao in red inherited the throne of Emperor Zhao, no one had dared to speak to him like this. Not to mention, She was just a young girl who was still wet behind the ears. Even the mayor of Grand Empress City, who possessed the green dragon totem, did not dare to challenge the Emperor Zhao in red directly. Yin Sheng I, the Emperor Zhao, cherished talents. Don't be so shameless. Your father is not worthy, and you are even more unworthy. The Emperor Zhao, in red, squeezed these words out from between his teeth. On the mainland, summoners had a natural sense of superiority over mages and warriors. The reason was that summoners could summon magic beasts. The Red-Coat Summoner Emperor, Ji Feng, even if he did not summon magic beasts, his strength was already at the level of mage god. Not to mention, the magical beasts he could summon were legendary beasts. He was also the only summoner on the mainland who could directly summon legendary beasts. Yun Sheng's challenge to him was like lighting a lamp in the toilet. She was courting death. Someone once said the same thing to me, but after saying it, he died. The Emperor Zhao, in red, also recognized that person. He was the mayor of Grand Empress City, Xian Sitian. Yun Sheng sneered. There was a clear sound of people gasping. The main summoners, including the Emperor Zhao in red, changed their expressions slightly. The death of the mayor of Grand Empress City, Xian Sitian, was not a secret on the mainland. However, the rumor on the mainland was that he was killed by Yuan Buqi in the region of Great Zhou because of internal strife in the city. However, from Yun Sheng's words, did not mean that Xian Sitian was killed by her. In reality, Xian Sitian was killed by the Golden Qilin. However, his totem, the Azure Dragon, was indeed subdued by Yun Sheng. Therefore, in a sense, Xian Sitian was killed by Yun Sheng. Although Xian Sitian's magical beast was not an orthodox mythical beast, the Azure Dragon totem possessed the power of a god. Could it be that this girl who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old was actually a summoner with astonishing talent? The Emperor Zhao in red could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Aren't you afraid that your boasting will be exposed? If Xian Sitian died in the hands of a silly girl like you, that would be the biggest joke in the world. Just you alone, any one of us main summoners can kill you. The main summoners were shocked at first, but they quickly calmed down. Indeed, Yun Sheng had not summoned any magical beasts up until now. Moreover, Xian Sitian's totem, the Azure Dragon, was a sub-mythical beast. In order to kill a sub-mythical beast, Yun Sheng would have to master at least one type of god-slaying magic. The god-slaying magic had been missing from the Boundless Continent for many years. At Yun Sheng's age, it was already very difficult for her to master a super magic, let alone a god-slaying magic that did not even exist in the Boundless Continent. Of course, everyone thought that Yun Sheng was boasting. Everyone burst into laughter, but at this moment, a golden figure flashed past. Accompanying the appearance of that golden figure was a strange sound that sounded like thunder or the whistling of swords. The laughter stopped abruptly. The main summoners only felt as if there was a flash of fire in front of them, like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, they felt a sharp pain in their waists. Then, several streams of hot blood spurted out like a flood. The Emperor Zhao, in red, and Yun Songhai shuddered, as if they had seen a ghost. Only Yun Sheng's eyes flashed with joy. In an instant, many of the main summoners who were mocking Yun Sheng were sliced in half from the waist down to the upper part of their legs. Without exception, all of them were sliced in half at the waist. And the attack that killed them was the attack of that golden figure. The golden light disappeared in an instant and landed beside the summoner, Yin Yun. The moment it landed, the Emperor Zhao in red and Yun Songhai finally saw it clearly. It was a demonic beast that was as graceful as a leopard and as strong as a lion. Its body was reddish gold in color, and it had a pair of golden eyes that even the sun paled in comparison. It first walked to Yun Sheng's side and gently held her hand with its mouth. Then it raised its head and looked at the Emperor Zhao in red and the seventh main summoner who was hiding behind the Emperor Zhao in red. That expression seemed to be saying that there was only one outcome for those who mocked her. The red-robed main summoner's face froze. The disdain that he had felt earlier had vanished. He had thought that the father and daughter of the Yun family were at the end of their rope. He did not expect that they would have such a reinforcement. In an instant, the main summoners in front of him turned from living humans into corpses that could not be any more dead. What kind of monster was that? It seemed to be a demonic beast, but there were no signs of a contract on its body. Also, what was the meaning of its gaze? Even demonic beasts were so arrogant these days. Yin Songhai was also dumbfounded. There were still traces of blood on the right forelimb of the golden demonic beast. Just now, this golden demonic beast had used its right forelimb to kill several main summoners. One move. It had only used one move. How is this a demonic beast? It was simply a killing machine that had returned from hell. What made Yin Songhai even more unacceptable was that this unknown beast was very close to his daughter. When his daughter saw it, a smile appeared on her face. She looked even happier than when his daughter had seen him, her biological father. Yin Songhai could not help but feel a little sour in his heart. When Yunsheng saw the gold coin, she was also pleasantly surprised. She could not help but scratch the golden demonic beast's chin with her hand. The latter let out a low growl that was very comfortable. Before Yunsheng came to participate in the Dutian summit, she had left baby sheep and the gold coin at the Great Zhou Embassy. After waiting for a while, the gold coin could not help but come to find Yunsheng. Following Yunsheng's scent, it found the water prison. Unexpectedly, it happened to see several main summoners ridiculing Yunsheng together. Since when did these useless people have the right to ridicule his woman? Why is there another one? Wasn't there a black demonic beast earlier? The seventh main summoner was scared witless. If he had not been smart enough to hide at the side earlier, he would have been a corpse now. A black demonic beast? The Emperor Zhao in red was shocked. He suddenly realized that Yunsheng had more than one demonic beast. Chapter 1039. In the blink of an eye, several main summoners had been killed. The opponent's demonic beast strength was unfathomable. Moreover, it was said that Yunsheng had other demonic beasts in her hands. Emperor Zhao, what's going on? Just as the main summoners were killed, the leaders of the major forces who were participating in the Duqian conference arrived. Earlier, Divine Wind and Duguxiu were fighting fiercely in the sky. Duguxiu had fought with him for hundreds of times, but he realized that Divine Wind had no intention of fighting with him. He was suspicious. At this moment, a golden light flew towards the Zhao state. The golden light was fast, but Duguxiu recognized it at a glance. It was the unknown golden demonic beast that had been following Yunsheng. That golden demonic beast gave Duguxiu a strange feeling. It was almost inseparable from Yunsheng. Duguxiu swept his gaze over the crowd of spectators and suddenly discovered that the few people led by Yunsheng were all missing. Could it be that something had happened to Yunsheng? Duguxiu suddenly realized. He gritted his teeth in hatred. He had been tricked by Yunsheng again. Divine Wind, how dare you trick me? You don't want to fight with me at all. I don't want to fight with you. Duguxiu didn't want to fight anymore. His figure flashed, and like a meteor, he flew towards the Zhao state. Divine Wind had been waiting for Yunsheng for a long time. He was a little worried, so he followed Duguxiu and went towards the Zhao state. Li Cheng and the vice president of the Hunters Guild looked at each other. How could they meet after this mess? The two of them could only bite the bullet and follow the two of them to the Zhao state. The situation in the water dungeon stunned the 4 people who had just arrived. The main summoners had died tragically. They had been beheaded at the waist, and the ground was covered with dirty blood. Obviously, there had been a fierce battle earlier. However, who was the one who did this? The Emperor Zhao in red's face was pale. On the other side, there was an ordinary-looking woman with a majestic golden beast. Behind the woman, a man was holding a beautiful woman. Lan from the mainland's magic elite camp was also standing with them. Yin Yin, Miracle Dr. Yin, why are you here? The Crown Prince of Tang Yuan, Li Cheng, recognized the ordinary-looking woman with a single glance. She was the imperial hand of Tang Yuan, Yin Yun, who had saved his mother before. Everyone, this woman is the Bahuang tribe's spy. She had good intentions and let the descendants of the Ba Huang tribe go. Originally, I had gathered everyone here to tell you that the Zhao state had caught the celestial fox bloodline that could be used to repair the Dutian blood mark. However, they had let her go. Luckily, I had made arrangements and worked with Elder Siming to capture the celestial fox. Because of the appearance of the gold coin, more than half of the Emperor Zhao in red subordinates had died. The only one left was the useless 7th main summoner. The Emperor Zhao in red could not count on him. With Yun Sheng and her golden beast, as well as Lan who still had the ability to fight, the Emperor Zhao in red could only join forces with the other countries if he wanted to stop Yun Sheng and her family. The Emperor Zhao in red would not allow Hu Jiusheng to be rescued. Clap, clap, clap. The Emperor Zhao in red. Can you be more shameless? I am the Ba Huang tribe spy. If I was a spy, Peng Lai would have been destroyed without breaking out of the prison. I was the one who discovered and exposed the first summoner and the volcano seal. If it wasn't for me, would you still be standing here? Yunsheng couldn't help but clap her hands loudly as she looked at the Emperor Zhao in red and mocked him. If she hadn't helped the Master of Molten Flame recover his strength, Peng Lai would have been destroyed during the Dutian conference. The Emperor Zhao in red. If it wasn't for me, the Zhao state and Peng Lai would have been destroyed. Would you still be standing here? Yunsheng sneered. If she hadn't discovered the first summoner's plot and destroyed the volcano seal, Peng Lai would have been destroyed in the volcanic eruption. Not only was the Emperor Zhao in red ungrateful, he even bit the hand that fed him. The Emperor Zhao in red looked at Yun Songhai and saw that the 9th summoner, Hu Jiusheng, was unconscious and nestled in his arms. They looked very compatible, and he was even more furious. As the leader of the Zhao state, you didn't see through people and bit the hand that fed you. As for the woman in the water prison, she was an ordinary person who didn't practice magic or martial arts. The Emperor Zhao in red used despicable means to kidnap her and punish her. With such behavior, let alone being the Emperor Zhao, you aren't even qualified to be a human. Yunsheng's sharp tongue made the Emperor Zhao in red's face turn red. The volcano seal? The first summoner betrayed him? And what about the celestial fox? The vice president of the Hunters Guild and the crown prince of Tang Yuan, Li Cheng, were shocked. How could so many things have happened in just one morning? They were still completely in the dark. Duguxiu thought to himself. He didn't expect the first summoner of Peng Lai to be a spy sent by the Ba Huang tribe. He just didn't know which force he belonged to. You have no proof. Do you think you can confuse right and wrong just by judging your words? The Emperor Zhao in red argued. Whether it's true or false, we just need to ask the Master of Molten Flame. He is the guardian beast of the volcano and also the guardian of Peng Lai. He won't side with an outsider, right? Or are you all the same as the Emperor Zhao in red? You are all heartless and ungrateful. Yunsheng looked at everyone from the corner of her eyes. Many of the summoners of the Zhao state had died, and the Emperor Zhao in red was alone. As long as these people were divided, Yunsheng was confident that she could let her father and Lan leave safely. Emperor Zhao, the immortal Zhu country, is only here to participate in the Dutian conference. The immortal Zhu country will not interfere in the Zhao state's affairs. Divine Wind stepped aside. He glanced at Yun Sheng a few times, and a helpless smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Emperor Zhao, Master Yin Yun, is my Tang Yuan country's master. He saved my mother before. Forgive me for not being able to help. Li Cheng also stepped aside. What a joke. Everyone had a life and death cycle. He didn't know if he would need Yin Yun's help in the future. It was better to stay neutral and not interfere. The Emperor Zhao, you know the rules of the Hunters Guild. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. This girl doesn't seem to be lying. She saved the lives of my brothers and me. The Hunters Guild will not interfere in this matter. The vice president of the Hunters Guild also stepped aside. Among the few people from the metropolis meet, several people left in a short while, leaving only Ho-Chin Duguxiu. Duguxiu looked at Yin Yun and the gold coin. Finally, he looked at the gold coin. To be exact, he looked at the gold coins right for him. A vicious look flashed across Dugu Xiu's eagle-like eyes. That was it, wasn't him. It was him. Yi Biming. Ha! What a good Yi Biming. After becoming like this, he still secretly followed Yun Sheng. The Emperor Zhao in red. I am willing to help the Zhao state. Yun Sheng's expression changed. She didn't expect that Dugu Xiao, a descendant of the 8 barons, would choose to join forces with the Emperor Zhao in red. Chapter 1040. Unlike the others, Dugu Xiao did not pay attention to the dispute between the Emperor Zhao in red and Yun Sheng after entering the water dungeon. What Yin Yun? As soon as he heard Yun Sheng's voice, he understood everything. Needless to say, the great master of Tang Yuan and the sacred beast were all Yun Sheng in disguise. Dugu Xiao would not interfere in the feud between Yun Sheng's family and the Emperor Zhao in red. The destruction of the Zhao state was a good thing for Dugu Xiao. What caught Dugu Xiao's attention was the few main summoners who had been killed in the water dungeon. Others might have thought that there must have been a fierce battle in the water dungeon, but Dugu Xiao saw clearly that these main summoners had been killed in one hit. At the same time, he also noticed the bloodstain left on Dollar's right forelimb. Generally speaking, demonic beasts were used to killing their enemies with their limbs. However, Yun Sheng's demonic beast was different. It used its left and right forelimbs. Dugu Xiao had already felt that something was wrong when he saw it on the spaceship of the later Qin. It was a human habit to use their forelimbs. In addition, Dollar had an unusual desire to protect Yun Sheng, so Dugu Xiao could not help but take a few more glances at Dollar. As the iron-blooded emperor of the later Qin, Dugu Xiao had fought countless battles in the past 10 years. He had killed countless people with his bare hands and had piled up countless corpses. To be able to become the main summoner of the Zhao state, his strength was not to be underestimated. Even Dugu Xiao himself was not confident that he could kill several people in one hit, unless he used the halberd of the divine warrior. Or did he have a secret weapon that was comparable to the halberd of the divine warrior? Then Dugu Xiao noticed the look in Dollar's eyes. That look was very domineering, just like Yi Biming in the past. It seemed to be telling everyone, no one can touch his woman. That golden demonic beast was Yi Biming. Yun Sheng didn't understand Dugu Xiao's gaze. But the golden Qilin Yi Biming, who was also a man, understood. Dugu Xiao recognized him. Golden Qilin Yi Biming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Dugu Xiao was even sharper than the little wildcat. Or should it be said that his intuition should be called the sixth sense of his love rival? Seeing that Dugu Xiao was willing to help, the Emperor Zhao in red was delighted. Dugu Xiao was a martial emperor. If he was willing to lend a hand, it would be extremely difficult for Yun Sheng and the others to escape. I don't fight with women. My opponent is this. Dugu Xiao pointed at Dollar. He wanted to find out if this golden magical beast was Yi Biming. Why would Yi Biming, who was clearly a human, turn into a magical beast? Furthermore, it was a golden magical beast that had never appeared on the continent before. Roar. Dollar's throat moved, and he made a roaring sound. Dollar, do you want to fight with him? Yun Sheng understood Dollar's meaning. She also felt that Dollar was more repulsed by Dugu Xiao than the others. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you want to leave, you can. But you and your magical beast have to defeat me and his majesty first. The Emperor Zhao in red also understood that he couldn't kill Yun Sheng in front of everyone. Yun Sheng had seen through the identity of the first summoner and stopped the volcano eruption. She was indeed the savior of Penglai. Bo, shameless old monster. Master is only 18 years old, and you're 80 years old. You actually want to fight Master one-on-one. Old monster, not only do you like to eat young grass, but you also like to bully the young. Your face is thicker than the bark of a tree. Beside Yun Sheng, there was a magical fluctuation. A pink magical beast in the shape of a ball of fur landed on Yun Sheng's shoulder. After Papa, the sheep, finished scolding, it unceremoniously pointed its butt at the Emperor Zhao in red to express its strong disdain. The corners of Yun Sheng's mouth twitched. Not bad. His sheep's mouth had improved greatly recently. He even knew how to scold people without using vulgarities. What kind of magical beast was this? With the Emperor Zao, in Red's experience, he actually saw two magical beasts that he couldn't tell the level and strength of. Moreover, teleportation was prohibited on Fire Island. Other than the Emperor Zao in Red and Peng Lai of Gojoseon, no one could break this restriction. However, this demonic beast completely ignored this restriction. Of course, the Emperor Zao in Red didn't know that Baby Sheep was a universe deity on standby. Even though his strength hadn't reached the level of a true universe deity, his ability to break through space restrictions was still impressive. Bastard, I, the Emperor Zao, am only 67 years old. How can I be 80 years old, you little bastard? The Emperor Zao in Red was first insulted by Yun Sheng's age. Now, he was ridiculed by Papa Sheep. He had lost all his face. That magical beast is right. If Emperor Zao rashly competes with this lady, even if he wins, he will only lose face for the Zao state and Emperor Zao. Peng Lai of Gojoseon Ji Rumo appeared in the water prison. In the dim prison cell, a pair of amber eyes on his masked face flashed with a light that resembled the ripples of the sea. Ji Rumo, how dare you speak up for her? The Emperor Zao in Red was displeased. He didn't expect that his adopted son would speak up for an outsider. This was Peng Lai, but all these people were speaking up for the bastard of the Yun family. Yin Sheng was also surprised that Ji Rumo had helped her again. Was he a friend or a foe? Yin Sheng was confused. She looked at Ji Rumo. Suddenly, she saw Ji Rumo winking at her. Next to him, Dollar's nose made a loud, snorting sound. Emperor Zao, Rumo, is only interested in the matter, not the person. Ji Rumo said calmly. The 13 million lives in Peng Lai were saved by this lady. Emperor Zao wants to compete, but the conditions must be changed. If this lady can remain undefeated for 15 minutes, Emperor Zao will let her and her family go. Remain undefeated for 15 minutes? Dugu Xiao, God Wind, and the others were stunned. A quarter of an hour was a very short period of time. However, the opponent was the Red Robe Summoner. A quarter of an hour was enough for Yun Sheng to die dozens of times. It wasn't that they didn't have confidence in Yun Sheng, but the Emperor Zao in Red was too powerful. The Emperor Zao in Red's anger turned into joy. He thought that Peng Lai of Gojoseon would personally intervene in this competition. He didn't expect that he would only propose such a condition. As expected, Rumo was still afraid of him, the Summoner Emperor. He must have been mistaken. Rumo and Yun Sheng were just strangers who met by chance. Why would Rumo help her? The Emperor Zao in Red had already made up his mind. If Yun Sheng didn't work for him, he would kill her. No matter how many powerful magical beasts Yun Sheng had, as long as he summoned his mythical beast, no matter how many magical beasts she had, it would be useless. Well, I swear on my soul that as long as she can remain undefeated for 15 minutes, I will let her family go. The Emperor Zao in Red was very confident and made a promise. Chapter 1041. As soon as the Emperor Zao in Red said those words, Peng Lai of Gojoseon's Ji Rumo's face relaxed slightly. Even someone as cold as him couldn't help but feel his palms getting wet at that moment. This was all he could do to help. The Emperor Zao in Red and his mythological beast were so strong that even he didn't dare to fight them head-on. He firmly believed that with Yun Sheng's wit, she would definitely be able to hold on for a quarter of an hour. While Peng Lai of Gojoseon was negotiating with the Emperor Zao in Red, Yun Sheng was also whispering to Baby Sheep. Ha ha ha, when I compete with that old man later, do you have any way to directly banish his magical beast? After knowing that the Emperor Zao in Red might have a real mythological beast, Yun Sheng didn't want to fight him head-on. When she proposed to compete with the Emperor Zao in Red, she already had such thoughts. Only a fool would fight with a real weapon against a strong enemy like the Emperor Zao in Red. Her name was Yun Sheng, not Brainless. Baby Sheep, my dear master, this time, this world god will have to disappoint you. That old man's mythological beast, is really a mythological beast. Baby sheep is only a world god from the mortal world. The opponent is a mythological beast. Baby sheep doesn't have the ability to exile it. Baby sheep was a little depressed. As a world god from the mortal world, baby sheep could only exile mythological beasts or species that were below the mythological beast level. If the opponent was a mythological beast, baby sheep could still exile it. But if it was a real mythological beast, then it had already transcended the mortal world's boundaries. In other words, the Emperor Zao in Red's mythological beast, baby sheep felt a headache coming on. The Emperor Zao in Red's beast language ring emitted the aura of a mythological beast, revealing that it was a real mythological beast. Compared to Yun Sheng's totem, the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, and the white tiger, it was a true divine beast that was much stronger. Facing such a mythological beast, Bobo was powerless. Yun Sheng broke out in cold sweat. There was nothing she could do. Did she really have to fight with the Emperor Zao in Red? Miss, do you agree to the Emperor Zao in Red's conditions? Ji Rumo's voice softened. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming, Duguxiu, and Divine Wind all heard something wrong. What's going on? It's only been a few days. How did the little wild cat kidnap another man? Yi Baiming, the Golden Qilin, ground its teeth so hard that they creaked. Agree my ass. If you want to compete, go ahead. Yun Sheng cursed in her heart. However, this was already the best way for their family of three to escape from Penglai. Sheng'er don't agree. Father has to compete with him. Yun Songhai didn't want his daughter to be in danger. He was a father, a husband, and the head of the family. It was his responsibility to protect his wife and daughter. Yin Sheng's heart couldn't help but clench when she saw her father's concerned gaze and the unconscious Hu Jiuxing in his arms. Their family of three had been through so much before they could be reunited. This time, she must take her father and mother out of Penglai safely. No, father, believe me. I have a way to let our family of three out of danger. Yin Sheng said as she took out her beast language ring and put on her finger. That's your summoning ring? You're actually just a scepter summoner? The Emperor Zao in Red had thought that Yun Sheng's summoner level would be very high. He didn't expect that she was only wearing a shabby, low-level scepter summoner's ring. This ring is enough to deal with you. I, Yun Sheng, accept your challenge. At that moment, it was as if a ray of sunshine had shone into the dark water prison. Yun Sheng, who was wearing the most ordinary summoner's robe, stood there gracefully. The coldness emanating from her body instantly froze the air in the cell. The competition was held in the sky above Fire Island. First, Yun Sheng would fight against the Emperor Zao in Red. Penglai Gojosian would be the referee. Little girl, I will give you another chance. Surrender to the Zao state together with your mother, and I can spare your life. The Emperor Zao in Red's gorgeous robe of Emperor Zao was fluttering in the strong wind. His words were full of arrogance. Yes, he had enough capital to be arrogant. This robe of Emperor Zao was the dream of countless summoners in the world. At the same time, it was also the symbol of the Emperor Zao in Red strength. Facing the Emperor Zao in Red, Yun Sheng just raised her eyelids. Her long eyelashes drooped down. She saw her father on the ground, who was extremely anxious. After nodding to her father, Yun Sheng couldn't help but glance at Dollar. Dollar didn't seem to be worried at all. This made him squint his eyes and lie on the ground, looking like he was conserving his energy. He still had a fight with Duguxiu later. Duguxiu's gaze kept moving back and forth between Yun Sheng and Dollar. What's going on? How can a magical beast like Yi Baiming be so relaxed? If it was really Yi Baiming, it should be as anxious as him, worried about Yun Sheng's safety. Duguxiu was already regretting it. He was already worried about Yun Sheng. The Emperor Zao in Red strength was unfathomable. Although that woman was a little clever, she didn't have much chance of winning against the Emperor Zao in Red. Although Duguxiu was angry at Yun Sheng for scheming against him time and time again, the more Yun Sheng schemed against him, the more Duguxiu cared about her. Duguxiu had already thought about it. If the Emperor Zao in Red really wanted to kill him, he would save Yun Sheng, even if he had to use that thing as an exchange. In the sky, Yunsheng indifferently spat out 2 words. In your dreams. You're courting death. The Emperor Zhao, in red, was furious. The Emperor Zhao, in red, started chanting. The soul stone of an unknown magical beast on the Emperor Zhao, in red's ring emitted a blood-red color. Then a sound like a baby crying came out of the ring. A huge magic array appeared under the Emperor Zhao, in red's feet. Inside the magic formation, the obscure magical runes left behind from ancient times began to swim like tadpoles. An unprecedentedly majestic pressure surged out from the magic array like a tidal wave. In the entire Punlai, within 100 miles, all the magical beasts, whether flying in the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the sea, were scared out of their wits. The more courageous ones were also scared out of their wits and did not dare to move. The mythical beast had not appeared, but it had already shown its terrifying power. Yunsheng's face became serious. Was this the power of a mythical beast? At the same time, she also started chanting. A magic array flashing with pink light appeared under Yunsheng's feet. In the Emperor Zhao, in red's magic array, a huge shadow of a beast began to appear. It was like a mountain, and the shadow of the beast was getting clearer and clearer. It was about to break out of the magic array. Just the shadow of the beast was already very scary. On the other hand, Yunsheng's magic array did not have the slightest bit of pressure. Even the magic waves were very weak. What kind of magical beast could be summoned from such a magical beast magic array? The Emperor Zhao, in red, snorted coldly. The Emperor Zhao, in red's chanting suddenly stopped. He suddenly realized that Yunsheng had disappeared. Chapter 1042. She's gone. She's really gone. The Emperor Zhao, in red, thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He didn't even bother with chanting as he carefully searched for her. She was said to be the B** star to the Yun family. Even her talkative demonic beast was gone. How is this possible? It's impossible to use teleportation magic on Fire Island. It's also impossible to use invisibility magic. Where did she go? Look, Miracle Dr. Yin is gone. Crown Prince Li Cheng raised his head and pointed to the sky. The Emperor Zhao, in red, and Penglai of Gojoseon were the only ones left in the sky. They were searching for Yunsheng. 15 minutes. As expected, she didn't disappoint him. However, the Emperor Zhao, in red, was probably going to explode from anger. Penglai of Gojoseon smiled helplessly. Yin Songhai was also dumbfounded. He muttered, "Where's Shang Er?" Duguxiao and Godwind couldn't hold themselves back either. Jean Coin stretched his back. In this world, he was probably the only one who knew where Yunsheng was at this moment. In the Realm Meditation Land, Yunsheng and Baby Sheep walked out of the magic array. That's right, Baby Sheep had told Yunsheng that it couldn't exile the Emperor Zhao in Red's magic beast. Then exile me. Just exile me to any corner. After 15 minutes, with a whoosh, send me back. Yunsheng came up with this rotten idea, almost without thinking. In any case, the condition of her competition with the Emperor Zhao in red was that Yunsheng would win if she didn't lose within 15 minutes. The Emperor Zhao in red didn't say how she would win. Sometimes, showing weakness was also a very good method. Baby Sheep was also speechless. It had stayed by the side of its mother goddess for so many years. This was the first time it heard of someone voluntarily asking to be exiled. However, the decision made by its dear master was always right. Baby Sheep thought for a while and smoothly sent Yunsheng to its headquarters, which was the Realm Meditation Land. After Yunsheng was sent over, she looked at her surroundings. The Realm Meditation Land was the place where the world gods were born. If Baby Sheep's mother goddess hadn't met with an accident when she was hatching him, he would have been hatched here. For Yunsheng, these 15 minutes was very leisurely. Just thinking of the scene where the Emperor Zhao in red was probably going to vomit 3 liters of blood from anger made her feel very good. Baby Sheep, Yunsheng, in the Realm Meditation Land, she found something that looked like scales. These scales were pitch black like fish scales. They looked somewhat familiar. Baby Sheep. Oh no! Baby Sheep went over to take a look. With this look, Baby Sheep was so scared that he almost peed his pants. What his master found were the scales of the Qilin boy. Yi Baiming was originally a black Qilin. When he was cultivating the burning demon art, the black Qilin scales that symbolized his evil aura peeled off one by one, and new golden scales grew out one by one. These black scales were left behind when the Qilin boy transformed into a golden Qilin. Touching the rough black scales, Yunsheng's face was as cold as frost. Baby Sheep, tell me, is this Dollar? It's his scales. He's Dollar. You and him have been hiding it from me. She had long felt that Dollar's every move was very unusual. The feeling Dollar gave her was completely different from other magical beasts. Sometimes it was overbearing, sometimes it was arrogant, and to those of the opposite sex who got close to it, it was fierce. Now that she thought about it, it was exactly the same as someone's reaction earlier. Yinsheng's heart was filled with mixed feelings. There was sweetness and also pain. Night Fox, how long are you going to lie to me? Baby Sheep saw that its master was very angry and shrank its wings, wanting to sneakily escape. Who knew that before it could escape, its wings were pinched by Yunsheng. Ah! Don't cry. Don't howl. Tell me, how many things have you hidden from me? If you dare to hide, even a little, I'll pull out a bunch of your fur. Yunsheng gritted her teeth. Baby Sheep was very protective of its pink soft fur. When it heard that Yunsheng was going to use such a cruel method of plucking, Baby Sheep immediately became quiet. What Night Fox? It actually dared to collude with her life's contract beast and deceive her. What a Baby Sheep. She didn't know how many benefits Night Fox had given it. Baby Sheep begs for mercy. Dear Master, don't be angry. Baby Sheep told Yunsheng everything that had happened 3 years ago. After Yi Baiming had turned into a beast, it had brought Yi Baiming into the realm's meditation land. And then Yi Baiming had cultivated the burning demon art. Baby Sheep, dear Master, the Qilin boy is also very miserable. He knows that you are very sad and wants to see you, but he was cursed by the ancient Qilin king and can't get close to you. In order to be able to see you again, he cultivated the burning demon art. The burning demon art was the most difficult cultivation technique to cultivate in the Baby Sheep family. Those who cultivated it had to experience a life worse than death. When the Qilin boy shed his vicious scales and grew golden scales, it was as if someone was cutting his flesh with a knife. It was very painful. He didn't say a word. He is a good man. Baby Sheep secretly glanced at its master. Yunsheng lowered her eyes and looked at the black scales on her hand. The scales were densely packed and innumerable, and each scale was stained with blood that had long since dried up. One could imagine what kind of pain Yi Baiming had experienced when he transformed into a golden Qilin. Yunsheng's long eyelashes were stained with moisture. Night Fox, in order to be with her, he had suffered a lot. How could she have the heart to blame him? Baby Sheep, dear Master, are you not angry anymore? Baby Sheep felt that its wings that had been grabbed had finally regained its freedom. It then secretly glanced at its master's expression. Its master's expression was still not very good, but it seemed that she was not so angry anymore. No matter what, Baby Sheep, you shouldn't have colluded with Yi Baiming to deceive me. Yunsheng snorted and glared at Baby Sheep. The latter only felt the wool on its body tighten, and it was so scared that it curled up into a ball. Although she was very touched, this adult and child actually dared to hide it from her for so long. She could not let them off so easily. I don't want him to know that I discovered Yi Baiming's identity for the time being. Baby Sheep, keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to shave all your hair. Yunsheng carefully put away those black Qilin scales. When Yunsheng discovered the black Qilin scales just now, she discovered that these scales were filled with energy. Qilin scales were a very good material for refining weapons. She planned to try refining black Qilin scales when she had the chance, and see if there were any unexpected results. One day, she would take revenge for all the suffering that Night Fox had suffered. Before Yi Baiming could recover his human body, Yun Sheng decided not to let Yi Baiming know that she had discovered the truth of the matter for the time being. 1 hour and 15 minutes were almost up. Yun Sheng could not wait to see the Emperor Zhao in red fly into a rage. Chapter 1043. In the sky above Penglai, astral winds whistled. The red-clothed Huangji's hair danced wildly like snakes. His eyes were scarlet red as he used his sorcery to search for Yun Sheng's whereabouts on Penglai Island. Using magic to search for a person was a very exhausting act, but the Emperor Zhao, in red, didn't care so much. He only knew that time was ticking by, and the 15 minutes he promised was almost up. On the ground, Tang Yuan's crown, Prince Li Cheng, and the Hunters Guild's vice president opened their mouths like idiots. Speaking of which, this person disappeared. What will the result be? Tang Yuan's crown prince whispered. That's hard to say. On the mainland, there is no precedent for such a competition. The Hunters Guild's vice president scratched his head. Divine Wind's emerald green eyes also flashed with doubt. The moment Yun Sheng disappeared, Divine Wind had already quietly used the tracking technique. When it came to tracking, no one was better than the wind elf in the world. He manipulated the surrounding wind, whether it was the wind on land or the wind in the sea, to search for Yun Sheng's whereabouts. But even he couldn't find Yun Sheng. If Yun Sheng's parents weren't still here, he would really think that Yun Sheng had escaped. However, Yun Sheng was probably the only person in the world who could escape under the nose of the Emperor Zhao in red and Penglai of Gojoseon. Duguxiu looked at Jean Coin suspiciously. Jean Coin squinted his eyes and looked comfortable under the sun. After 15 minutes, the Emperor Zhao in red's handsome face was already sweating. He had already searched several main islands of Penglai, not to mention Yun Sheng. He couldn't even catch Yun Sheng's breath. But his magic power was mostly consumed. The Emperor Zhao, 15 minutes have passed. Penglai of Gojoseon coughed softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a pink magic array reappeared in front of everyone as if it had been prearranged. Huh! The Grand Yin Kingdom Hand has appeared. Li Cheng couldn't help but shout. On the ground, the gazes of Divine Wind and the others suddenly focused on Yun Sheng. Dollar's golden eyes were full of pride. He stared at the sky, at the woman who was like a beautiful moon. If she couldn't even last a moment under the Emperor Zhao in red's hands, then she wouldn't be the little wildcat that he was familiar with. Yun Sheng, you really didn't disappoint me. Yun Sheng, you're so shameless. How dare you run away? The red-robed emperor was infuriated. Was this woman trying to anger him to death? She had appeared in 15 minutes, no more, no less. Yun Sheng wasn't embarrassed at all. She was arrogant and calm. Ji Feng, you've been famous for a long time. Who said that a battle must be fought with real swords and spears? Penglai of Gojoseon made it clear that as long as I don't lose in 15 minutes, he will let my family of 3 leave. Penglai of Gojoseon, do you mean what you said? Yun Sheng's black eyes were full of cunning. Beneath the mask, the corners of Ji Rumo's mouth slowly curved upwards. Yun Sheng was probably the only one who could act so shamelessly and confidently. However, when Ji Rumo saw Yun Sheng's shameless act, an indescribable feeling slowly grew in his heart. I'm going to kill you. The Emperor Zhao, in red, suddenly sped up, making it impossible for people to see his attack clearly. He pounced on her face and used his magic scepter to hit her head. Emperor Zhao, please think twice before you act. In a flash, Ji Rumo was already in front of Yun Sheng. Although the expression on his face couldn't be seen clearly, at this moment, a storm was brewing in his amber eyes. Ji Rumo, how dare you stop I? The Emperor Zhao in red was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Bobo, shameless, shameless. The Emperor Zhao in red didn't mean what he said. Everyone, come and take a look. Bobo's sheep raised its voice and jumped up and down in the air. Its voice was like a loudspeaker. Ji Feng, don't be so shameless. If you push me too far, I will make Penglai completely disappear from the mainland. Master of Molten Flame, listen to me. Yin Sheng's eyes flashed with a fierce light. She raised her hand. There was almost no chant, just a thought. Above the sea of Penglai, bang! There was an earth-shattering sound, and the whole Penglai island seemed to shake. On the sea, there was a huge wave that was dozens of meters high, as if there was a storm. The Penglai fishing boat that was fishing at sea dropped the fishing net in hand. The residents living on the beach all gathered around. Oh my God, what did they see? On top of the huge wave that was dozens of meters high stood a giant. Its body was spitting fire, and it was holding a flaming spear in its hand. I am the guardian beast of the Penglai volcano seal, the master of molten flame. Respected new master, what can I do for you? The master of molten flame's aura was amazing. Oh my God, that was the volcano guardian of Penglai. 4 generations, it was the guardian of Penglai. In the eyes of ordinary people, the power of the volcano was extraordinary, and the master of molten flame was even more honorable. The fishermen and villagers were in awe. They all prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed to the master of molten flame. The Emperor Zhao in red was shocked. He stared at Yin Sheng angrily. You are threatening I. Do you dare to kill 13 million people of Penglai? Penglai of Gojoseon could not help but clench his hands. Did Yin Sheng really want to kill so many people of Penglai for her own selfishness? Could it be that he was wrong about her? Yin Sheng's eyes were full of colors. She looked at the Emperor Zhao in red with a pair of cold eyes. Everyone, let me tell you a piece of unfortunate news. Because your Lord Zhao Huang went back on his word, he is a selfish and vile person. His behavior angered the Volcano Guardian, and the Volcano Guardian will leave Penglai. Within a month, the volcano at the bottom of the sea of Penglai will erupt. At that time, Penglai will be engulfed by the volcano. When Yin Sheng spoke, she used wind magic. For a moment, her voice fell in every corner of Penglai. The residents and fishermen heard and roared angrily. The Emperor Zhao, what the hell is going on? Penglai of Gojoseon, keep the volcano guardian. F*CK off, Emperor Zhao. We want to live and work in peace. Everyone, this is a blessing in disguise. If you want to leave Penglai, it is not too late. If you are willing, you can move to Zhou State. My Zhou State has a vast territory and is willing to accept the people of Penglai. As soon as Yin Sheng's voice fell, the residents of Penglai exploded. If people did not offend her, she would not offend them. If people offended her, she would kill them. Of course, Yin Sheng would not turn a blind eye to the lives of 13 million people. Since she could not kill them, she would take them in, empty Penglai, and let the Emperor Zhao in red be his lone Emperor Zhao. This was a beautiful move. It was a threat, but at the same time, it was not a threat. On the ground, several people, including Dugu Xiao and Divine Wind, could not help but cheer for Yin Sheng's words. Because there were many comments in the book review section that could not be seen by the Claw Machine gang, Diffuzi continued to nag. For updates a day, if there were additional updates, she would notify them in advance. In February, she had to work for half a month. Chapter 1044. It had been proven countless times that those who wanted to make Yin Sheng suffer would always end up losing the rice used to lure her. The Emperor Zhao in red was no exception. The Emperor Zhao in red had long expected that Yin Sheng was the one who had awakened the master of molten flame. He had also guessed that Yin Sheng would trigger a volcanic eruption in order to destroy Penglai. However, the Emperor Zhao in red was not Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng was not a kind person. In her previous life, she had used her medical skills to save both bad and good people. In this life, she had also killed countless people to protect her family and friends. However, she had never forgotten that she was a descendant of the Shinnong Yin family. She wore the Shinnong medical bracelet on her hand. She killed people, but only those who deserved to be killed. Penglai had 13 million people. This was not a small crime. Did he want her, Yin Sheng, to be cursed for eternity? Dream on. Even if she did not kill anyone, she still had many ways to force the Emperor Zhao in red to back down. She did not believe that the Emperor Zhao in red would be able to remain as the Emperor Zhao in red in a deserted Penglai that could erupt at any time. Yin Sheng's threat completely angered the Emperor Zhao in red. Vile spawn, you are so sinister. The Emperor Zhao in red's chest tightened. A few hideous wrinkles suddenly appeared on his originally handsome face. His black hair was suddenly mottled with white. As the saying goes, when a person is too sad, his hair will turn white overnight. The Emperor Zhao in red was angered by Yun Sheng. In an instant, he had aged dozens of years. When it comes to being sinister, how can I compare to your excellency, Emperor Zhao? Yun Sheng smiled, revealing her white teeth. Emperor Zhao, Miss Yun, now that things have come to this, why don't both of you take a step back? Miss Yun, if you leave the Master of Molten Flame behind, this prince is willing to use my life to guarantee that I will let your family of 3 leave Penglai. Penglai of Gojoseon and Jiromo were also seeing Yun Sheng's unique side for the first time. It turned out that Yun Sheng was not only good at medicine, but she was also good at killing people. Penglai of Gojoseon had known the Emperor Zhao in red for so many years, but he had never seen Emperor Zhao lose his composure like this. However, Penglai of Gojoseon also heaved a sigh of relief. He almost thought that Yun Sheng would become a demoness who would kill innocent people. If that was the case, what should he do? Good. Jiromo, you're such a traitor. Bastard child of the Yun family. Just you wait. I will kill you sooner or later. The Emperor Zhao in red was extremely angry. On his Emperor summoning ring, the evil aura was like the waves of the sea, rolling nonstop. Penglai of Gojoseon and Jiromo blocked the Emperor Zhao in red with one hand and pressed down on the Emperor Zhao in red's ring with the other hand. Emperor Zhao, the Duqian blood seal crisis has not been resolved. Please think twice before you act. Penglai of Gojoseon's words were light but heavy. The Emperor Zhao, in red's eyes were red. He looked at Hu Jiuxing unwillingly, and his heart was in pain as if it was being stabbed by a knife. He would never forget the humiliation he had suffered today. Even though Hu Jiuxing had been rescued, without the heart crystal, she was like a walking corpse. Although his divine beast was powerful, he could not use it too much. Otherwise, it would backfire on his body. In all these years, the number of times the Emperor Zhao in red had used his divine beast could be counted on one hand. It was not worth it to ruin his great plan for a lowly bastard child. It was unknown what Penglai of Gojoseon and the Emperor Zhao in red said, but when Penglai of Gojoseon turned around again, the Emperor Zhao in red's face was ashen, but he did not act up again. He did not say a word, and with a wave of magic, he disappeared. Miss Yin, you can leave now. The next time we meet, I hope we will not be enemies. Jiromo's figure flashed and disappeared as well. Yin Sheng felt something extra in her hand. She looked down and realized that there were a few heart crystals in her hand. Her heart skipped a beat. She looked at the place where Jiromo disappeared and was stunned for a moment. Just as Yin Sheng was secretly guessing who Jiromo was, Duguxio's impatient voice came from below. Your competition is over, but mine has just begun. Duguxio was still brooding over the fact that he had lost to Yi Baiming in the past. In the past few years, he had been cultivating diligently, merged with 2 Qilin blood crystals, and combined with the power of the halberd of the divine warrior. He wanted to see if he or Yi Baiming was stronger when both of them had the halberd of the divine warrior. Hold on, Duguxio. I don't have time to blindly join in with you. Jin, Yi, we have to leave immediately. Yin Sheng was burning with anxiety. She was worried about Hu Sheng's safety. Roar! Women shouldn't meddle in men's business. Jin Yi and Duguxio roared at Yin Sheng at almost the same time. Yin Sheng was dumbfounded. Were they rebelling? They actually dared to roar at her. As soon as she finished speaking, Duguxio roared angrily. His entire body erupted with black flames. Fighting cold, fighting aura. The fighting aura swirled and formed a mighty black Qilin. Black scales grew on his body and limbs. In the blink of an eye, he had already gone berserk and was ready to launch a fatal attack. He didn't show any signs of weakness. He arched his beautiful back and planted his forelimbs on the ground. His entire body was surrounded by golden battle aura that was like clouds. You guys aren't leaving, right? I'll leave. Yin Sheng was also annoyed. What time was it now? These two fighting idiots still want to fight? If they want to fight, then let them fight to their heart's content. After saying that, Yin Sheng gave an order. Yin Sanghai hugged Hu Jiusheng, God Wind, and Indigo like stars. They flashed across the sky and disappeared without a trace. Oh no, the little wildcat is angry. Jean secretly complained. He was also blinded by his man's desire to win. The world was big, but coaxing his wife was the most important thing. Forget it, this fight I won't fight. Jean Yi's golden eyes flashed with a trace of regret. He no longer had the heart to fight. He stepped on 4 golden clouds and chased after his wife without saying goodbye. Du Guxiu just got into position and was ready to have a big fight. Who would have thought that Jean Yi would actually run away? Bastard knight. Du Guxiu was about to explode when suddenly a majestic voice sounded in his mind. His father, He Yao, ordered him to immediately go to the Dutian Blood Realm. In 3 days, the Ba Huang tribe would attack the Dutian Blood Seal. Du Guxiu's eagle eyes narrowed. This day finally came. He couldn't tell whether he was happy or depressed. Du Guxiu's doe chi wings flapped, and he slid hundreds of meters away. The sky, which was originally bustling with noise and excitement, became empty in an instant. Tang Yuan, Crown Prince Li Cheng, and the vice president of the Hunters Guild woke up from their dream. In a fit of anger, Yin Sheng, who left the main island of Penglai, didn't stop until she reached the border between Penglai and later Qin. Father, here are 4 heart crystals. Take mother back to Taiyuan Mountain first. Use the heart crystals to stabilize mother's emotions. After I save Hu Sheng, I will immediately go find you. She took out the heart crystals that Jirumo gave her and gave them to her father, Yin Sanghai. Chapter 1045. Hu Jiuxing had already woken up. After being hit by Yun Sheng's corpse puppet, she was much quieter than before. Along the way, she only held Yin Sanghai's hand quietly, like a lost child. Yin Sheng's heart ached when she saw her mother like this, but without finding the heart lamp, she couldn't find out the reason for her mother's amnesia. But now, Yin Sheng couldn't find the heart lamp. The most urgent thing now was to get to the Dutian blood world and find Hu Jiuxing. Yin Sheng could only talk about her mother's treatment and put it aside for the time being. Sheng, the power of the Si Ming is not to be underestimated. You must not be rash. Yin Sanghai was also worried about his daughter going to the blood world, but he also understood that his daughter couldn't let Hu Sheng be killed. Father, don't worry. Godwind and Sister Lan will go with me. As Yin Sheng spoke, she didn't forget to sneak a peek behind her. That damn night fox, he still hadn't caught up. Then be careful. Father will wait for your return. Yin Sanghai reminded her a few more times, then left with Hu Jiuxing. Godwind, I'll have to trouble you this time. We have to get to the Dutian blood world in the shortest time possible. Yin Sheng's wind magic couldn't travel 1,000 miles in a day. She could only use Godwind's wind escape to travel day and night to the Dutian blood world. But even so, it would take her at least 2 days to get to the Dutian blood world. Yin Sheng could only hope that everything was not too late. When Dollar arrived, Yin Sheng and the others had already left. He was angry and paced back and forth in the same place. Suddenly, he found a mark with a small tuft of pink hair left on it. Dutian blood world? The little wildcat was still going to save that Hu Sheng. Dollar no longer hesitated. He kicked off the ground and headed for the Dutian blood world. In the Dutian blood world, outside the Dutian blood seal. After 3 years, the Dutian blood seal, which had been severely damaged, had begun to show signs of collapse. The originally blood-red blood seal had begun to wither, slowly turning from red to black. It looked like it was on the verge of collapse and would collapse at any time. A blood sacrifice magic array the size of half a football field was being drawn. Unlike ordinary magic arrays, the blood sacrifice magic used to repair the Dutian bloodstains required 1 day and one night to draw. Moreover, a lot of preparation work was needed before the drawing could be completed. First of all, the magic array had to be maintained by a magician at the level of a magician. Secondly, the blood of hundreds of magical beasts were needed to draw the magic array. Lastly, the blood of the blood sacrifice had to be the blood of a descendant of Celestial Fox. Elder Si Ming herself was a magician at the level of a magician. As for the other two conditions, the temple and the Zhao state had cooperated for the past 3 years and achieved them one by one. After Hu Sheng was abducted by Elder Si Ming halfway, she rushed to the Dutian blood world. What awaited her was the blood sacrifice. Several magicians from the Zhao state stood beside the magic array expressionlessly. They chanted and cast spells. Almost 100 magical beasts were beheaded in front of Hu Sheng. The heads of the beasts rolled on the ground. The fresh red blood was a ghastly sight. The air and the soil were mixed with the smell of blood. Hu Sheng, her hair disheveled, knelt on the ground. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She looked at the struggling magical beasts and tears rolled down her cheeks. Why? Why did you kill them? Hu Sheng murmured. She knew that it wouldn't be long before she would be beheaded like these demonic beasts. When her blood flowed into the magic formation, the magic power of the magic formation would activate and repair the damaged great heavenly blood seal. Elder Si Ming stood beside her. If you want to hate, hate your bloodline. Between you and that woman, only one can survive. Since Rumo wants to protect that woman, he can only kill you. When Elder Si Ming first saw Hu Sheng, he almost thought that Hu Sheng was Yun Sheng. But this was no longer important. What Elder Si Ming needed to do now was to complete the blood sacrifice. Elder Si Ming, all the beast blood is ready. We're just waiting to kill this celestial fox. The magician's blood-stained hands stung Hu Sheng's eyes. She didn't say a word. She seemed to be scared out of her wits. I'll kill her myself. Elder Si Ming pushed Hu Sheng to the center of the blood sacrifice magic array and raised his magic scepter. Hu Sheng lowered his head. Let her go. A roar made Hu Sheng raise his head. What did she see? Abandon, who was covered in wounds, rushed over like a heavenly soldier. TSK, how dare you chase after me? Why is this kid so stubborn? Kid, I know your master, Shi Huang. I'm only sparing your life because of him. Don't push your luck. Elder Si Ming had to stop. Earlier, in Penglai, Elder Si Ming suddenly appeared and defeated Abandon, Gufeng, and the others. Sister Lan went to find Yun Sheng for help. Abandon was the most stubborn one. Along the way, he fought with Elder Si Ming several times. Elder Si Ming took into account that he was from the mage elite camp and saw how stubborn Abandon was. He didn't want to kill him and only severely injured him. Who knew that Abandon would chase after him again and again? Chi was in a sorry state. His handsome face was already stained with blood. Abandon, go. Don't worry about me. I'm a remnant of Celestial Fox. If you save me, you'll be in trouble. Hu Sheng couldn't help but shout. She was just a piece of trash. She wasn't worth Abandon risking his life for. Kid, did you hear that? If you save this woman, you'll become the enemy of the entire continent. Elder Si Ming guided him patiently. Abandonment broke into a smile. At that moment, his entire face seemed to be glowing with life. F*CK off. So what if I become the enemy of the entire continent? I'm not afraid. If you want to kill her, you'll have to step over my dead body. This was the first time Hu Sheng saw Abandon smile. It was also the first time Hu Sheng cursed Abandon. However, she had an indescribable feeling. It was a kind of happiness that came from being cared for. Hu Sheng had never felt this kind of happiness in his more than 10 years as a human being. So, there was still someone in this world who cared about her. Abandon had always been a cold-hearted person. Only at this moment did he seem like a living person. You don't know what's good for you. If you want to save someone, you should know your place. I'm going to kill her. Let's see how you save her. Men, get into formation. Elder Si Ming's patience was running out. As soon as he finished speaking, several mages from the temple raised their magic scepters. They chanted in unison. Rays of magic light as bright as day shot out, forming a light barrier that covered the entire blood sacrifice magic circle. Abandon saw this and stomped his feet. However, as soon as he got close to the magic circle, he felt a strong repulsion force that sent him flying. Chapter 1046. Abandon charged again, but he was still bounced back. It's useless. This is the bright crystal wall of the temple. With your current strength, you can't break through it. Elder Si Ming sighed. He couldn't help but cherish this stubborn young man. It was a pity that he was from the mainland's magic elite camp. Otherwise, he would have recruited him into the temple. Abandon was still unwilling to give up. He launched several attacks with magic. However, every time his magic hit the bright crystal wall, it was like hitting a sponge. It was completely ineffective. The bright crystal wall was similar to Goofing's ball of light of the sun. However, the ball of light of the sun was more flexible and could be maintained by Goofing alone. On the other hand, the bright crystal wall was a group magic. It could only be maintained by many mages and could not be maintained for more than an hour. However, this 1 hour was enough for Elder Si Ming to kill Hu Sheng and complete the Blood Seal's restoration. Ignore that kid. The rest of you, start preparing for the blood sacrifice chant. Elder Si Ming didn't want to delay any longer. He ignored Abandon's repeated attempts and raised his magic scepter again. God of Light, please bestow upon me the thunder slash to slay all evils in the world. Hu Sheng had already forgotten his fear. He just stared at Abandon. Hu Sheng's gaze fell into Abandon's eyes. No, definitely not. Let Hu Sheng die here. Abandon failed to break through the bright crystal wall again. This time, he didn't use any magic. Little Green, help me this time. I want to break that damn bright crystal wall. Little Green hissed on Abandon's magic scepter. Its body turned into a green light and entered between Abandon's eyebrows. A green brand appeared on Abandon's forehead. After the brand appeared, Abandon's body changed. Strange patterns that looked like scales and tattoos grew on his limbs. They turned into a coiling void serpent. The green snake's eyes were as big as lanterns. There was a pair of giant wings on its back. The snake's body was as big as a millstone. The most terrifying thing was that there was a small section of greenish-black horn on its head. That's a flood dragon. Chang Ximing was shocked when he saw the void serpent. A snake that grows horns at 500 years old is a flood dragon. From the looks of it, it doesn't look more than 20 years old, but it actually has such a terrifying, demonic beast. The void serpent was neither a spell nor a battle technique. For a moment, even Elder Si Ming couldn't determine what kind of trick Abandon had used. If Yin Sheng was here, she would definitely recognize that it was a kind of fusion divine technique, similar to the fusion of Yun Sheng and Popo. However, it was only because Baby Sheep was a universe god that he was able to possess the body fusion divine skill. Little Qing, who had always been inconspicuous, actually had such an innate talent. After the void serpent took form, it flapped its huge wings and circled above the radiant crystal wall. It opened its ghastly mouth and spat out a ball of sizzling green lightning. Countless poisonous electric arcs that looked like tiny snakes crackled on top of the lightning ball. Rumble! The green lightning ball collided with the light crystal wall. It was as if two meteorites had collided. Magical sparks appeared between the green lightning ball and the light crystal wall, flashing with different colors of light. The people inside the radiant crystal wall seemed to have experienced a small-scale earthquake and were shaken to the point that they were swaying unsteadily. The power of the light crystal wall was forcefully weakened. However, the power of the green lightning ball was not limited to that. Little Qing was born with poison. When the lightning ball that it spat out hit the light crystal wall was dyed with a layer of green poison. The magicians who released the light crystal ball instantly felt poisoned. Their hands that were holding the magic scepter turned green. Not good, this magic attack is poisonous. Chang Ximing was shocked. He quickly used light magic to heal the magicians. Little did he know that Little Qing's poison was extremely strong. In just a moment, it had already seeped into their veins and blood. Even if they were treated in time, the hands of these magicians would be crippled. Kid, you dare to hurt the people in my Dharma temple. Today, I will not let you live. Chang Si-ming was furious. He didn't want to kill Abandon, but this kid's strength was not ordinary. Today, if he didn't kill him, the blood sacrifice would not be able to proceed normally. Light Demon Slaying Sword. Chang Si-ming had no time to care about Hu Sheng. He chanted, and the magic power merged with the magic scepter in his hand. A light sword that was a few meters tall floated above his nostrils. The sword contained a strong power of light. It pierced towards the Void Serpent. The Void Serpent knew that it would not be able to dodge the sword of light. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the light sword. The light sword carried a strong power of light magic. When Little Qing swallowed it, it felt a burning power of light pierce into its abdomen. The power of light was scattered all over the place, tearing at its internal organs. Hiss hiss, the Void Serpent writhed in pain in the air. Kid, give up. Do you think you can swallow the light sword? Chang Si-ming stared at the Void Serpent in the sky. He was secretly amazed. The light sword could break through anything tough. This Void Serpent did not admit defeat. It showed how strong its master's willpower was. I will never give up. The Void Serpent spat out a few words with difficulty. Its tail suddenly swung and collided with a light crystal wall. Even in the face of pain that was worse than death, he still wanted to save Hu Sheng. Kid, do you love this woman that much? You're willing to give up your life for her? Chang Si-ming had never experienced the love between a man and a woman in his life. He did not understand why Qi would rather risk his Dharma soul being destroyed to save Hu Sheng. You're wrong. I didn't save her because I love her. Qi was still struggling to hold on. His skin had begun to crack. Blood flowed out like a small stream. Qi's words made Hu Sheng's body tremble slightly. Hu Sheng's beautiful face had a touch of bitterness. Yes, she almost forgot that Qi did not love her. It turned out that no one cared about her. Since you don't love her, why did you save her? Chang Si-ming was even more confused. It was said that the love between a man and a woman could make people do irrational things. He had indeed seen many people around him become abnormal because they fell in love with a woman. The Emperor Zhao, in red, was like that. Peng Lai of Gojoseon and Ji Rumo were also like that. Those two were peerless geniuses. But for the mother and daughter, they went against their hearts and did unusual things. Chang Si-ming saw that Qi was willing to do anything for Hu Sheng. He naturally thought that the two were lovers. Because she's my friend, and also because she's the one I love, the one I promise to protect. Qi said silently in his heart. In order to fulfill Yin Sheng's promise, he would do anything. Chapter 10:47. After repeated collisions, the Void Serpent's tail finally smashed the light crystal wall. Several temple mages could not hold on any longer. They vomited blood and knelt on the ground. Almost at the same time, poof! After the sound of a blunt weapon piercing flesh, the sword of light pierced the Void Serpent's abdomen. Blood splattered like rain. Hu Sheng looked up. Blood fell on her face and covered her eyes. Friends, in Hu Sheng's eyes, tears fell like short pearls. They were red. She was just a friend. That's right. Abandon was her friend. Yin Sheng was also her friend. At least they still cared about her. As friends, she could not drag them down. She could not drag them down anymore. Abandon. Thank you, Hu Sheng said softly. She stood up abruptly and rushed forward. Catch her. Elder Si-ming was treating a few mages. He did not expect that Hu Sheng, who had been quiet all this time, would run away. In front, the dark red Dutian blood seal was like a beast with its mouth wide open. It stared at Hu Sheng fiercely. At this moment, she was not afraid and did not waver. The cowardly Hu Sheng resolutely rushed towards the Dutian blood seal. 3 years ago, the Dutian blood seal was set up by Elder Si-ming and the second elder of the elite camp. Hu Sheng did not know magic or Do Qi. She was just a body of flesh and blood. If she bumped into the magic seal, she would die. No, Hu Sheng. Abandon was inexplicably distressed. He turned into his human form and wanted to stop Hu Sheng. No one could stop Hu Sheng. She bumped into the Dutian blood seal. When Hu Sheng rushed towards the Dutian blood seal, a white light burst out from her body. Blood, like a gorgeous firework, exploded on the Dutian blood seal. When Abandon caught up, Hu Sheng's body slid to the ground like a puddle of mud. Abandon hugged her tightly. When he checked, his heart turned cold. Hu Sheng actually burned her own soul force. Could it be that she was prepared to die? Hu Sheng, why are you so foolish? Tears welled up in his eyes. Gee, don't be sad to be able to die in your arms. I'm very happy, tell Yun Sheng, to bring my ashes back to the Celestial Fox tribe. If there's an afterlife, I want to meet you before. Yun Sheng, after saying that, Hu Sheng closed his eyes forever. There was a bright smile on her face, and a drop of dark red tear rolled down from the corner of her eye, like the finest ruby. Hu Sheng, Abandoned, roared at the top of his lungs like a wounded lone wolf. As it turned out, that woman also had a stubborn temper. Kid, hand her over to me. Her blood can strengthen the Dutian blood seal and protect the safety of the continent. Hand over the corpse, and I'll spare your life. Hu Sheng had just died, and her blood could still be used for a blood sacrifice. Even now, Elder Si Ming was still unwilling to give up on the blood sacrifice. Even now, you still want to use her as a blood sacrifice. Temple, haha, what a temple. What justice, what protection of the continent, it's all bullshit. You only know how to bully weak women. Don't even think about touching her. Hu Sheng said that she would let Yun Sheng bring her ashes back to the Celestial Fox tribe. Before Yun Sheng came, he would definitely protect Hu Sheng's corpse. Abandoned was hit by the Sword of Light and was also seriously injured. He was no match for Elder Si Ming. Stubborn. Elder Si Ming was furious. He waved his hand and was about to kill Abandoned. Right at this moment, Abandoned felt a series of sounds like eggshells being peeled off behind him. Elder Si Ming, look! A group of people from the temple trembled as they pointed at the Dutian blood seal. There was a hole in the Dutian blood seal. That hole was constantly expanding. As the hole expanded, a large number of cracks appeared on the blood seal. The Dutian blood seal was about to collapse. What's going on? Why is the blood seal collapsing prematurely? Elder Si Ming was terrified. It only took a hit from Hu Sheng. How could the blood seal be so fragile? He glanced at Hu Sheng. Damn it, this woman burned her soul energy. She wants the Dutian blood seal to collapse. Elder Si Ming used the cruelest method to kill almost 100 demonic beasts. This action completely enraged Hu Sheng. The beast blood of the 8 Wastelands beast clan in her body had finally awakened. She wanted to use her life to take revenge on the temple and the humans who killed countless demonic beasts. Although Hu Sheng didn't know magic or combat energy, she had the blood of the Celestial Fox people in her body. She was also the saintess of the Celestial Fox people. She had a purer soul energy than anyone else. This life energy met the Dutian blood seal, formed by the hatred and hostility of countless demonic beasts. It was like fire meeting water or ice meeting sunlight. This caused the already fragile Dutian blood seal to show signs of collapsing prematurely. Activate the blood sacrifice magic circle. Although the most important celestial fox blood was missing, the blood sacrifice magic circle drawn with the blood of hundreds of demonic beasts should be able to stabilize the blood seal temporarily. While the blood seal was stabilized, they had to find another person with the blood of the celestial fox to draw another blood sacrifice magic circle. Abandoned took the opportunity to carry Hu Sheng, whose body was starting to turn cold. He retreated to the side and watched coldly. The magicians of the temple, including Elder Si Ming, gathered together and began chanting together. Within the blood sacrifice magic circle, the blood of the hundreds of demonic beasts started burning like flames, forming clouds of blood mist that surged towards the Dutian blood seal. The blood mist merged with the blood seal and started to repair the gap. The blood seal, which was originally restless, gradually calmed down. The blood sacrifice magic circle is a success. Elder Si Ming's old face relaxed slightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Abandoned. What's going on? Gu Feng and Dongwang Ling are rushed over. The two of them were separated from Abandoned earlier. When they found Abandoned, they only saw Hu Sheng, who was already dead. Hu Sheng is dead. He was forced to death by the people of the temple. Abandoned lowered his head. The people of the temple are inhumane. Hu Sheng is just a weak woman. Why did they do this to her? Dongwang Ling was furious. Dongwang Ling, and Hu Sheng were also friends. Princess Dongwang, what do you mean by that? Everything that the temple did was for the sake of the peace of the continent. Elder Si Ming saw that the Dutian blood seal was gradually stabilizing, so he ordered the magicians to maintain the blood sacrifice magic circle. Executioner, I've already heard that the temple and the Zhao state are in cahoots. You and the Emperor Zhao in red are the murderers who harmed Yun Sheng and her family. Dongwang Ling spat. Just when Elder Si Ming was about to explode, a magical radiance suddenly flashed beside him. The Emperor Zhao in red and Peng Lai of Gojoseon arrived one after another. Seeing the Emperor Zhao in red, Elder Si Ming's old face turned red. He said guiltily, "Senior brother, the mission failed. Saintess Celestial Fox committed suicide. She used her soul energy to open a gap in the blood seal." Chapter 1048. The Emperor Zhao in red looked at the Dutian blood seal. Indeed, there was an obvious hole in the seal. Although it had been repaired, the hole could become a hidden danger at any time. Since one is dead, let's catch another one. There is another way to completely repair the Dutian blood seal. That is to find that B** star from the Yun family. She also has the bloodline of the Celestial Fox. Capture these people. They are all friends of that B** star from the Yun family. With them in our hands, the B** star from the Yun family will definitely come to us, the Emperor Zhao in red said coldly. This, Elder Si Ming, seemed to be worried. She quickly glanced at Peng Lai of Gojoseon. He had already seen that Yun Sheng valued friendship a lot. She would even try her best to save the saintess of the Celestial Fox whom she met by chance. Needless to say, these people were her best friends. When he was in Peng Lai, he was forced to let go of Yun Sheng. This time, he would definitely not let go of Yun Sheng. In order to repair the blood seal, he would kill Yun Sheng. This time, he would not let the Yun family know about it, right? When Abandoned, Dongwang Ling and the others heard this, their expressions changed. Gu Feng, cover Abandoned and escape. Dongwang Ling didn't dare to hesitate at all. The red-clothed Zhao Huang, Chang Si Ming, and the Peng Lai king, who was still a friend or foe. Moreover, Qi was heavily injured. Even if she had Dongwang Qing with her, she could only give it her all. They could not become a burden to Yun Sheng. Gu Feng hesitated for a moment. He knew that he couldn't be of much help here. He grabbed green and teleported, wanting to escape first. Try to escape? The Emperor Zhao, in red, did not chase after them. He only opened his hand and clenched his fingers. In the sky, an invisible magic net suddenly appeared. The magic net was about to trap Gu Feng and Abandon. Seeing this, Dongwang Ling gritted her teeth. She took out Dongwang Qing and started chanting. Dongwang Qing flew into the air and sucked in a magic net. That's... The Emperor Zhao in red's expression changed slightly as he looked at the ancient bronze pin with a strange expression. The 8 Barons' divine artifact, Dongwang Qing. Who would have thought that Dongwang Qing had been hiding in the body of Emperor Dongwang's descendant? Haha, the heavens are helping me. I would like to see how brilliant Dongwang Qing is. The Emperor Zhao in red was not angry when he saw that the magic prison net was taken away. Instead, he was happy. The Zhao state had been painstakingly searching for the 8 Baron divine artifacts. Finally, he found one. The Emperor Zhao in red flipped his hand and waved it. A purple and blue ball of magic lightning appeared in his hand. He then threw it at Dongwang Qing. Thunder God's Break was one of the Emperor Zhao in red's ultimate magic. The ball of lightning carried a terrifying force as it charged toward Dong Wangqing. Dong Wangling didn't dare to be careless. She chanted faster and faster. When the ball of lightning was sucked into Dong Wangqing's body, Dong Wangqing shook violently. Dong Wangling felt as if she was struck by lightning. She felt a surge of blood rush up her head as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if it was an 8 barren divine artifact, its effects would be different when used by different people. Although Dong Wangqing was powerful, her own cultivation base was too weak. There was a difference of several levels between her and the red-clothed Zhao Huang. The Thunder God's break was incomparably ruthless. Dong Wangling was unable to withstand it for a moment. Seeing that Ling was injured, Gu Feng's heart was burning with anxiety. Even Qi's expression changed. "I'm fine." Dong Wangling held back the blood in her throat and took a deep breath. "Hurry up and leave. We can't let this old man's scheme succeed. You have guts. Unfortunately, you are too weak. You don't deserve to have a divine artifact. Dong Wangqing, I subordinate, should have it." The Emperor Zhao in red laughed cruelly. He teleported and sent a palm strike towards Dong Wangling, trying to snatch Dong Wangqing. However, just as the Emperor Zhao in red was about to attack, an even faster figure appeared in front of him and saved Dong Wangling. Peng Lai of Gojoseon? Dong Wangling didn't understand why Peng Lai of Gojoseon would save her. "Ji Ramo, you keep on stopping I. Are you trying to betray Peng Lai?" The Emperor Zhao in red flew into a rage out of humiliation. He almost got Dong Wangqing, including the Netherworld Ghost Key. This was the second time Ji Ramo stopped him from getting the 8 barren divine artifact. "Ramo, are you crazy? Don't get into a conflict with senior brother." Elder Si Ming said worriedly. "No, with me here, no one can touch her." Peng Lai of Gojoseon, Ji Ramo, shook his head. "What ingrate? You are really trying to betray Peng Lai. Today, I will help Peng Lai clean up. If I can nurture a Ji Ramo, I can also kill a Ji Ramo." The Emperor Zhao in red was furious. "Senior brother, calm down. Ramo is only temporarily bewitched by that woman," Elder Si Ming said anxiously. However, the furious the Emperor Zhao in red and the cold Ji Ramo ignored her advice. "I, Emperor Zhao in red, use my soul to summon the ancient divine beast. With the power of the divine beast, I will punish the good and punish the evil." The Emperor Zhao in red chanted. From the summoning ring, the sound of a baby crying could be heard. A huge summoning array appeared. "Princess Dongwang, the 3 of you, please leave quickly. Leave this place to me." In the face of the increasing pressure from the demonic beasts, the Peng Lai king, Ji Ramo, had a grave expression on his face. Dong Wangling, Gu Feng, and the other 2 didn't dare to delay. The 3 of them immediately ran towards the outside of the Dutian blood realm. "Junior brother, you go after them. I alone will be enough." The Emperor Zhao in red sneered. Behind him, the mountain-like figure of a beast became clearer. Elder Si Ming looked at Ji Ramo worriedly. Elder Si Ming knew Ji Ramo's character better than the Emperor Zhao in red. Once he made a decision, no one could stop him. Elder Si Ming sighed and went to chase after Dong Wangling, and the others. The Emperor Zhao in red's summoning was completed. The Emperor Zhao in red's summoning beast, which was also the only divine beast in the Boundless Continent, finally revealed its true form. The ancient divine beast, Jiao Ying, which had 9 heads and could spit out ice and fire magic attacks at the same time, appeared. It had 9 red heads, but only 1 body. The red heads were like venomous snake heads, constantly moving, emitting a dangerous aura. "Jiao Ying, kill him." The Emperor Zhao in red's eyes were red. Anyone who stood in his way would be killed. Even Ji Ramo, whom he had groomed himself, was no exception. The moment Jiao Ying appeared, it shot out several fire arrows and ice blades, launching a ferocious attack towards Ji Ramo. "Armor of light, grant me the strongest defense." A layer of crystal-like armor condensed on Ji-Rumo's body. Light blade slash, grant me the strongest attack. On the magic scepter, all kinds of light magic attacks emerged one after another. Ji-Rumo was extremely agile. He dodged Jiu Ying's attacks time and time again. But against a divine beast like Jiu Ying, normal magic attacks were useless. Forbidden spell of light, glory of the sun and moon. Ji-Rumo raised his magic scepter when he couldn't defeat Jiu Ying. Chapter 1049. Upon Lai of Gojoseon, Ji-Rumo's magic scepter shone brightly at that moment. A sun and a moon rose in the sky. The sun and moon were lifelike, just like the real sun and moon. It was just that the light emitted from the sun and moon wasn't ordinary light. Instead, it was light that was infused with light magic. It was a super magic light. The Dutian blood world was shrouded in blood mist all year round, and it was dark. The sun and moon that had suddenly appeared in the sky lit up the earth. The Emperor Zao, in red, saw the sun and moon in the sky. His victorious face was filled with fear. How could it be possible to create a scene of the sun and moon? This kind of magic was no longer a simple esoteric magic. Ji-Rumo actually comprehended a forbidden magic by himself. Moreover, it was the most difficult light and dark magic among all magic. It was a light magic, forbidden magic. As soon as the magic sun and moon shine together was released, the light landed on the Jiu Ying's body. It was as if it was burned by fire. Blisters immediately appeared on the Jiu Ying's thick skin. When the light landed in the Jiu Ying's eyes, it only felt a piercing pain in its eyes. Its vision turned black, and it couldn't see anything clearly. Ji-Rumo's figure flashed, and his magic scepter turned into a light blade. He chopped off one of the Jiu Ying's heads. On the other side of the Dutian blood world, Gufeng carried Hu Sheng's corpse on his back, and Dong Wang Ling supported Qi. The three of them retreated from the Dutian blood world. However, the three of them were still slower than Elder Siming. I don't want to fight with you juniors anymore. Come back with me obediently. Elder Siming saw that the three of them were all injured, but he still refused to abandon them. If you want to keep them, you have to ask for my permission first. A cold female voice suddenly appeared behind Elder Siming. Yun Sheng, Divine Wind, and Blue finally arrived at the Dutian blood world after traveling day and night. However, she didn't expect to see something that she didn't want to see the moment she entered the Dutian blood world. Yin Sheng, you're here. I'm sorry. We weren't able to save Hu Sheng. She died. When Dong Wang Ling saw Yun Sheng, other than feeling happy, she also felt a bit anxious. The Emperor Zao in red and the Dharma Temple still wanted to perform the blood sacrifice. If Yun Sheng appeared now, she would be walking right into their trap. Yun Sheng looked at Hu Sheng's body with mixed feelings. Who killed her? Hu Sheng committed suicide. He didn't want to be a burden to me, so he chose to commit suicide. Before she died, she asked me to tell you to send her ashes back to the Celestial Fox tribe. Abandon recalled the scene before Hu Sheng's death. He clenched his fists and glared at Elder Siming. Bring her ashes back to the Celestial Fox tribe? Yun Sheng was sad, but she also had an indescribable strange feeling. There was a kind of request that one couldn't refuse. That was the request before one's death. Although Hu Sheng had a weak personality, he made a powerful threat before he died. At the very last moment, he set up a trap for Yun Sheng to jump into. When Yun Sheng first met Hu Sheng had already expressed his intention to let Yun Sheng replace him and become the saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe. From her point of view, Yun Sheng was smart and good at scheming. She was also proficient in medicine, magic, and summoning techniques. Compared to her, Yun Sheng was more suitable to become the saintess of the Celestial Fox people. Although Yun Sheng had never been to the Eight Desolates continent, from the attitude of the Eight Desolates continent's descendants towards Ling Long, she roughly knew that the Celestial Fox tribe was currently a very weak existence in the Eight Desolates continent. Hu Sheng asking her to bring her ashes back was probably just an excuse. What he really wanted Yin Sheng to do was probably. But regardless of whether it was a trap or not, Yin Sheng had already decided to bring Hu Sheng's ashes back to the Celestial Fox tribe, because she had promised that she would send Hu Sheng back to the 8 Desolate continent. The remnants of the Celestial Fox tribe deserved more than death. Yin Sheng, you've come at the right time. Since you've appeared, this old man won't bother these juniors anymore. Obediently let yourself be captured, so this old man won't have to do anything. Elder Ming was a little resentful towards Yin Sheng. If it wasn't for this woman, Peng Lai of Gojoseon and the Emperor Zhao in red wouldn't be teasing each other so much. Femme fatale, this was a woman like Yin Sheng. What a joke. You want to use me as a blood sacrifice. Why would I obediently follow you? I'm not a fool. Elder Ming, for the sake of the young magistrate of the Dharma Temple, Xiao Wenxiu, I can overlook the fact that you forced Hu Sheng to his death. However, you actually targeted my friends and me. That's your biggest mistake. Yin Sheng's lips curled into a cold smile. Yin Sheng was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. The young magistrate of the Dharma Temple, Xiao Wenxiu, had saved her and her father's lives when she was young. In the Taiyuan ruins, he had given her a magical item that allowed her to escape a life and death crisis. She would always remember Xiao Wenxiu's kindness. However, she would never forget the grudge of the Dharma Temple. You still have a cheek to talk about Wenxiu? He was bewitched by you, that's why. Elder Ming's face twitched the moment Yin Sheng mentioned Xiao Wenxiu. He was about to explode. The sky suddenly lit up. The sun and moon appeared in the sky at the same time. The entire Dutian blood realm was completely illuminated. The light Magus Gu Feng couldn't help but be stupefied. He raised his head, revealing an expression of disbelief as well as adoration. This is light magic. Then, there was a shrill roar of a beast. That's when Elder Ming heard the roar. His face twitched even more. Is that magic? Yin Sheng also raised her head to look at the sky. There was a blazing sun and a bright moon in the sky. The sun and the moon coexisted. Such a scene did not exist. Could it be magic? Moreover, it was not an ordinary magic. This kind of magic was almost a heaven-defying forbidden spell. Who could use such a heaven-defying magic? Rumo, you actually betrayed your adoptive father, the Emperor Zhao, in red for her? Elder Ming lost his voice. The power of this forbidden spell had almost reached the realm of slaying gods. Ji Rumo had the intention to kill. Rumo? You mean Peng Lai of Gojoseon? Ji Rumo? This forbidden light magic was cast by him? Yin Sheng did not know that Peng Lai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo, was also a light magician. Wait, Ji Rumo was a light magician, and what Elder Ming said just now. Could it be? Which stop pretending. Rumo. No, it should be Wenxiu. Peng Lai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo, is the young master of the temple, Xiao Wenxiu. In order to save your life, he broke off his relationship with the Emperor Zhao in red. Elder Ming was flustered and exasperated. He angrily rebuked Yin Sheng. Peng Lai of Gojoseon was the young master of the temple. Yin Sheng was shocked, but at this moment, her body shook violently. The celestial fox Sarira in her body moved strangely. There was a creepy feeling from the bottom of Yin Sheng's feet to her spine. Regarding Ji Rumo's true identity, is there anyone who still guessed? Xiao Wenxiu is not his true identity. Thank you for your monthly votes. Chapter 1050. That inexplicable sense of fear came too suddenly. Yin Sheng couldn't even snap out of her daze. She even forgot to investigate the fact that Peng Lai of Gojoseon was Xiao Wenxiu. However, to everyone else present, this news was extremely shocking. That meant that among the Wuji 5 annulists, Ji Rumo Peng Lai of Gojoseon and Xiao Wenxiu from the temple were the same person. The temple was connected to the Zhao state. Back then, Elder Ming joined the temple after leaving the Zhao state. Coincidentally, Ji Rumo's talent was discovered at that time. As he couldn't summon magical beasts, there was a limit to what he could learn in the Zhao state. The Emperor Zhao, in red, thought that the temple was where magic was concentrated in the mainland. With Elder Si Ming's protection and Ji Rumo's talent in magic, he would definitely be able to rise to the top in the temple. Therefore, when Ji Rumo was 6 or 7 years old, he was sent to the temple to learn magic and divination. Since then, Ji Rumo had another identity. He was Xiao Wenshu from the temple. Xiao Wenshu didn't disappoint the Emperor Zhao in red and Elder Si Ming's expectations. He had only been in the temple for a year, but he had already broken through to become a sky sorcerer. In order to prevent people from recognizing that Ji Rumo and Xiao Wenshu were the same person, the Emperor Zhao, in red, set up a fire. He claimed that Penglai of Gojoseon was disfigured in the fire and had no choice but to wear a mask. This secret was kept secret for so many years. Ji Rumo didn't express any objections. However, after that bastard from the Yun family appeared, Ji Rumo's body unknowingly changed. The Emperor Zhao in red didn't notice this change, as he had never really cared about Ji Rumo. However, Elder Si Ming, Ji Yu, who had watched Xiao Wenshu grow up, noticed it. In Ji Yu's eyes, be it Xiao Wenshu or Ji Rumo, they were both perfect. He had an impeccable appearance and a talent that was the envy of the world. He had a gentle temperament and was as warm as the spring breeze to everyone. But because it was so perfect, Chang Si Ming sometimes even thought that Ji Rumo was a puppet without a heart. Just when Ji Yu thought that Ji Rumo would be like this for the rest of his life, Yun Sheng's appearance gave Elder Si Ming a glimmer of hope. The puppet began to have a heart. It was also because of Yun Sheng's appearance that Ji Rumo began to go against the Emperor Zhao in red's wishes. When he was in Penglai, he even begged Elder Si Ming not to expose the identity of the regent of Great Zhou. Elder Si Ming was shocked, but at the same time, he had the mentality of a father. After some hesitation, he finally agreed to Ji Rumo's request. In his heart, Ji Rumo had long been like his own flesh and blood. After so many years, Rumo had never asked him for a single favor. At that time, he had a premonition that Ji Rumo would one day do something shocking for that woman. However, he didn't expect that this day would come so soon. After Elder Si Ming captured Hu Sheng, he wanted to kill her immediately. That way, it could be considered as an explanation to the Emperor Zhao in red. He didn't expect so many things to happen in the middle. In order to protect Yun Sheng, Ji Rumo didn't hesitate to break off relations with the Emperor Zhao in red and use the forbidden spell Sun and Moonshine Shine. Elder Si Ming looked at the sun and moon in the sky. His heart was in turmoil. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Ji Rumo is Xiao Wenshu. However, why is he protecting Yunsheng so much? Dong Wangling had only heard of the title of Xiao Wenshu, the young master of the Law Temple. However, she didn't understand why the young master of the Law Temple, Xiao Wenshu, would help Yunsheng so many times. Yunsheng, could it be that Xia Si Ming likes you? Dong Wanglinger suddenly realized. Gufeng, who was at the side, couldn't help but complain. Linger actually had the mood to gossip at a time like this. A strange look flashed past Chi's eyes. A man who was willing to betray everything to protect a woman. If this wasn't love, then what was it? However, Yunsheng didn't hear what her companions were saying. Her entire mind was stuck on that sudden feeling of horror. What was it? Due to the Shinnong eyes and Trillium hand, Yunsheng's 5 senses were much stronger than others. Yunsheng could feel that this was a hidden threat. This threat could change the situation of the entire boundless world. Master, it's the Dutian blood seal. Something is coming out from the blood seal. The Dutian blood seal is going to collapse. Baby sheep and the demonic beasts in the exquisite beast tower were all agitated. Their sensitivity was higher than humans. They could feel that there was a powerful force rushing out from the Dutian blood seal. Impossible. The blood seal has just been repaired. How can it collapse so quickly? Elder Si Ming immediately denied. With the blood sacrifice magic array, the blood seal should be able to last for a few more days. Old fool, the soul power from life ignition caused fatal damage to the Dutian blood seal. The blood sacrifice magic array only repaired the surface layer of the blood seal. Baby sheep anxiously fluttered up and down. Inside the blood seal? Which, ask your beast to explain clearly what is inside the blood seal. Elder Si-Ming thought that Bobo sheep was trying to mislead them. Baby sheep, I'm not sure yet. But the other party has a strong, evil aura. Baby sheep made a disgusted face. The only thing it could feel was that the unknown force was very filthy. Celestial Fox's tomb. Something is coming out from the Celestial Fox's tomb. Yin Sheng took a deep breath. This could explain why the Celestial Fox's Saraira in her body suddenly acted strangely. But what was in the Celestial Fox's tomb? Yin Sheng remembered that there was only a statue of Fox Smoke in the Celestial Fox's tomb. At the moment when Baby Sheep gave the warning. Near the Dutian blood seal, Jirumo and Redcoat Summon, who were still fighting fiercely, felt their eyebrows twitch. Both of them were top experts in the continent. That violent and filthy force was very close to them. They withdrew their hands at the same time and looked at the Dutian blood seal. They suddenly realized that the Dutian blood seal was constantly changing. At the original location of the Celestial Fox's tomb, a blood-red light that looked like a rock was spat out. In the light, there seemed to be a figure. That blood-red light was like a sword that pierced through the heart. With a bang, it broke through the air and drilled out from the bloody hole that was created by the Celestial Fox's burning of spiritual power. At the moment when the light drilled out, a black figure appeared in the light. The appearance of the black figure was gradually revealed. It was a very strange person. It was called a person because he was still wearing a human robe. Although it was tattered, it could still be recognized that he was once a magician. But he didn't look like a human because he didn't walk like a human. His limbs were on the ground, and he walked like a beast. Other than his eyes and mouth, the rest of his body was covered with long fur. Behind him, there were 3 fluffy tails. Chapter 1051. The strange man, who looked like both a human and a beast, came out of the Dutian blood seal like a bolt of lightning. His speed was unbelievably fast as he pounced on the sorcerers from the temple who were maintaining the blood sacrifice magic array. As the figure flashed past, the sorcerers' faces were filled with horror. There were holes in their chests, dripping with blood and steaming hot air. They had been gouged out while they were still alive. The strange man stood in the air. The 3 tails behind him were particularly eye-catching. His hands were no longer human hands. They were like those of a beast with sharp claws. Several hearts that were still beating were pierced through his ghastly claws. 2 rays of thirst shot out from his eyes, as if he had found the most delicious food in the world. The strange man opened his mouth and swallowed the hearts as if they were delicious delicacies. After he ate the hearts, he did not forget to lick the blood off his claws. The magic power around him expanded by a large circle. This scene fell into the eyes of Jirumo and the Emperor Zao in red. It was exceptionally strange. It tastes so good. I finally get to eat fresh meat. The strange man seemed to have not spoken for a long time. His voice was dry and unpleasant. It was as if a file had been rubbed against glass. The strange man raised his head and saw the Emperor Zao in red and Jirumo. His eyes lit up. He could tell that these 2 people were not ordinary people. The higher the cultivation level of a person, the more delicious their heart would be. After he swallowed it, it would be more beneficial to his magic cultivation. There are 2 more. These 2 look much more delicious than the previous ones. Which one should I eat first? The strange man stretched out his hand and swallowed his saliva in front of the Emperor Zao in red and Jirumo. He seemed to be choosing which one to eat first. Are you a human or a beast? The Emperor Zao in red could not tell the origin of the strange man. A human or a beast? I used to be a human. I also had a human name, Feng Tian, but that's all in the past. The strange man let out an unpleasant laugh. Feng Tian? Jirumo still had some recollection of this name. He was once the #1 expert of the continent's magic elite camp, Feng Tian. However, it was said that this person had gone missing during the trial of the elite camp of the continent. Unexpectedly, he was trapped in the Dutian blood seal. Moreover, he was trapped in the tomb of Celestial Fox. However, wasn't the tomb of the 8 wilderness beast kings only open to those with the same bloodline? Why was Feng Tian able to survive in the tomb of the Celestial Fox? Also, what was with his inhuman appearance? No one knew how Feng Tian entered the tomb of Celestial Fox. He had entered the Celestial Fox tomb by chance. At that time, Yun Sheng, who possessed the Celestial Fox bloodline, had accidentally used a secret passage to leave the Celestial Fox tomb. Coincidentally, Feng Tian had discovered the secret passage. Originally, Feng Tian had only entered the secret passage out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, because Yi Baiming had destroyed the tomb of the Celestial Fox, Feng Tian had been unintentionally sealed in the Dutian blood seal by the second elder and the chief of the temple, Si Ming, who had arrived later. In the blood seal, he had been influenced by countless evil auras and gradually lost his humanity. In the tomb of the Celestial Fox, he had no food and could only rely on eating the corpses that had died early in the tomb of the Celestial Fox. Those corpses were all the corpses of the Celestial Fox, people who had accidentally entered the tomb of the Celestial Fox. They had died in the tomb of the Celestial Fox. Over the years, although those corpses were well preserved, they had still changed. Feng Tian had been eating them for a long time, and his body and Dharma soul had also changed bit by bit. Perhaps Feng Tian's luck was good, but he even found some Celestial Fox tribe cultivation techniques among those corpses. Feng Tian struggled at death's door while learning the Celestial Fox cultivation techniques. His body had also undergone some changes. He had slowly turned from a human into a half-human, half-beast monster. The 3 fox tails behind him had also grown after he cultivated the cultivation techniques. They were the wind tail, speed tail, lightning tail, tear tail, and evil tail, slaughter tail. At first, when he discovered that he had become like this, the proud and arrogant Feng Tian had also thought of dying. However, he accidentally discovered that his strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds because of his changes. In a short 3 years, he had actually broken through from the saint-level Dharma King to the Dharma God realm. Moreover, the more he devoured people, the faster his cultivation rose. However, because there were only dead people in the tomb of the Celestial Fox, the nutrition he could obtain from it was limited. Even though he had become like this, Feng Tian still had a thought in his heart, and that was that one day he would rush out of the tomb of the Celestial Fox and find Yi Baiming. He still remembered how Yi Baiming had humiliated him back then. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was worthy of being called the number 1 genius of the continent. Therefore, with that thought in mind, Feng Tian kept waiting for the day when he would be able to break through the Dutian blood seal and return to the continent. This day had finally arrived. Hu Sheng had used his soul power to burn a part of the Dutian blood seal. This had also provided Feng Tian with an excellent opportunity. After searching for a while, he finally found the weakness of the blood seal and rushed out. Finally, he saw the light of day again. Ignorant Junior, Jiao kill him. The Emperor Zhao in red felt disgusted when he saw Feng Tian's half-human, half-beast appearance. In the eyes of the Emperor Zhao in red, this half-beast existence was even more filthy than the Bakar orcs. The Jiao, who had lost one of its heads, abandoned Jirumo after receiving its master's order and roared at the sky. The remaining 8 heads spewed out raging flames. The flames surrounded the 3-tailed phoenix sky, but there was no sign of pain on his face. It was as if he was just enjoying the sun. Divine beast! I have never tasted the blood of a divine beast. Kiki, let's have a taste today. The 3-tailed phoenix sky let out an extremely arrogant laugh. The tail of wind behind him trembled, and his body was even faster than teleportation as he pounced towards the Jiao. The Jiao was like a mound of earth. Compared to it, the 3-tailed phoenix sky's figure was insignificant. However, Feng Tian was not afraid at all. He was like a flea, attaching himself to one of the Jiao necks. Behind him, the evil's tail tree stood up. 2 rows of sharp, cone-like teeth immediately grew out of its mouth. Feng Tian bit the Jiuying's neck and tore with force. The Jiuying let out an earth-shattering cry as blood splattered. One of the Jiuying's heads had been bitten off by Feng Tian. Damn it! The Emperor Zhao in red could not help but tremble. Within a day, the divine beast Jiuying that he regarded as his own life had been injured repeatedly. Ji Rumo and Feng Tian had cut off 2 of its heads. Now, only 7 of its heads were left. TSK, a beast is a beast. It's still not as delicious as human meat. Feng Tian tore off a piece of beast meat and chewed a few times before spitting it out in disgust. The Emperor Zhao in red's gaze was cold. He roared angrily and rushed towards the sky. However, at this moment, Ji Rumo's expression changed again. Behind him, the Dutian blood seal collapsed. A few sorcerers were killed, and the blood sacrifice magical array stopped operating. The Dutian blood seal, which had suffered heavy injuries, finally could not take it anymore and completely collapsed. Chapter 1052. The collapse of the Duan blood seal was like a skyscraper collapsing. The ripples caused by the collapse of the Duan blood seal affected a wide area. The entire blood realm could sense this unusual change. Everyone was shocked. Only then did they know that Baby Sheep was telling the truth. In the direction of the Duan blood seal, countless blood-red auras shot out like a rain of swords, piercing into the sky. The blood-red auras pierced into the sky, but they didn't dissipate. Instead, they gathered in the sky. Yin Sheng, look, there's something in the sky. Dong Wangling trembled as she pointed at the sky. The sky of the Duan blood world was like a lake that had countless stones thrown into it. First, ripples appeared. Those ripples were still expanding. As the ripples intersected, they formed vortexes of auras. In the vortexes, fully armed demonic beast soldiers crawled out one after another. These beast soldiers were all half-human and half-beast, looking extremely rough. The leading 100-man bull warriors had the lower body of a bull and the upper body of a human. They held heavy axes in their hands. At this moment, another huge vortex appeared in the sky, and a hooded priestess wearing a colorful beast god priest robe appeared from it. The priestess took off her hat, revealing a charming face. Her eyes were deep, and her body was enchanting. She looked down at the land that had once brought endless humiliation and blood to the 8 barren tribes. She greedily took a breath. The air of the Duan blood world was filled with blood, but to her, it was as sweet as rain. How many years has it been? Boundless land, we're finally back. We're back. We're back. Warriors, you're the vanguard of the 8 barren tribes' invasion of the boundless land. Before the leaders of the 8 tribes arrive, we'll trample on the experts of the boundless land and slaughter them like ants. The priestess finished her words. Nearly 100 ferocious barbaric bull warriors shouted in unison. They swooped down with weapons and magic staffs in their hands. Like countless fleas, they descended from the sky. They were like bulls with red eyes. Their eyes were bloodshot as they charged toward the periphery of the Duan blood world. Elder Siming and the others felt like their guts were about to explode upon seeing this. The Dutian seal collapsed. The Dutian blood world was in chaos. How could this be? Chang Si-ming was shocked, his body trembling uncontrollably. Of course, the magical beasts of the 8 Wastelands Beast Clan. Not good. I'm afraid that the collapse of the blood seal has given the Ba Huang tribe an opportunity to form a space vortex. We have to stop them as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the Ba Huang tribe invades on a large scale and rushes out of the blood beast world, the entire mainland will be plunged into a hellish slaughter. Yun Sheng and the rest looked at the Ba Huang beast soldiers that kept coming out of the vortex, their hearts exploding. No, we need to repair the Dutian blood seal as soon as possible. Elder Si-ming was still stubbornly stubborn as she kept mumbling. Look at the situation now. Are you counting on the Dutian blood seal? Yun Sheng glared at Elder Si-ming. Then, what should we do? Elder Si-ming asked. The situation had gone out of control. How many people does the temple have in the Blood Beast world? Also, Divine Wind, how many elf archers can you deploy in such a short time? Sister Lawn, please go to the relay station at the outskirts of the Dutian Blood world and gather all the people you can. We have to think of a way to seal the Dutian Blood world. The more difficult the situation was, the calmer Yunsheng became. Her personal grudges with the temple and the Zhao state had to be put aside for now. Yunsheng's calmness also made the panicking people calm down. Elder Si Ming's face turned red. Yunsheng's reprimand had enlightened him. The temple did not have many mages in the Dutian Blood Beast world. There were at least 50 to 60 mages that could be deployed. As for the Dutian relay station, there should be some adventurers from all over the world. The number of elven archers that Divine Wind could deploy in a short period of time was over 100. However, it would take at least a few hours to deploy the manpower. In this hour, how should they deal with the priestess and the bull warriors? Could they only rely on Yunsheng, the injured Dongwang Ling, Gufeng, Qi, and the others to fight against 100? Moreover, that priestess of the beast god Altar was clearly not a weakling. Yunsheng looked around. Ling, and the other two nodded in unison. Leave it to us, Yunsheng replied confidently. Facing so many enemies, she was not afraid at all. Time seemed to have returned to the time when she was in the elite mage camp. At that time, she also fought side by side with her companions. Elder Si Ming, Divine Wind, Blue, and the others did not hesitate. The three of them split up and rushed in different directions in the Dutian Blood world. At this time, Gufeng had already performed a simple light magic treatment on Qi. Yunsheng placed Hu Sheng's body in the Linglong Beast Tower. The spiritual energy in the Linglong Beast Tower could keep Hu Sheng's body from rotting for the time being. Yunsheng planned to wait until the crisis in the Dutian Blood world was over before cremating Hu Sheng and sending him back to the Celestial Fox tribe. Rise to the sky. Yunsheng was in the middle, and the other three were on her left and right. Magic wings of different colors appeared behind the four of them, and they rose into the sky together. In the sky, the priestess was commanding the bull warriors to attack the beast blood world. Fifth priestess, there are human auras ahead, for reckless humans are approaching. The bull warrior in charge of the lookout quickly caught the whereabouts of Yunsheng and the others. It turned out that after the plot of the Zhao state's first summoner was exposed, the high priest of the beast god Altar issued a war order. The third and fifth priestess of the beast god Altar led the vanguard, and the chiefs of the 8 tribes selected the elites of each tribe to attack the Dutian blood seal. Originally, the beast god Altar thought that it would take some time to attack the boundless continent. After all, the Dutian blood seal still needed some time to collapse. But due to a freak combination of factors, Hu Sheng burned his soul power and Feng Tian broke out of the celestial fox tomb, causing the collapse of the Dutian blood seal to happen earlier. The fifth priestess, who was skilled in spatial magic, took the opportunity to lead her troops into the boundless continent using spatial magic, becoming the first batch of 8 wilderness bee soldiers to reach the boundless continent. She thought that her operation this time would be undetectable. Who would have thought that the humans would discover her before she even launched the attack? The priestess looked around and saw 4 young magicians blocking their way. After seeing the faces of the 4 people, the priestess was surprised. Among the 4 mages, the female mage in the middle was also a summoner. Magicians from the boundless continent. The priestess swept her seductive eyes across the 4 of them. In the end, her gaze landed on Qi, who was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. Chapter 10:53. The fifth priestess had always been arrogant, but this time she could not help but take a few more glances. The 4 of them had decent cultivation levels. They were young, and even the weakest among them was a sky magician. 2 of the girls were even prettier than her. Since when did the boundless land have such outstanding talents? Except for the handsome man, the others have all been captured especially the two women, this priest wants to capture them back and give them to the third priest. The fifth priestess of the beast god, Alter, did not take them seriously at all. She had to admit that the cultivation levels of these young magicians were decent, but they were just decent. They were too few in number and would not be able to make a difference. She was only the vanguard of the 8 wilderness tribes' invasion of the boundless land. As the blood seal crumbled, more spatial cracks would form. Yes, fifth priestess. After hearing the fifth priestess's instructions, the wild bull bee soldiers could not help but sympathize with the 4 pitiful magicians. Unlucky fella, of all people, he had to meet the fifth priestess. The 8 priestesses of the beast god Alter were all supreme existences in the 8 wilderness continent. Their statuses were similar to Elder C. Ming and Empress Ao. Other than the 8th priestess, who died because her identity was exposed, the 5th priestess was the most attracted to men. It was rumored that the secret to her beauty was to suck the essence of handsome men. As for the 3rd priestess, she liked beautiful human female slaves the most. In the 8 wilderness continent, countless indigenous women were tortured to death by the 3rd priestess. The 5th priestess and the 3rd priestess had a good relationship, so every time the 5th priestess found a beautiful human female, she would snatch her to the 3rd priestess. "Wait, I want that sheep on your shoulder." The 5th priestess's eyes lit up as she stared at the baby sheep on Yun Sheng's shoulder. A pink magic beast? The 5th priestess was a woman, and she usually liked pink things the most. The Bobo sheep had soft fur that was naturally curly and had a pair of fleshy wings. It was indeed very popular with women. Moreover, a magical beast like the baby sheep was unique in both the Boundless Continent and the 8 Wastelands continent. No wonder the 5th priest took a liking to it. Baba, you are the sheep. Your whole family are sheep. This world deity only looks like a sheep and has the word sheep in my name. This world deity is not a sheep. When the sheep heard this, the curly hair all over its body stood up as if it had been electrocuted. A coquettish orc woman actually dared to covet its beauty. Apart from his master, Yun Sheng, no one else could understand what he was saying. Needless to say, it called itself a world deity. After all, its appearance was that of a sheep. Want it? Then exchange it with your life. Yun Sheng's voice sounded faintly. Her voice sounded gentle, but when she said the last word, as she spoke, Yun Sheng's magic scepter vibrated slightly. A dark thorn that was like a sharp knife pierced through the skull of the bull bee soldier standing at the front. The wild ox bee soldier's heavy body fell down like a collapsing wall. But just as the bull bee soldier fell to the ground, there was another wave of magic waves. On the originally flat ground, sharp earth thorns drilled out of the ground. The bull beast soldier's body was instantly pierced like a hedgehog. It cannot be more dead. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. And the whole process was caused by a seemingly harmless female sorcerer. The 5th priestess narrowed her eyes. The charming smile at the corner of her mouth disappeared. Her eyes revealed traces of coldness. Amidst the murderous intent, there was also a hint of surprise. Yun Sheng and the rest stood in the air. The 5th priestess looked over. Yun Sheng's figure did not move. She did not even chant, and had already launched 2 waves of magic attacks. Even the priests of the beast god Alter would find it difficult to do so in such a short time. But she did it. This woman had rich battle experience. The humans of the Boundless Land were completely different from the cowardly indigenous people of the 8 Wastelands. Interesting. You actually dared to kill my people. Originally, I wanted to let you go on account of your face. Now, it seems that there's no need for that. Captain Bull, listen to my orders. Whoever kills that female sorcerer, I will bestow 10 drops of holy water from the beast god Alter. The 5th priestess was also angered by Yun Sheng. She glanced at them and confirmed that Yun Sheng was the leader of the 4 sorcerers. The holy water from the beast god Alter was similar to the water of life in Yun Sheng's immortal holy grail. It could purify a sorcerer's dharma soul and the warrior's physique. But because it was rare, only the priests of the beast god Alter could possess it. Once they heard that killing a female sorcerer would be exchanged for 10 drops of holy water, The bull beast soldiers cheered like a tidal wave. They did not hesitate to surround Yun Sheng. The fifth priestess smiled sinisterly. Once 100 bull beast soldiers surrounded her, that female sorcerer would definitely be chopped into minced meat. This was the consequence of angering her. The sudden stampede of beast soldiers gave Ling, and the rest a shock. They rushed forward to save her. "Handsome little brother, you are mine. You are so handsome. If you were to be destroyed by those boorish bull beast soldiers, my heart would ache." The fifth priestess giggled and appeared in front of Abandon. She raised her finger and was about to tease Abandon. Abandon's handsome face was full of disgust. Without a word, he greeted her with a cloud of poisonous fog. You actually know how to use poison magic. But this kind of magic, I like it better." The fifth priestess teased. With a wave of her sleeve, a small whirlwind blew away the poisonous fog. On the other side, Yun Sheng was also surrounded by nearly 100 bull beast soldiers. The bull beast soldiers waved their heavy axes. Countless axes were like a flood, fiercely crashing into every corner of Yun Sheng's body. It looked like Yun Sheng was about to lose her cabin. At this time, a summoning array appeared under Yun Sheng's feet. In the blink of an eye, the winged beast ants buzzed. They came out from it. The sky was filled with beast ants. The number was hard to count with the naked eye. Under the command of the centipede ant general, the ant colony crazily pounced on the bull beast soldiers. Although the beast ants were small, they were very fierce. They were best used to deal with the bull beast soldiers. "Oh!" With a burst of excited barking, Xiaohei pounced on the bull beast soldier and bit his tail. "Hey, 100-legged ants, take it easy and go easy on us. You should at least give us a chance to show off." The enchanting knight, demon queen, and the little elven queen followed closely behind. Chapter 1054. The infamous 100-legged ant general among the magical beasts was actually called a 100-legged little ant. Only the demon queen of the night demon would dare to call it that. In fact, although Yun Sheng had many magical beasts and all of them were very powerful, they got along very well. But occasionally, the magical beasts would have a conflict, and that was the problem of who would be the first to fight each time. This problem was also called the Q problem by Yun Sheng's magical beasts. Magical beasts were naturally bloodthirsty and warlike. When they encountered a good thing like a fight, they wished they could grow a few more legs. But often, they couldn't win against the 100-legged ant general. Even though the 100-legged ant general was the smallest of all the demonic beasts, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Yun Sheng had the number 1 rearing artifact, the exquisite Beast Pagoda. The spiritual energy in the Beast Pagoda was abundant, and the reproduction of the 100-legged ant general was even smoother. Now, it had countless ant children and ant grandchildren, and could summon more than 100,000 ant soldiers at once. Generally speaking, even a martial sage would be caught off guard when 10,000 soul-devouring ants swarmed up. The soul-devouring ants drilled into the wild bull beast's internal organs and intestines through their noses, eyes, and mouths. After a while, the wild bull beasts were all howling and rolling on the ground. The wild bull captain situation wasn't much better. Xiaohei had bitten it from head to toe, and it was dripping with blood. There wasn't a single piece of meat that was unharmed. "Here's our chance." The night demon queen beamed with joy. She chanted, and many night demon warriors appeared behind her. The warriors raised their sharp elven spears and rushed towards the wild bull beasts. The elf queen kept shuttling through the crowd of beasts. Whenever she encountered a wild bull beast that were not dead, she would cast a frost spell and freeze them into an ice sculpture. As for Yun Sheng, she stood at the side with a leisurely expression and looked on coldly, acting like a hands-off shopkeeper. The fifth priest, who originally wanted to capture and abandon them, heard the commotion. He turned around, and his face instantly turned pale. What was going on? Where did these strange magical beasts that were rare even in the 8 Wastelands continent come from? Could it be that these were all the magical beasts of that female summoner? Impossible. How could a summoner summon so many magical beasts at once? There was the ferocious Xiao Hei, the enchanting and sinister Night Demon Queen, and the beautiful blonde woman who was responsible for the last hit in the herd of beasts. She seemed to be a king-level elf, and there was also a ferocious Ant Clan beast general. These magical beasts were mighty and mighty like a torrent. Nearly 100 bull beast soldiers were completely defeated. Are you scared now? Those are Yunsheng's demonic beast army. Isn't the 8 desolate tribe very impressive? With Yunsheng alone, she can fight against 10,000. Dong Ling heaved a sigh of relief. She had almost forgotten that compared to magic, Yunsheng's summoned beasts were truly formidable. With these magical beasts around, they could at least hold on for a while before the others arrived. Under the battle of Yunsheng's demonic beast army, the bull beast soldiers were either killed or gnawed into bones. Very quickly, only the 5th priestess was left. But the strange thing was that in the end, even after the bull captain had fallen, the 5th priestess did not have any intention of retreating. A poppy-like smile appeared on Rao Li's beautiful face. That smile was especially irksome in the eyes of everyone. It's really an eye-opener. I didn't expect that in the Boundless Continent, there would also be an existence that could become a general-level summoner. Moreover, it's a female summoner. The 5th priestess used a completely different gaze to size up Yunsheng. In her eyes, there was no longer the look of contempt from before. At this point, the 5th priestess no longer thought that the person she met was just an ordinary female summoner. If it wasn't her who came today, she was afraid that the first vanguard team of the 8 desolate tribes invasion army would really all fall here. General level, summoner? It was the first time Yunsheng heard such a title. What? As a summoner, you haven't even heard of general level summoners? That's right. In a place like the Boundless Continent, I'm afraid that there might not even be a general level summoner in 1,000 years. I heard that back then. The first pope of the Zhao state, who once fought against the 8 desolate tribe leaders, was an outstanding general-level summoner. The 5th priestess shook her head. The powerhouses of the 8 desolate lands who created the 8 desolate divine artifacts had already fallen many years ago. The Boundless Continent had already fallen to the point where even general-level summoners were not known. Such a boundless continent was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. General-level summoners were a type of summoner, but they were different from ordinary summoners who could only contract 1 magical beast, and at most could not contract more than 2 magical beasts. General-level summoners could control at least 3 magical beasts at the same time. Only such summoners were qualified to be called general-level summoners. General-level summoners were about 1 in 100 people in the 8 desolate lands. However, even general-level summoners could control different grades of magical beasts according to the control of their Dharma souls. What surprised the 5th priestess the most about Yunsheng was that all of Yunsheng's magical beasts were holy beasts. Moreover, Yunsheng could control them very easily. This was very rare even in the 8 desolate lands. Perhaps 1 in a million people might not even be found. According to the 5th priestess's knowledge, other than the 1st priestess, only the 8 desolate god summoners of the 8 desolate tribes in the 8 desolate lands had such divine power. However, this woman looked so young. She definitely could not have reached the terrifying power of the 8 desolate god summoners. It's a pity that you are a human. Otherwise, you could have become a disciple of our leader. He would have been very happy to accept you as his disciple. The 5th priestess lamented. It was a pity that such a talented female summoner was going to die in her hands today. There's no need to feel pity, because the dead won't feel pity. Yunsheng waved her hand, and Blackie, the 100-legged ant general, the night stallion queen, and the elven queen all landed beside her. The 5th priestess alone definitely did not have the ability to block the attack of so many magical beasts. Wrong, female summoner. Sometimes the dead are the scariest, because only the dead are not afraid of death. The 5th priestess let out a ghostly laugh. In her hands, there were 2 bone staffs that looked like magic scepters. However, the 2 bone staffs were very small. They looked like the forelimbs of some kind of young beast. They looked as if they were made of jade. They were emerald green, and when the fifth priest held them in his left and right hands, they looked somewhat awe-inspiring. Everyone then realized that in the battle just now, the fifth priestess did not use any magic scepters or weapons. However, what were the two bone staffs used for? Perhaps seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes, the fifth priestess chuckled. Because of your outstanding performance just now, you are qualified to know my name. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm the fifth priestess of the beast god altar, Linyan. My main witchcraft is corpse sacrifice. Cold, low efficiency. Chapter 1055. The status of the beast god altar in the Eight Desolate Continent was similar to the status of the combination of the Dharma Temple and the Zeo state in the Boundless Continent. However, compared to the Dharma Temple that specialized in magic, the priests of the Eight Desolate Continent's beast god altar specialized in witchcraft. Witchcraft could also be understood as a side branch of dark magic, just that witchcraft was also added into it. The 8 priests of the beast god altar, each of them had their own unique witchcraft. For example, the first summoner that died in Penglai, he specialized in the witchcraft of fusion. As for the 5th priest, she was a corpse sacrifice. Corpse sacrifice? Could it be that she was a priest that dealt with corpses? Such a delicate and beautiful priest actually specialized in dealing with corpses? Yin Sheng and the others looked at each other. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Listen up, if you don't want to die, quickly scram back to the 8 Desolate Continent and never step foot into the Boundless Continent again. Dong Wang Linger only wanted to quickly make this eccentric woman in front of her disappear. Yin Sheng couldn't help but frown. She thought to herself, to be able to be sent as the vanguard of the 8 Desolate tribe, this priestess called Lin Yin definitely isn't that simple. The Boundless Continent originally belonged to us, the Bakra Orcs. It was because of the cunning of the humans that the Bakra Orcs were tricked and chased out of the Boundless Continent. The Bakra Orcs have waited for thousands of years. How can I, the priestess, give up so easily? It's also time to let you all see how powerful I am. The 5th priest, Lin Yin, smiled. She pretended to be careless as she played with the 2 jade-like bones in her hands. The 2 jade-like bones lightly knocked against each other, and a series of ding, ding, dong, dong, dong sounds could be heard. After experiencing such a cruel massacre, hearing such a pleasant melody that was like a clear spring, one's mind couldn't help but relax a little. Although there wasn't any music accompaniment, the sound of the jade-like bones knocking against each other actually formed a death rhapsody. When the music entered their ears, everyone felt that their heartbeats couldn't help but quicken. They felt as if they were suffocating, and breathing became more and more difficult. Yun Sheng and the rest did not know that they had unknowingly fallen into the lich music played by the 5th priest. The predecessor of corpse witch music was a special music used for funerals in the 8 Desolate Continent. At first, it was just a very ordinary piece of music, but it was accidentally discovered by a great mage that there was a mysterious power in the lich music. That mage had fused the dark witchcraft and created a lich music that was neither a spell nor a combat technique, but had terrifying power. Corpse witch music was very destructive. It could cause a person's will to be depressed and their heart to beat faster. Unknowingly, it could cause a person to be immersed in grief and despair. Some people would even commit suicide after listening to corpse witch music. The 5th priest looked at the few of them who were immersed in the music. His eyes were blank, especially goofing and abandon. They were immersed in some kind of sorrowful emotion and had completely lost their will to fight. As for Dong Wang Ling, tears were streaming down her face. She recalled how her father was assassinated and how her elder brother had turned into a retard. As for that female summoner, the 5th priest's dance suddenly stopped. On the face of that female summoner, that pair of eyes that were as dark as the night was looking straight at him. How is this possible? She is actually completely unaffected by corpse witch music? Indeed, corpse witch music wasn't effective on everyone. In front of two types of people, corpse witch music wouldn't be effective. The first type was that the other party's strength was obviously higher than the corpse witch music. The second type was that the other party's willpower was unprecedentedly strong and wasn't affected by corpse witch music at all. That female summoner obviously didn't belong to the first type. Could it be that her willpower was so strong to such an extent? The reason why Yunsheng was able to resist corpse witch music was because she had lived 2 lives. She was a healer. To her, the life and death of a person was much more indifferent compared to other people. Moreover, within her body was the relic of the celestial fox people Long Huyin, the Bakro orcs who was once known as the strongest in magic. Why would she be afraid of a mere priestess of the beast god altar? What is there to be afraid of? Yin Sheng's black eyes became even deeper. She calmly took out the Millennium Ice Zither. This 5th priest was unlucky. Yin Sheng's Di Hong song happened to be the biggest nemesis of corpse witch music. Once Di Hong appeared, all the evil spirits retreated. Her fingers moved, and on the zither strings, a sonorous and powerful zither sound rang out like thunder. The zither sound was exciting and powerful, directly striking people's hearts. Linger, Gufeng, Qi, and the others who were originally in a daze and had no fighting spirit felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads. They quivered and woke up. The jade bone rhythm in the 5th priest's hand was shocked by the zither sound. He lost his grip, and the jade bones knocked together. On the jade bones, there was an additional hair-size crack. Once the crack appeared, the music stopped. Ling, and the others then realized that they had almost fallen into the 5th priest trap. You actually dared to damage my Corpse King bone staff. The 5th priest did not expect that the other party's zither skills would be so good as well. She was actually able to wake up people who were listening to corpse witch music. Showing off your slight skill in front of an expert. Your corpse witch music is only SOSO. Yunsheng pressed on the zither strings. The light of a firefly wants to compete with the brilliance of the moon. I will let you all know the true power of the 8 desolate beast god altar. Yunsheng's words angered the 5th priest. She laughed strangely. As soon as she finished speaking, the 5th priest tore off her clothes. Under the wide priest robe, there was almost no need to describe her beauty. Her skin was as white as snow. Her arms were as white as jade. Her legs were slender and powerful, and her feet were like jade. The 5th priest, Lin Yun, had a graceful figure. Only a few vital parts of her body were covered with a light gauze. Seeing this situation, Gu Feng and Qi both involuntarily blushed. The two of them did not know whether to look or not. For a moment, they actually did not know how to deal with it. Demoness. Seeing this, Dong Wang Ling angrily glared at Gu Feng. The latter was so scared that he quickly lowered his head and put on a serious look. Hee, you're embarrassed? What's even more erotic is yet to come. The 5th priestess made a seductive action. Her waist swayed leisurely as she danced. As she danced, the more intense her jade-like movements became, the faster the 5th priestess dance became. However, the scarier scene was yet to come. As the 5th priest danced, the corpses of the bull beasts that were originally lying on the ground and killed by the magical beast suddenly moved as if they had come to life. Their movements became more and more intense. Crack, crack, crack. The corpses of the bull beast soldiers all stood up. Kill them. The 5th priest glared at the demonic beasts. The corpses of the beast soldiers pounced towards Yun Sheng and the others. Chapter 1056. Resurrection from the Dead was undoubtedly absurd. These beast soldiers had been devoured by Yun Sheng's centipede ants. Not to mention their flesh, even their intestines had been devoured. But what was happening in front of them? How could the beast soldiers that had been killed earlier all come back to life? Yun Sheng and the rest were horrified. But when they took a closer look, they quickly realized that these bull beast soldiers were just walking corpses. Their eyes were dull, and their eyeballs were already turbid. As the Duchian blood seal collapsed, more and more of the evil aura in the blood seal spread. They either surged towards the middle and outer regions of the blood world or scattered towards the sky. The bewitching power of the fifth priest's lich dance became stronger and stronger. Those bee soldiers that had lost their consciousness and only listened to the fifth priest's orders pounced forward like moths to a flame. They were like mad dogs, recklessly attacking the four people and the magical beasts. The centipede, ant generals, and ant soldiers pounced forward. But these beast soldiers were either left with white bones or did not know pain. They were completely unaffected by the attacks of the soul eater ants. Warriors of the Night Charm. Attack! The Night Charm Queen gathered many Night Charm warriors. The elf tribe's arrows turned into a rain of arrows. The arrows were densely packed and pierced into the bodies of the beast soldiers in rows. They looked like hedgehogs, but the beast soldiers that were shot into hedgehogs only paused for a moment before they continued to charge forward mechanically. These beast soldiers that had died long ago but were controlled by the lich dance were completely unafraid of all kinds of magic attacks and poisonous fog. They were unaffected by force or persuasion. Little Green, abandoned, shouted. Little Green came out with a whoosh. Its petite body quickly grew in size. Its snake tail coiled around 3 or 4 beast soldiers and twisted. With a few cracking sounds, the 3 or 4 beast soldiers that were made of white bones were instantly crushed into powder and fell to the ground. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw this. But who knew that just as the powder fell to the ground, the powder quickly gathered and quickly gathered again to become the skeletons of the beast soldiers again. Moreover, every time the beast soldiers died, their battle abilities became sharper and their attacks more ferocious. As time passed, the humans and the beasts began to show signs of fatigue. After all, they were still humans. Even if they had elixirs to replenish their energy, there would come a time when they would run out of energy. Haha, ignorant humans, these corpses are invincible. Soon you will be exhausted. Don't worry, if you are killed, I guarantee that I will make you into the most outstanding corpse soldier specimens. The fifth priest's charming eyes were indescribably enchanting. As a corpse sacrifice, the fifth priest's most powerful technique was to control the corpse bee soldiers. She also had a fetish. Whenever she met an enemy whose appearance and strength satisfied her, she would torture them to death and make them into zombie specimens. Just the thought of having a whole new batch of corpse bee soldiers, and such outstanding ones at that, made the fifth priest's blood boil. She let out a complacent laugh, which made people's scalps tingle. Become a zombie soldier specimen? What the hell was that? Fear could be seen on Dong Wang Ling Er's face. She didn't want to become a zombie that was neither human nor ghost. But what could they do? These corpse bee soldiers were too terrifying. They were like centipedes. No matter how they were attacked, they would still come back to life. Corpse sacrifice was too terrifying. However, after fighting so many battles, the 4 of them were already exhausted. Even Yun Sheng's beasts were showing signs of fatigue. If they still couldn't find a way to repel the corpse bee soldiers, they might really die here. Yun Sheng frowned. They couldn't go on like this. Gu Feng used the sphere of light to defend first. Helpless, Yun Sheng could only let Gu Feng use the sphere of light to temporarily stop the corpse bee soldiers. Gu Feng chanted, and a ball of light the size of a tent enveloped the 4 of them and the magical beasts, temporarily blocking the corpses of the beasts outside. The sphere of light contained powerful light energy. When the corpse bee soldiers saw it, they were like beasts encountering fire. They were very afraid and retreated to the side. But even so, the corpse bee soldiers were unwilling to completely retreat. They paced back and forth outside the sphere of light and let out strange cries at the people inside. Those cries were like owls in the night, carrying a sense of fear of death. Hee hee, I didn't expect that there would be a light magician among you. What a pity. It's just a useless magician who can only defend and not attack. The fifth priest continued to provoke them when he saw that they were caught unprepared. These monsters seemed to be very afraid of light magic. If only I knew a powerful light magic attack. Gu Feng's face was full of regret. For Gu Feng, Not knowing how to use light magic had always been his regret. This caused him to be in a very passive situation when facing enemies. The corpse beast soldiers were undead creatures that were derivatives of dark magic. If at this time, Gu Feng had a powerful light magic like Xiao Wenshu in the temple, he was confident that he could annihilate these corpse beast soldiers. Although Yun Sheng had a 5-elemental magic soul, she didn't know any light magic. Facing these corpse beast soldiers, she was also helpless. Could it be that they were going to be trapped here alive today? Yun Sheng's eyes flashed as she suddenly thought of something. Gu Feng, remove the sphere of light. Time was of the essence, so Yun Sheng didn't explain much. Although the other three didn't know what Yun Sheng wanted to do, they were already used to seeing Yun Sheng as the leader. Gu Feng immediately removed the sphere of light. As soon as the sphere of light was removed, the corpse beast soldiers surrounded them again. The four of them could already smell the stench of corpses in the air. I'd like to see who is more powerful when which music meets corpse puppet technique. Yun Sheng sat cross-legged and said in a voice that only she could hear. Since she couldn't kill or hit them, she would take the initiative and turn these corpse beast soldiers in her own. Yun Sheng's hand once again plucked the strings of the zither. You don't know what's good for you. You still want to resist at this time. Your zither music is good, but it's only an ancient battle song. It's useful against humans and magical beasts, but it's useless against my corpse beast soldiers. The fifth priest said disdainfully. The corpse beast soldiers were getting closer and closer. The leader of the barbaric bull soldiers leaped forward and pounced on Yun Sheng. At this moment, Yun Sheng's fingers moved and her black eyes turned golden. The sky suddenly darkened. It was as if the sky had been split open by someone, and there was a golden crack in the clouds. In the crack, a closed eye suddenly appeared. The eyes slowly opened. It was a pair of golden eyes. Suddenly, the golden eyes emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden eyes seemed to contain infinite divine power. Under the golden light, the corpse beast soldiers all stopped in their tracks. The fifth priest, who was still dancing, staggered. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. What the hell is that? Chapter 10:57. After the golden pupils appeared, even Dong Wang Ling, and the others were unable to open their eyes due to the golden light. While everyone was in a daze, they heard a voice. The voice was between a woman's and a man's. It was a bit tempting and also had a bit of power. Eyes of the golden lion, you ignorant undead, submit to me. The golden puppet eyes was comprehended by Yun Sheng after she fused the Di Hong song with the corpse puppet technique. Its power was one level higher than the corpse puppet technique. After the celestial fox, it was the second awakened celestial fox inheritance. Compared to the corpse puppet technique, the golden puppet eyes had a wider range of use. Not only could it be used to control an individual, it could also be used to control a group. These corpse beast soldiers could be used as Yun Sheng's first batch of test subjects. If the other celestial fox people knew about this, they would probably be shocked, because most of the celestial fox people only awakened the second celestial fox inheritance after they were baptized in the beast god altar. Moreover, there would usually be a gap of more than 10 years between the awakening of the inheritance. However, Yinsheng only used 3 years. A symbol similar to the golden eyes appeared on the foreheads of nearly 100 corpse beast soldiers at the same time. As soon as King Tong appeared, the fifth priest felt that his control over the corpse ox beast soldiers had been completely severed. The corpse wizard dance's power was not small. However, if the corpse wizard dance was forcefully interrupted by an external force, the power of the backlash was also not small. The bone staff in the fifth priest's hand broke into 2 pieces. No, my corpse king bone. The fifth priest's eyes were like a poisonous snake. Hatred flashed across her face. What she was most proud of was her ability to control corpses. After losing the corpse king bone, she would not be able to control the corpse soldiers in the future. The corpse soldiers were like wildfire in the prairie, wave after wave of them. Facing so many traitorous corpse beast soldiers, The fifth priest knew that she would definitely lose this time. You should have never tasted the feeling of being killed by your own corpse soldiers. Harming others will eventually harm yourself, Yunsheng said indifferently. She could kill the fifth priest with her own hands, but she disdained to do so. She wanted the fifth priest to suffer the consequences of his own actions. This priestess hasn't lost yet. A hazy red mist suddenly appeared in the air. The figure of the fifth priest suddenly disappeared, and the corpses of the beasts lost their target. They were like ants on a hot pan, circling around in circles. Hidden blood mist. Master, this priestess is also a water mage. Be careful. The elf queen's blue eyes flashed. At this moment, a blood shadow appeared in front of Yunsheng. It was still holding half of the corpse king's bone staff in its hand. It aimed at Yunsheng's back where her heart was and ruthlessly stabbed down. The king corpse bone staff was incomparably hard, and the broken king corpse bone was like an incomparably sharp dagger. The fifth priest hated Yunsheng to the bone. She had already used all of her strength to stab Yunsheng. Faced with such astonishing speed, the beasts around Yunsheng were defenseless. Die! The fifth priest went crazy, and the king corpse bone staff stabbed into Yunsheng's back. But at this time, Yunsheng's long hair suddenly condensed into a strand. Like an iron wall made of molten iron, it stabbed into the fifth priest's chest. Almost at the same time, a white light exploded from Yunsheng's body. The white light smashed the fifth priest dozens of meters away. The violent magic was like a heavy hammer, smashing the fifth priest's body into meat paste. The fifth priest's eyes were wide open, and her gaze was fixed on Yunsheng. That is the power of the Sarira. You are a celestial fox. Before the fifth priest could finish her words, a bull corpse soldier had already rushed forward and chopped off her head with an axe. The head rolled away, but the eyes were still wide open. Until her death, the fifth priest still couldn't believe that she would die in the hands of the corpse soldier that she was most proud of. Until her death, she still couldn't understand why the celestial fox people, celestial fox Sarira, would appear on the body of this famous summoner. Huff, huff. The sound of rapid breathing was exceptionally clear in the deathly silence. The fifth priest, Lin Yun, had died. After going through a life and death crisis, the four of them were still in a daze. Gulp! Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Gu Feng and the others still had their eyes wide open, staring at the fifth priest's corpse in disbelief. They still couldn't believe that the fifth priest was really dead. That was close. Dong Wang Ling, could still feel her heart beating rapidly. Just now, when the fifth priest pounced on Yunsheng, she really thought that Yunsheng would be killed. Yunsheng, what should we do with these things? The fifth priest asked, and the corpse soldiers were like a group of dragons without a leader. Keep them. I will have a use for them later. It was the first time that Yunsheng used the golden puppet eyes, so she couldn't use too much of her magic power in a short period of time. However, in order to prevent the others from worrying, Yunsheng didn't tell them about her current situation. Although the fifth priest was dead, the blood seal had collapsed, and there would definitely be a large number of people from the 8 desolate tribe who would barge into the boundless land. She could make good use of these corpse soldiers, and she believed that they would be of great use. My dear master, this woman has a lot of good things on her, and there is also a spatial magic scroll. Hopping Sheep flew forward and searched the corpse of the fifth priest. He took out a lot of good things from the fifth priest's corpse. That spatial magic scroll was the fifth priest's personal collection. She used this scroll to be the first person to barge into the boundless land. Yunsheng held onto the scroll. With this scroll, she could escort Hu Shang's ashes back to the celestial fox tribe. Other than the spatial magic scroll, Yunsheng also found a large number of land deeds and some magical bee soul stones on the fifth priest's corpse. There was a flurry of footsteps. Elder Si Ming and Godwind happened to be leading 2 groups of people from the north and south of the Dutian Bloodbeast world. Elder Si Ming thought that he would see a cruel battle, but he didn't expect that the battle had already ended. When they saw the corpse soldiers that were emitting a dark aura, The people of the temple pulled out their magic scepters as if they were facing a great enemy. Don't worry, I have already subdued these corpse soldiers. I plan to use them to clear the evil aura and blood cloud beasts in the blood beast world. Elder Ming had a strange expression when he heard that Yun Sheng could control these dark creatures. Elder Ming, I know what you want to say. It's just that the Duqian blood beast world is full of evil aura and blood cloud beasts that have gone berserk. Someone needs to clear them out. Normally, people who come into contact with evil aura will go berserk and lose their rationality. But these corpse soldiers won't. Black or white cats. A cat that can catch mice is a good cat. Yin Sheng said calmly. Elder Ming snorted. This time, he didn't say anything else. Subconsciously, after witnessing Yin Sheng stopping the first batch of 8 Baron Tribes Vanguard, Elder Ming already had a premonition that this woman in front of him could be the person who would bring about a major turning point in this crisis. Leave all the injured behind. After the rest are treated, follow us into the Dutian blood seal. Yin Sheng adjusted her breath for a moment. She also wanted to know what the hell came out of the celestial fox tomb. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.